Section 1 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. The Secret of Night by Gaston Leroux. Chapter 1. Gaiety and Dynamite. "Barinia, the young stranger has arrived." "Where is he?" "Oh, he's waiting at the lodge." "I told you to show him to Natacha's sitting room. Didn't you understand me, Ermolai?" "Pardon, Barinia, but the young stranger, when I asked to search him, as you directed, flatly refused to let me." "Did you explain to him that everyone is searched before being allowed to enter? That is the order, and that even my mother herself is submitted to it?" "I told him all that, Barinia, and I told him about Madame, your mother." "What did he say to that?" "That he was not Madame, your mother. He acted angry." "Well, let him come in without being searched." "The Chief of Police won't like it." "Do as I say." Ermolai bowed and returned to the garden. The Barinia left the veranda where she had come for this conversation with the old servant of General Trebassof, her husband, and returned to the dining room in the Datcha des Iles, where the gay councilor Ivan Petrovitch was regaling his amused associates with his latest exploit at Cubat's resort. They were a noisy company, and certainly the quietest among them was not the general, who nursed on a sofa the leg which still held him captive after the recent attack, that to his old coachman and his two piebald horses had proved fatal. The story of the always amiable Ivan Petrovitch, a lively little elderly man with his head bald as an egg, was about the evening before. After having, as he said, recure la bouche, for these gentlemen spoke French like their own language and used it among themselves to keep their servants from understanding. After having wet his whistle with a large glass of sparkling rosy French wine, he cried: "You would have laughed, Feodor Feodorovitch. We had sung songs on the barque." Footnote: The Barque is a restaurant on a boat among the isles near the Gulf of Finland, on a bank of the Neva. End of footnote. "And then the Bohemians left their music, and we went out onto the river bank to stretch our legs and cool our faces in the freshness of the dawn, when a company of Cossacks of the Guard came along. I knew the officer in command and invited him to come along with us and drink the Emperor's health at Cubat's place. That officer, Feodor Feodorovitch, is a man who knows vintages and boasts that he has never swallowed a glass of anything so common as Crimean wine. When I named champagne, he cried, 'Vive l'Empereur, a true patriot!' So we started. Merry as school children. The entire company followed, then all the diners playing little whistles and all the servants besides, single file. At Cubat's I hated to leave the companion officers of my friend at the door, so I invited them in too. They accepted naturally. But the subalterns were thirsty as well. I understand discipline. You know, Feodor Feodorovitch, that I am a stickler for discipline. Just because one is gay of a spring morning, discipline should not be forgotten. I invited the officers to drink in a private room, and sent the subalterns into the main hall of the restaurant. Then the soldiers were thirsty too, and I had drinks served to them out in the courtyard. Then, my word, there was a perplexing business, for now the horses whinnied. The brave horses, Feodor Feodorovitch, who also wished to drink the health of the Emperor. I was bothered about the discipline. Hall, court, all were full, and I could not put the horses in private rooms. Well, I made them carry out champagne in pails, and then came the perplexing business I had tried so hard to avoid. A grand mixture of boots and horseshoes that was certainly the liveliest thing I have ever seen in my life. But the horses were the most joyous, and danced as if a torch was held under their nostrils. And all of them, my word, were ready to throw their riders because the men were not of the same mind with them as to the route to follow. From our window we laughed fit to kill at such a mixture of sprawling boots and dancing hoofs. But the troopers finally got all their horses to barracks with patience, for the Emperor's cavalry are the best riders in the world, Feodor Feodorovitch. And we certainly had a great laugh. Your health, Matrena Petrovna." These last graceful words were addressed to Madame Trebassof, who shrugged her shoulders at the undesired gallantry of the gay councilor. She did not join in the conversation, excepting to calm the general, who wished to send the whole regiment to the guard house, men and horses. And while the roisterers laughed over the adventures, she said to her husband in the advisory voice of the helpful wife: "Feodor, you must not attach importance to what that old fool Ivan tells you. He is the most imaginative man in the capital when he has had champagne." "Ivan, you certainly have not had horses served with champagne in pails," the old boaster, Athanase Georgevitch, protested jealously. He was an advocate, well known for his table feats, who claimed the hardest drinking reputation of any man in the capital, and he regretted not to have invented that tale. "On my word, and the best brands. I had 4,000 roubles. I left the little fete with 15 kopecks." Matrena Petrovna was listening to Ermolai, the faithful country servant, who wore always, even here in the city, his habit of fresh Nanking, his black leather belt, his large blue pantaloons, and his boots glistening like ice, his country costume in his master's city home. Madame Matrena rose, after lightly stroking the hair of her stepdaughter, Natacha, whose eyes followed her to the door, indifferent apparently to the tender manifestations of her father's orderly, the soldier poet, Boris Mourazoff, who had written beautiful verses on the death of the Moscow students, after having shot them, in the way of duty, on their barricades. Ermolai conducted his mistress to the drawing room and pointed across to a door that he had left open, which led to the sitting room before Natacha's chamber. "He is there," said Ermolai in a low voice. Ermolai need have said nothing, for that matter, since Madame Matrena was aware of a stranger's presence in the sitting room by the extraordinary attitude of an individual in a maroon frock coat bordered with false astrakhan, such as is on the coats of all the Russian police agents, and makes the secret agents recognizable at first glance. This policeman was on his knees in the drawing room, watching what passed in the next room through the narrow space of light in the hingeway of the door. In this manner, or some other, all persons who wished to approach General Trebassof were kept under observation without their knowing it, after having been first searched at the lodge, a measure adopted since the latest attack. Madame Matrena touched the policeman's shoulder with that heroic hand which saved her husband's life and which still bore traces of the terrible explosion in the last attack, when she had seized the infernal machine intended for the general with her bare hand. The policeman rose and silently left the room, reached the veranda, and lounged there on a sofa, pretending to be asleep, but in reality watching the garden paths. Matrena Petrovna took his place at the hinge vent. This was her rule. She always took the final glance at everything and everybody. She roved at all hours of the day and night round about the general, like a watchdog, ready to bite, to throw itself before the danger, to receive the blows, to perish for its master. This had commenced at Moscow after the terrible repression, the massacre of revolutionaries under the walls of Presnia, when the surviving Nihilists left behind them a placard condemning the victorious General Trebassof to death. Matrena Petrovna lived only for the general. She had vowed that she would not survive him, so she had double reason to guard him. But she had lost all confidence even within the walls of her own home. Things had happened even there that defied her caution, her instinct, her love. She had not spoken of these things save to the chief of police, Koupriane, who had reported them to the Emperor. And here now was the man whom the Emperor had sent, as the supreme resource, this young stranger, Joseph Rouletabille, reporter. "But he is a mere boy," she exclaimed, without at all understanding the matter, this youthful figure, with soft, rounded cheeks, eyes clear, and at first view extraordinarily naive, the eyes of an infant. True, at the moment, Rouletabille's expression hardly suggested any superhuman profundity of thought, for, left in view of a table spread with hors d'oeuvres, the young man appeared solely occupied in digging out with a spoon all the caviar that remained in the jars. Matrena noted the rosy freshness of his cheeks, the absence of down on his lip and not a hint of beard, the thick hair with the curl over the forehead. Ah, that forehead! The forehead was curious, with great overhanging cranial lumps which moved above the deep arcade of the eye sockets, while the mouth was busy. Well, one would have said that Rouletabille had not eaten for a week. He was demolishing a great slice of Volgan sturgeon, contemplating at the same time with immense interest a salad of creamed cucumbers, when Matrena Petrovna appeared. He wished to excuse himself at once, and spoke with his mouth full. "I beg your pardon, madame, but the Tsar forgot to invite me to breakfast." Madame Matrena smiled and gave him a hearty handshake as she urged him to be seated. "You have seen His Majesty?" "I came from him, madame. It is to Madame Trebassoff that I have the honor of speaking." "Yes, and you are Monsieur?" "Joseph Rouletabille, madame. I do not add 'at your service' because I do not know about that yet. That is what I said just now to His Majesty." "Then?" asked Madame Matrena, rather amused by the tone the conversation had taken and the slightly flurried air of Rouletabille. "Why, then I'm a reporter, you see. That is what I said at once to my editor in Paris. I am not going to take part in revolutionary affairs that do not concern my country," to which the editor replied, "You do not have to take part. You must go to Russia to make an inquiry into the present status of the different parties. You will commence by interviewing the Emperor." I said, "Well, then, here goes," and took the train. "And you have interviewed the Emperor?" "Oh, yes, that has not been difficult. I expected to arrive direct at St. Petersburg, but at Krasnoye Coelo the train stopped, and the Grand Marshal of the Court came to me and asked me to follow him. It was very flattering. 20 minutes later I was before His Majesty. He awaited me. I understood at once that this was obviously for something out of the ordinary." "And what did he say to you?" "He is a man of genuine majesty. He reassured me at once when I explained my scruples to him. He said there was no occasion for me to take part in the politics of the matter, but to save his most faithful servant, who was on the point of becoming the victim of the strangest family drama ever conceived." Madame Matrena, white as a sheet, rose to her feet. "Ah," she said simply. But Rouletabille, whom nothing escaped, saw her hand tremble on the back of the chair. He went on, not appearing to have noticed her emotion. "His Majesty added these exact words: 'It is I who ask it of you. I and Madame Trebassoff. Go, monsieur, she awaits you.'" He ceased and waited for Madame Trebassoff to speak. She made up her mind after brief reflection. "Have you seen Koupriane?" "The Chief of Police? Yes. The Grand Marshal accompanied me back to the station at Krasnoye Coelo, and the Chief of Police accompanied me to St. Petersburg station. One could not have been better received." "Monsieur Rouletabille," said Matrena, who visibly strove to regain her self-control, "I am not of Koupriane's opinion, and I am not," here she lowered her trembling voice, "of the opinion His Majesty holds. It is better for me to tell you at once, so that you may not regret intervening in an affair where there are risks, terrible risks to run. No, this is not a family drama. The family is small, very small. The general, his daughter Natacha, by his former marriage, and myself. There could not be a family drama among us three. It is simply about my husband, monsieur, who did his duty as a soldier in defending the throne of his sovereign. My husband, whom they mean to assassinate. There is nothing else, no other situation, my dear little guest." To hide her distress, she started to carve a slice of jellied veal and carrot. "You have not eaten. You are hungry. It is dreadful, my dear young man. See, you must dine with us, and then you will say adieu. Yes, you will leave me all alone. I will undertake to save him all alone. Certainly I will undertake it." A tear fell on the slice she was cutting. Rouletabille, who felt the brave woman's emotion affecting him also, braced himself to keep from showing it. "I'm going to help you a little all the same," he said. "Monsieur Koupriane has told me that there is a deep mystery. It is my vocation to get to the bottom of mysteries." "I know what Koupriane thinks," she said, shaking her head. "But if I could bring myself to think that for a single day, I would rather be dead." The good Matrena Petrovna lifted her beautiful eyes to Rouletabille, brimming with the tears she held back. She added quickly, "But eat now, my dear guest, eat. My dear child, you must forget what Koupriane has said to you, when you are back in France." "I promise you that, madame." "It is the Emperor who has caused you this long journey. For me, I did not wish it. Has he indeed so much confidence in you?" she asked naively, gazing at him fixedly through her tears. "Madame, I was just about to tell you. I have been active in some important matters that have been reported to him, and then sometimes your Emperor is allowed to see the papers. He has heard talk, too, for everybody talked of them, madame, about the mystery of the Yellow Room and the perfume of the Lady in Black." Here Rouletabille watched Madame Trebassoff and was much mortified at the undoubted ignorance that showed in her frank face of either the Yellow Room or the black perfume. "My young friend," said she, in a voice more and more hesitant, "you must excuse me, but it is a long time since I have had good eyes for reading." Tears at last ran down her cheeks. Rouletabille could not restrain himself any further. He saw in one flash all this heroic woman had suffered in her combat day by day with the death which hovered. He took her little fat hands, whose fingers were overloaded with rings, tremulously into his own. "Madame, do not weep. They wish to kill your husband. Well, then, we will be two, at least, to defend him, I swear to you." "Even against the Nihilists?" "Aye, madame, against all the world. I have eaten all your caviar. I am your guest. I am your friend." As he said this, he was so excited, so sincere, and so droll that Madame Trebassof could not help smiling through her tears. She made him sit down beside her. "The Chief of Police has talked of you a great deal. He came here abruptly after the last attack and a mysterious happening that I will tell you about. He cried, 'Ah, we need Rouletabille to unravel this.' The next day he came here again. He had gone to court. There everybody, it appears, was talking of you. The Emperor wished to know you. That is why steps were taken through the ambassador at Paris." "Yes, yes, and naturally all the world has heard of it. That makes it so lively. The Nihilists warned me immediately that I would not reach Russia alive. That, finally, was what decided me on coming. I am naturally very contrary." "And how did you get through the journey?" "Not badly. I discovered at once on the train a young Slav assigned to kill me, and I reached an understanding with him. He was a charming youth, so it was easily arranged. Rouletabille was eating away now at strange viands that it would have been difficult for him to name. Matrena Petrovna laid her fat little hand on his arm. "You speak seriously?" "Very seriously." "A small glass of vodka?" "No alcohol." Madame Matrena emptied her little glass at a draught. "And how did you discover him? How did you know him?" "First, he wore glasses. All Nihilists wear glasses when traveling, and then I had a good clue. A minute before the departure from Paris, I had a friend go into the corridor of the sleeping car, a reporter who would do anything I said without even wanting to know why. I said, 'You call out suddenly and very loud, "Hello, here is Rouletabille." So he called, "Hello, here is Rouletabille," and all those who were in the corridor turned and all those who were already in the compartments came out, excepting the man with the glasses. Then I was sure about him." Madame Trebassof looked at Rouletabille, who turned as red as the comb of a rooster and was rather embarrassed at his fatuity. "That deserves a rebuff, I know, madame, but from the moment the Emperor of all the Russians had desired to see me, I could not admit that any mere man with glasses had not the curiosity to see what I looked like. It was not natural. As soon as the train was off, I sat down by this man and told him who I thought he was. I was right. He removed his glasses and, looking me straight in the eyes, said he was glad to have a little talk with me before anything unfortunate happened. A half hour later, the Entente Cordiale was signed. I gave him to understand that I was coming here simply on business as a reporter, and that there was always time to check me if I should be indiscreet. At the German frontier, he left me to go on and returned tranquilly to his nitroglycerin." "You are a marked man also, my poor boy." "Oh, they have not got us yet." Matrena Petrovna coughed. That "us" overwhelmed her. With what calmness this boy that she had not known an hour proposed to share the dangers of a situation that excited general pity, but from which the bravest kept aloof either from prudence or dismay. "Ah, my friend, a little of this fine smoked Hamburg beef?" But the young man was already pouring out fresh yellow beer. "There," said he. "Now, madame, I am listening. Tell me first about the earliest attack." "Now," said Matrena, "we must go to dinner." Rouletabille looked at her wide-eyed. "But, madame, what have I just been doing?" Madame Matrena smiled. All these strangers were alike. Because they had eaten some hors d'oeuvres, some zakouskis, they imagined their host would be satisfied. They did not know how to eat. "We will go to the dining room. The general is expecting you. They are at table." "I understand I'm supposed to know him." "Yes, you have met in Paris. It is entirely natural that in passing through St. Petersburg you should make him a visit. You know him very well indeed, so well that he opens his home to you. Ah, yes, my stepdaughter also." She flushed a little. "Natacha believes that her father knows you." She opened the door of the drawing room, which they had to cross in order to reach the dining room. From his present position Rouletabille could see all the corners of the drawing room, the veranda, the garden, and the entrance lodge at the gate. In the veranda, the man in the maroon frock coat trimmed with false astrakhan seemed still to be asleep on the sofa. In one of the corners of the drawing room, another individual, silent and motionless as a statue, dressed exactly the same, in a maroon frock coat with false astrakhan, stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly struck with general paralysis at the sight of a flaring sunset, which illumined as with a torch the gold spires of Saints Peter and Paul. And in the garden, and before the lodge, 3 others dressed in maroon roved like souls in pain over the lawn, or back and forth at the entrance. Rouletabille motioned to Madame Matrena, stepped back into the sitting room, and closed the door. "Police?" he asked. Matrena Petrovna nodded her head and put her finger to her mouth in a naive way, as one would caution a child to silence. Rouletabille smiled. "How many are there?" 10, relieved every 6 hours. "That makes 40 unknown men around your house every day." "Not unknown," she said. "Police." "Yet, in spite of them, you have had the affair of the bouquet in the General's chamber." "No, there were only 3 then. It is since the affair of the bouquet that there have been 10. "It hardly matters. It is since these 10 that you have had—" "What?" she demanded anxiously. "You know well. The flooring." "Shh!" She glanced at the door, watching the policeman statuesque before the setting sun. "No one knows that, not even my husband." "So Monsieur Koupriane told me. Then it is you who have arranged for these 10 police agents?" "Certainly." "Well, we will commence now by sending all these police away." Matrena Petrovna grasped his hand, astounded. "Surely you don't think of doing such a thing as that?" "Yes, we must know where the blow is coming from. You have 4 different groups of people around here: the police, the domestics, your friends, your family. Get rid of the police first. They must not be permitted to cross your threshold. They have not been able to protect you. You have nothing to regret. And if after they are gone something new turns up, we can leave Monsieur Koupriane to conduct the inquiries without his being preoccupied here at the house." "But you do not know the admirable police of Koupriane. These brave men have given proof of their devotion." "Madame, if I were face to face with the Nihilist, the first thing I would ask myself about him would be, is he one of the police? The first thing I ask in the presence of an agent of your police is he not a Nihilist?"
"But they will not wish to go."
"Do any of them speak French?"
"Yes, their sergeant, who is out there in the salon."
"Pray call him." Madame Trebassof walked into the salon and signaled. The man appeared. Rouletabille handed him a paper, which the other read. "You will gather your men together and quit the villa," ordered Rouletabille. "You will return to the police headquarters. Say to Monsieur Koupriane that I have commanded this, and that I require all police service around the villa to be suspended until further orders." The man bowed, appeared not to understand, looked at Madame Trebassof, and said to the young man, "At your service." He went out.
"Wait here a moment,"
urged Madame Trebassof, who did not know how to take this abrupt action, and whose anxiety was really painful to see. She disappeared after the man of the false astrakhan. A few moments afterwards she returned. She appeared even more agitated.
"I beg your pardon," she murmured, "but I cannot let them go like this. They are much chagrined. They have insisted on knowing where they have failed in their service. I have appeased them with money."
"Yes, and tell me the whole truth, madame. You have directed them not to go far away, but to remain near the villa so as to watch it as closely as possible." She reddened.
"It is true, but they have gone nevertheless. They had to obey you. What can that paper be you have shown them?"
Rouletabille drew out again the billet covered with seals and signs and cabalistics that he did not understand. Madame Trebassof translated it aloud.
"Order to all officials in surveillance of the Villa Trebassof to obey the bearer absolutely. Signed, Koupriane."
"Is it possible?" murmured Matrena Petrovna.
"But Koupriane would never have given you this paper if he had imagined that you would use it to dismiss his agents."
"Evidently. I have not asked him his advice, madame, you may be sure. But I will see him tomorrow and he will understand."
"Meanwhile, who is going to watch over him?"
cried she. Rouletabille took her hands again. He saw her suffering, a prey to anguish almost prostrating. He pitied her. He wished to give her immediate confidence. "We will," he said. She saw his young eyes, clear eyes, so deep, so intelligent, the well-formed young head, the willing face, all his young ardency for her, and it reassured her. Rouletabille waited for what she might say. She said nothing. She took him in her arms and embraced him. End of Chapter 1. Recorded by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 2 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 2. Natasha. In the dining room it was Thaddeus Chinkanov's turn to tell hunting stories. He was the greatest timber merchant in Lithuania. He owned immense forests, and he loved Fyodor Fyodorovitch. Footnote. In this story, according to Russian habit, General Trebasov is called alternately by that name or the family name Fyodor Fyodorovitch, and Madame Trebasov by that name or her family name, Matrina Petrovna. Translator's note. End of footnote. As a brother, for they had played together all through their childhood, and once he had saved him from a bear that was just about to crush his skull as one might knock off a hat. General Trebasov's father was governor of Courland at that time, by the grace of God and the little father. Thaddeus, who was just 13 years old, killed the bear with a single stroke of his boar spear, and just in time. Close ties were knit between the two families by this occurrence, and though Thaddeus was neither noble-born nor a soldier, Fyodor considered him his brother and felt toward him as such. Now Thaddeus had become the greatest timber merchant of the western provinces, with his own forests, and also with his massive body, his fat, oily face, his bull neck, and his ample paunch. He quitted everything at once, all his affairs, his family, as soon as he learned of the first attack, to come and remain by the side of his dear comrade Fyodor. He had done this after each attack, without forgetting one. He was a faithful friend, but he fretted because they might not go bear hunting as in their youth. Where, he would ask, are there any bears remaining in Courland, or trees for that matter, what you could call trees, growing since the days of the Grand Dukes of Lithuania, giant trees that threw their shade right up to the very edge of the towns? Where were such things nowadays? Thaddeus was very amusing, for it was he, certainly, who had cut them away tranquilly enough and watched them vanish in locomotive smoke. It was what was called progress. Ah, hunting lost its national character assuredly with tiny new-growth trees which had not had time to grow. And, besides, one nowadays had not time for hunting. All the big game was so far away. Lucky enough if one seized the time to bring down a brace of woodcock early in the morning. At this point in Thaddeus's conversation there was a babble of talk among the convivial gentlemen, for they had all the time in the world at their disposal, and could not see why he should be so concerned about snatching a little while at morning or evening, or at midday for that matter. Champagne was flowing like a river when Rouletabille was brought in by Matrena Petrovna. The general, whose eyes had been on the door for some time, cried at once, as though responding to a cue. "Ah, my dear Rouletabille, I have been looking for you. Our friends wrote me you were coming from St. Petersburg." Rouletabille hurried over to him, and they shook hands like friends who meet after a long separation. The reporter was presented to the company as a close young friend from Paris, whom they had enjoyed so much during their latest visit to the City of Light. Everybody inquired for the latest word of Paris as of a dear acquaintance. "How is everybody at Maxim's?" urged excellent Athanase Georgevitch. Thaddeus, too, had been once in Paris, and he returned with an enthusiastic liking for the French demoiselles. "Vogoge, monsieur," he said, appearing very amiable and leaning on each word with a guttural emphasis such as is common in the western provinces. "Ah, vogoge." Matrena Petrovna tried to silence him, but Thaddeus insisted on his right to appreciate the fair sex away from home. He had a turgid, sentimental wife, always weeping and cramming her religious notions down his throat. Of course someone asked Rouletabille what he thought of Russia, but he had no more than opened his mouth to reply than Athanase Georgevitch closed it by interrupting. "Permettez, permettez, you others of the young generation, what do you know of it? You need to have lived a long time and in all its districts to appreciate Russia at its true value. Russia, my young sir, is as yet a closed book to you." "Naturally," Rouletabille answered, smiling. "Well, well, here's your health. What I would point out to you first of all is that it is a good buyer of champagne, eh?" And he gave a huge grin. "But the hardest drinker I ever knew was born on the banks of the Seine. Did you know him, Fyodor Fyodorovitch? Poor Charles Dufour, who died 2 years ago at fete of the officers of the guard. He wagered at the end of the banquet that he could drink a glassful of champagne to the health of each man there. There were 60 when you come to count them. He commenced the round of the table, and the affair went splendidly up to the 58th man. But at the 59th, think of the misfortune. The champagne ran out. That charming, that excellent Charles took up a glass of vin d'or, which was in the glass of his 59th, wished him long life, drained the glass at one draught, had just time to murmur, Tokay, 1807, and fell back dead. Ah, he knew the brands, my word, and he proved it to his last breath. Peace to his ashes. They asked what he died of. I knew he died because of the inappropriate blend of flavors. There should be discipline in all things, and not promiscuous mixing. One more glass of champagne, and he would have been drinking with us this evening. Your health, Matrena Petrovna. Champagne, Fyodor Feodorovitch. Vive la France, monsieur. Natasha, my child, you must sing something. Boris will accompany you on the guzla. Your father will enjoy it. All eyes turned toward Natasha as she rose. Rouletabille was struck by her serene beauty. That was the first enthralling impression, an impression so strong it astonished him. The perfect serenity, the supreme calm, the tranquil harmony of her noble features. Natasha was 20. Heavy brown hair circled about her forehead and was looped about her ears, which were half concealed. Her profile was clear-cut. Her mouth was strong and revealed between red, firm lips the even pearliness of her teeth. She was of medium height. In walking she had the free, light step of the high-born maidens who, in primal times, pressed the flowers as they passed without crushing them. But all her true grace seemed to be concentrated in her eyes, which were deep and of a dark blue. The impression she made upon a beholder was very complex, and it would have been difficult to say whether the calm which pervaded every manifestation of her beauty was the result of conscious control or the most perfect ease. She took down the guzla and handed it to Boris, who struck some plaintive preliminary chords. "What shall I sing?" she inquired, raising her father's hand from the back of the sofa, where he rested, and kissing it with filial tenderness. "Improvise," said the general. "Improvise in French, for the sake of our guest." "Oh, yes," cried Boris. "Improvise as you did the other evening." He immediately struck a minor chord. Natasha looked fondly at her father as she sang. When the moment comes that parts us at the close of day, when the angel of sleep covers you with azure wings, oh, may your eyes rest from so many tears, and your oppressed heart have calm. In each moment that we have together, Father dear, let our souls feel harmony, sweet and mystical. And when your thoughts may have flown to other worlds, oh, may my image at least nestle within your sleeping eyes. Natasha's voice was sweet, and the charm of it subtly pervasive. The words, as she uttered them, seemed to have all the quality of a prayer, and there were tears in all eyes, excepting those of Michael Korsakoff, the second orderly, whom Rouletabille appraised as a man with a rough heart not much open to sentiment. "Fyodor Feodorovitch," said this officer, when the young girl's voice had faded away into the blending of the last note of the guzla, "Fyodor Feodorovitch is a man and a glorious soldier who is able to sleep in peace, because he has labored for his country and for his Tsar." "Yes, yes, labored well, a glorious soldier," repeated Athanase Georgievitch and Ivan Petrovitch. "Well may he sleep peacefully." "Natasha sang like an angel," said Boris, the first orderly, in a tremulous voice. "Like an angel, Boris Nikolaevitch. But why did she speak of his heart oppressed? I don't see that General Trebassof has a heart oppressed, for my part." Michael Korsakoff spoke roughly as he drained his glass. "No, that's so, isn't it?" agreed the others. "A young girl may wish her father a pleasant sleep, surely," said Matrena Petrovna with a certain good sense. "Natasha has affected us all, has she not, Feodor?" "Yes, she made me weep," declared the general. "But let us have champagne to cheer us up. Our young friend here will think we are chicken-hearted." "Never think that," said Rouletabille. "Mademoiselle has touched me deeply as well. She is an artist, really a great artist, and a poet." "He is from Paris. He knows," said the others, and all drank. Then they talked about music with great display of knowledge concerning things operatic. First one, then another went to the piano and ran through some motif that the rest hummed a little first, then shouted in a rousing chorus. Then they drank more, amid a perfect fracas of talk and laughter. Ivan Petrovitch and Athanase Georgievitch walked across and kissed the general. Rouletabille saw all around him great children who amused themselves with unbelievable naivete and who drank in a fashion more unbelievable still. Matrena Petrovna smoked cigarettes of yellow tobacco incessantly, rising almost continually to make a hurried round of the rooms, and after having prompted the servants to greater watchfulness, sat and looked long at Rouletabille, who did not stir, but caught every word, every gesture of each one there. Finally, sighing, she sat down by Feodor and asked how his leg felt. Michael and Natasha, in a corner, were deep in conversation, and Boris watched them with obvious impatience, still strumming the guzla. But the thing that struck Rouletabille's youthful imagination beyond all else was the mild face of the general. He had not imagined the terrible Trebassof with so paternal and sympathetic an expression. The Paris newspapers had printed redoubtable pictures of him, more or less authentic, but the arts of photography and engraving had cut vigorous, rough features of an official who knew no pity. Such pictures were in perfect accord with the idea one naturally had of the dominating figure of the government at Moscow, the man who during 8 days, the Red Week, had made so many corpses of students and working men that the halls of the university and the factories had opened their doors since in vain. The dead would have had to arise for those places to be peopled. Days of terrible battle, where in one quarter or another of the city there was naught but massacre or burnings, until Matrena Petrovna and her stepdaughter Natasha, all the papers told of it, had fallen on their knees before the general and begged terms for the last of the revolutionaries, at bay in the Presnia quarter, and had been refused by him. "War is war," had been his answer, with irrefutable logic. "How can you ask mercy for these men who never give it?" Be it said for the young men of the barricades that they never surrendered, and equally be it said for Trebassof that he necessarily shot them. "If I had only myself to consider," the general had said to a Paris journalist, "I could have been gentle as a lamb with these unfortunates, and so I should now not myself be condemned to death. After all, I fail to see what they reproach me with. I have served my master as a brave and loyal subject, no more, and, after the fighting, I have let others ferret out the children that had hidden under their mothers' skirts. Everybody talks of the repression of Moscow, but let us speak, my friend, of the Commune. There was a piece of work I would not have done, to massacre within a court an unresisting crowd of men, women, and children. I am a rough and faithful soldier of His Majesty, but I am not a monster, and I have the feelings of a husband and father, my dear monsieur. Tell your readers that, if you care to, and do not surmise further about whether I appear to regret being condemned to death." Certainly, what stupefied Rouletabille now was this staunch figure of the condemned man, who appeared so tranquilly to enjoy his life. When the general was not furthering the gaiety of his friends, he was talking with his wife and daughter, who adored him and continually fondled him, and he seemed perfectly happy. With his enormous grizzly mustache, his ruddy color, his keen piercing eyes, he looked the typical spoiled father. The reporter studied all these widely different types and made his observations while pretending to a ravenous appetite, which served, moreover, to fix him in the good graces of his hosts and of the Dacha des Iles. But in reality he passed the food to an enormous bulldog under the table, in whose good graces he was also thus firmly planting himself. As Trebassof had prayed his companions to let his young friend satisfy his ravening hunger in peace, they did not concern themselves to entertain him. Then, too, the music served to distract attention from him, and at a moment somewhat later, when Matrena Petrovna returned to speak to the young man, she was frightened at not seeing him. Where had he gone? She went out into the veranda and looked. She did not dare to call. She walked into the grand salon and saw the reporter just as he came out of the sitting room. "Where were you?" she inquired. "The sitting room is certainly charming and decorated exquisitely," complimented Rouletabille. "It seems almost a boudoir." "It does serve as a boudoir for my stepdaughter, whose bedroom opens directly from it. You see the door there. It is simply for the present that the luncheon table is set there, because for some time the police have preempted the veranda." "Is your dog a watchdog, madame?" asked Rouletabille, caressing the beast which had followed him. "Kor is faithful and had guarded us well hitherto." "He sleeps now, then?" "Yes, Koupriane has him shut in the lodge to keep him from barking nights. Koupriane feels that if he is out he will devour one of the police who watch in the garden at night. I wanted him to sleep in the house, or by his master's door, or even at the foot of the bed, but Koupriane said, 'No, no, no dog.'
Don't rely on the dog. Nothing is more dangerous than to rely on the dog. Since then he has kept Cor locked up at night. But I do not understand Coupriane's idea." "Monsieur Coupriane is right," said the reporter. "Dogs are useful only against strangers." "Oh!" gasped the poor woman, dropping her eyes. "Coupriane certainly knows his business. He thinks of everything. Come," she added rapidly, as though to hide her disquiet. "Do not go out like that without letting me know. They want you in the dining room."
"I must have you tell me right now about this attempt."
"In the dining room, in the dining room. In spite of myself," she said in a low voice, "it is stronger than I am. I am not able to leave the general by himself while he is on the ground floor."
She drew Rouletabille into the dining room, where the gentlemen were now telling odd stories of street robberies amid loud laughter. Natacha was still talking with Michael Korsakoff. Boris, whose eyes never quitted him, was as pale as the wax on his guzla, which he rattled violently from time to time. Matrena made Rouletabille sit in a corner of the sofa near her, and, counting on her fingers like a careful housewife who does not wish to overlook anything in her domestic calculations, she said:
"There have been 3 attempts, the first 2 in Moscow. The first happened very simply. The general knew he had been condemned to death. They had delivered to him at the palace in the afternoon the revolutionary poster which proclaimed his intended fate to the whole city and country. So Feodor, who was just about to ride into the city, dismissed his escort. He ordered horses put to a sleigh. I trembled and asked what he was going to do. He said he was going to drive quietly through all parts of the city in order to show the Muscovites that a governor appointed according to law by the Little Father, and who had in his conscience only the sense that he had done his full duty, was not to be intimidated. It was nearly 4 o'clock, toward the end of a winter day that had been clear and bright, but very cold. I wrapped myself in my furs and took my seat beside him, and he said, 'This is fine, Matrena. This will have a great effect on those imbeciles.' So we started. At first we drove along the Naberjnaya. The sleigh glided like the wind. The general hit the driver a heavy blow in the back, crying, 'Slower, fool, they will think we are afraid,' and so the horses were almost walking, when, passing the Church of Protection and Intercession, we reached the Place Rouge. Until then the few passers-by had looked at us, and as they recognized him, hurried along to keep him in view. At the Place Rouge there was only a little knot of women kneeling before the Virgin. As soon as these women saw us and recognized the equipage of the governor, they dispersed like a flock of crows with frightened cries. Feodor laughed so hard that as we passed under the vault of the Virgin his laugh seemed to shake the stones. I felt reassured, monsieur. Our promenade continued without any remarkable incident. The city was almost deserted. Everything lay prostrated under the awful blow of that battle in the street. Feodor said, 'Ah, they give me a wide berth. They do not know how much I love them.' And all through the promenade he said many more charming and delicate things to me. As we were talking pleasantly under our furs, we came to La Place Kudrinsky, La Rue Kudrinsky, to be exact. It was just 4 o'clock, and a light mist had commenced to mix with the sifting snow, and the houses to right and left were visible only as masses of shadow. We glided over the snow like a boat along the river in foggy calm. Then suddenly we heard piercing cries and saw shadows of soldiers rushing around, with movements that looked larger than human through the mist. Their short whips looked enormous as they knocked some other shadows that we saw down like logs. The general stopped the sleigh and got out to see what was going on. I got out with him. They were soldiers of the famous Semenowsky regiment, who had 2 prisoners, a young man and a child. The child was being beaten on the nape of the neck. It writhed on the ground and cried in torment. It couldn't have been more than 9 years old. The other, the young man, held himself up and marched along without a single cry as the throngs fell brutally upon him. I was appalled. I did not give my husband time to open his mouth before I called to the subaltern who commanded the detachment. 'You should be ashamed to strike a child and a Christian like that, which cannot defend itself.' The general told him the same thing. Then the subaltern told us that the little child had just killed the lieutenant in the street by firing a revolver, which he showed us, and it was the biggest one I have ever seen, and must have been as heavy for that infant to lift as a small cannon. It was unbelievable." "And the other?" demanded the general. "What has he done?" "He is a dangerous student," replied the subaltern, "who has delivered himself up as a prisoner because he promised the landlord of the house where he lives that he would do it to keep the house from being battered down with cannon." "But that is right of him. Why do you beat him?" "Because he has told us he is a dangerous student." "That is no reason," Feodor told him. "He will be shot if he deserves it, and the child also, but I forbid you to beat him. You have not been furnished with these whips in order to beat isolated prisoners, but to charge the crowd when it does not obey the governor's orders. In such a case you are ordered 'Charge,' and you know what to do. You understand?" Feodor said roughly. "I am General Trebassof, your governor." Feodor was thoroughly human in saying this. Ah, well, he was badly compensed for it, very badly, I tell you. The student was truly dangerous, because he had no sooner heard my husband say, "I am General Trebassof, your governor," than he cried, "Ah, it is you, Trebassof," and drew a revolver from no one knows where and fired straight at the general, almost against his breast. But the general was not hit, happily, nor I either, who was by him, and had thrown myself onto the student to disarm him, and then was tossed about at the feet of the soldiers in the battle they waged around the student while the revolver was going off. 3 soldiers were killed. You can understand that the others were furious. They raised me with many excuses, and, altogether, set to kicking the student in the loins and striking him as he lay on the ground. The subaltern struck his face a blow that might have blinded him. Feodor hit the officer in the head with his fist and called, "Didn't you hear what I said?" The officer fell under the blow, and Feodor himself carried him to the sleigh and laid him with the dead men. Then he took charge of the soldiers and led them to the barracks. I followed as a sort of afterguard. We returned to the palace an hour later. It was quite dark by then, and almost at the entrance to the palace we were shot at by a group of revolutionaries, who passed swiftly in 2 sleighs and disappeared in the darkness so fast that they could not be overtaken. I had a ball in my toque. The general had not been touched this time either, but our furs were ruined by the blood of the dead soldiers, which they had forgotten to clean out of the sleigh. That was the first attempt, which meant little enough, after all, because it was fighting in the open. It was some days later that they commenced to try assassination. At this moment Ermolai brought in 4 bottles of champagne, and Thaddeus struck lightly on the piano. "Quickly, madame, the second attempt," said Rouletabille, who was making hasty notes on his cuff, never ceasing meanwhile to watch the convivial group and listening with both ears wide open to Matrena. "The second happened still in Moscow. We had had a jolly dinner because we thought that at least the good old days were back and good citizens could live in peace, and Boris had tried out the guzla, singing songs of the Orel country to please me. He is so fine and sympathetic. Natasha had gone somewhere or other. The sleigh was awaiting at the door, and we went out and got in. Almost instantly there was a fearful noise, and we were thrown out into the snow, both the general and me. There remained no trace of a sleigh or coachman. The 2 horses were disemboweled. 2 magnificent piebald horses, my dear young monsieur, that the general was so attached to. As to Feodor, he had that serious wound in his right leg. The calf was shattered. I simply had my shoulder a little wrenched. Practically nothing. The bomb had been placed under the seat of the unhappy coachman, whose hat alone we found, in a pool of blood. From that attack the general lay 2 months in bed. In the 2nd month they arrested 2 servants who were caught one night on the landing leading to the upper floor, where they had no business, and after that I sent at once for our old domestics in Orel to come in service. It was discovered that these detected servants were in touch with the revolutionaries, so they were hanged. The Emperor appointed a provisional governor, and now that the general was better, we decided on a convalescence for him in the Midi of France. We took train for St. Petersburg, but the journey started high fever in my husband and reopened the wound in his calf. The doctors ordered absolute rest, and so we settled here in the Dasha des Iles. Since then, not a day has passed without the general receiving an anonymous letter telling him that nothing can save him from the revenge of the revolutionaries. He is brave and only smiles over them. But for me, I know well that so long as we are in Russia, we have not a moment's security. So I watch him every minute and let no one approach him except his intimate friends and us of the family. I have brought an old Nina who watched me grow up, Ermolai, and the Orel servants. In the meantime, 2 months later, the 3rd attempt suddenly occurred. It is certainly of them all the most frightening because it is so mysterious, a mystery that has not yet, alas, been solved. But Athanase Georgevitch had told a good story which raised so much hubbub that nothing else could be heard. Feodor Feodorovitch was so amused that he had tears in his eyes. Rouletabille said to himself as Matrena talked, "I have never seen men so gay, and yet they know perfectly they are apt to be blown up all together any moment."
General Trebassoff, who had steadily watched Rouletabille, who, for that matter, had been kept in eye by everyone there, said, monsieur le journaliste, you find us very gay?" "I find you very brave," said Rouletabille, quietly. "How is that?" said Feodor Feodorovitch, smiling. "You must pardon me for thinking of the things that you seem to have forgotten entirely." He indicated the general's wounded leg. "The chances of war, the chances of war," said the general. "A leg here, an arm there, but as you see, I am still here. They will end by growing tired and leaving me in peace. Your health, my friend." "Your health, General." "You understand," continued Feodor Feodorovitch, "there is no occasion to excite ourselves. It is our business to defend the empire at the peril of our lives. We find that quite natural, and there is no occasion to think of it. I have had terrors enough in other directions, not to speak of the terrors of love that are more ferocious than you can yet imagine. Look at what they did to my poor friend, the chief of the Surete, Butchlikov. He was commendable, certainly. There was a brave man. Of an evening, when his work was over, he always left the bureau of the prefecture and went to join his wife and the children in their apartment in the Rue de Loup. Not a soldier, no guard. The others had every chance. One evening a score of revolutionaries, after having driven away the terrorized servants, mounted to his apartments. He was dining with his family. They knocked and he opened the door. He saw who they were and tried to speak. They gave him no time. Before his wife and children, mad with terror and on their knees before the revolutionaries, they read him his death sentence. A fine end to that dinner." As he listened, Rouletabille paled, and he kept his eyes on the floor as if he expected to see it open of itself, giving access to ferocious nihilists, of whom one, with a paper in his hand, would read the sentence of death to Feodor Feodorovitch. Rouletabille's stomach was not yet seasoned to such stories. He almost regretted momentarily having taken the terrible responsibility of dismissing the police. After what Koupriane had confided to him of things that had happened in this house, he had not hesitated to risk everything on that audacious decision. But all the same, these stories of nihilists who appear at the end of a meal, death sentence in hand, they haunted him, they upset him. Certainly it had been a piece of foolhardiness to dismiss the police. "Well," he asked, conquering his misgivings and resuming, as always, his confidence in himself, "then what did they do then, after reading the sentence?" "The chief of the Sûreté knew he had no time to spare. He did not ask for it. The revolutionaries ordered him to bid his family farewell. He raised his wife, his children, clasped them, bade them be of good courage, then said he was ready. They took him into the street. They stood him against a wall. His wife and children watched from a window. A volley sounded. They descended to secure the body, pierced with 25 bullets." "That was exactly the number of wounds that were made on the body of little Jacques Zloriski," came in the even tones of Natacha. "Oh, you did always find an excuse," grumbled the general. "Poor Butchlikov did his duty, as I did mine." "Yes, Papa, you acted like a soldier. That is what the revolutionaries ought not to forget. But have no fears for us, Papa, because if they kill you, we will all die with you." "And gaily, too," declared Athanase Georgevitch. "They should come this evening. We are in form." Upon which Athanase filled the glasses again. "None the less, permit me to say," ventured the timber merchant Thaddeus Janichnikov timidly, "permit me to say that this Bolshevikoff was very imprudent." "Yes, indeed, very gravely imprudent," agreed Rouletabille. "When a man has had 25 good bullets shot into the body of a child, he ought certainly to keep his home well guarded if he wishes to dine in peace." He stammered a little toward the end of this, because it occurred to him that it was a little inconsistent to express such opinions, seeing what he had done with the guard over the general. "Ah!" cried Athanase Georgevitch in a stage-struck voice. "Ah, it was not imprudence. It was contempt of death. Yes, it was contempt of death that killed him, even as the contempt of death keeps us at this moment in perfect health. To you, ladies and gentlemen, do you know anything lovelier, grander in the world than contempt of death? Gaze on Feodor Feodorovitch and answer me. Superb, my word, superb, to you all. The revolutionaries who are not of the police are of the same mind regarding our heroes. They may curse the Kniknewiks who execute the terrible orders given them by those higher up, but those who are not of the police, there are some, I believe, these surely recognize that men like the chief of the Sûreté, our dead friend, are brave." "Certainly," endorsed the general. Counting all things, they need more heroism for a promenade in a salon than a soldier on a battlefield." "I have met some of these men," continued Athanase in an exalted vein. "I have found in all their homes the same imprudence, as our young French friend calls it. A few days after the assassination of the chief of police in Moscow, I was received by his successor in the same place where the assassination had occurred. He did not take the slightest precaution with me, whom he did not know at all, nor with men of the middle class who came to present their petitions, in spite of the fact that it was under precisely identical conditions that his predecessor had been slain. Before I left, I looked over to where on the floor there had so recently occurred such agony. They had placed a rug there, and on the rug a table, and on that table there was a book. Guess what book? Women's Stockings, by Willie, and then, your health, Matrena Petrovna. What's the odds?" "You yourselves, my friends," declared the general, "prove your great courage by coming to share the hours that remain of my life with me." "Not at all, not at all. It is war." "Yes, it is war." "Oh, there's no occasion to pat us on the shoulder, Athanase," insisted Thaddeus modestly. "What risk do we run? We are well guarded." "We are protected by the finger of God," declared Athanase, "because the police, well, I haven't any confidence in the police." Michael Korsakoff, who had been for a turn in the garden, entered during the remark. "Be happy, then, Athanase Georgevitch," said he, "for there are now no police around the villa." "Where are they?" inquired the timber merchant uneasily. "An order came from Koupriane to remove them," explained Matrena Petrovna, who exerted herself to appear calm. "And are they not replaced?" asked Michael. "No. It is incomprehensible. There must have been some confusion in the orders given." And Matrena reddened, for she loathed the lie, and it was in tribulation of spirit that she used this fable under Rouletabille's directions. "Oh, well, all the better," said the general. "It will give me pleasure to see my home ridded for a while of such people." Athanase was naturally of the same mind as the general, and when Thaddeus and Ivan Petrovitch and the orderlies offered to pass the night at the villa and take the place of the absent police, Feodor Feodorovitch caught a gesture from Rouletabille which disapproved the idea of this new guard. "No, no," cried the general emphatically. "You leave at the usual time. I want now to get back into the ordinary run of things. My word. To live as everyone else does. We shall be all right. Koupriane and I have arranged the matter. Koupriane is less sure of his men, after all, than I am of my servants. You understand me. I do not need to explain further. You will go home to bed, and we will all sleep. Those are the orders. Besides, you must remember that the guard post is only a step from here, at the corner of the road, and we have only to give a signal to bring them all here. But more secret agents or special police, no, no. Good night. All of us to bed now." They did not insist further. When Feodor had said, "Those are the orders," there was room for nothing more, and not even in the way of polite insistence. But before going to their beds, all went into the veranda, where liqueurs were served by the brave Ermolai, as always. Matrena pushed the wheelchair of the general there, and he kept repeating, "No, no, no more such people. No more police. They only bring trouble." "Feodor, Feodor," cried Matrena, whose anxiety deepened in spite of all she could do. "They watched over your dear life." "Life is dear to me only because of you, Matrena Petrovna." "And not at all because of me, Papa?" said Natacha. "Oh, Natacha!" He took both her hands in his. It was an affecting glimpse of family intimacy. From time to time, while Ermolai poured the liqueurs, Feodor struck his hand on the coverings over his leg. "It gets better," said he. "It gets better." Then melancholy showed in his rugged face, and he watched night deepen over the Isles, the golden night of St. Petersburg. It was not quite yet the time of year for what they call the golden nights there, the white nights, nights which never deepen into darkness, but they were already beautiful in their soft clarity, caressed here by the Gulf of Finland, almost at the same time by the last and the first rays of the sun, by twilight and dawn. From the height of the veranda, one of the most beautiful bits of the Isles lay in view, and the hour was so lovely that its charm thrilled these people, of whom several, as Thaddeus, were still close to nature. It was he first who called to Natacha. "Natacha, Natacha, sing us your Soir de Îles." Natacha's voice floated out upon the peace of the islands under the dim arched sky, light and clear as a night rose, and the guzla of Boris accompanied it. Natacha sang.
This is the night of the isles, at the north of the world. The sky presses in its stainless arms the bosom of earth. Night kisses the rose that dawn gave to the twilight. And the night air is sweet and fresh from across the shivering gulf, like the breath of young girls from the world still farther north. Beneath the two lighted horizons, sinking and rising at once, the sun rolls rebounding from the gods at the north of the world. In this moment, beloved, when in the clear shadows of this rose-stained evening I am here alone with you, respond. Respond with a heart less timid to the wholly accustomed cry of good evening. Ah, how Boris Nikolaevitch and Michael Korsakoff watched her as she sang. Truly, no one ever can guess the anger or the love that broods in a Slavic heart under a soldier's tunic. Whether the soldier wisely plays at the guzla, as the correct Boris, or merely lounges, twirling his mustache with his manicured and perfumed fingers, like Michael the indifferent. Natasha ceased singing, but all seemed to be listening to her still. The convivial group on the terrace appeared to be held in charmed attention, and the porcelain statuettes of men on the lawn, according to the mode of the Îles, seemed to lift on their short legs the better to hear past the sighing harmony of Natasha in the rose nights at the north of the world. Meanwhile, Matrena wandered through the house from cellar to attic, watching over her husband like a dog on guard, ready to bite, to throw itself in the way of danger, to receive the blows, to die for its master, and hunting for Rouletabille, who had disappeared again. End of chapter 2. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 3 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 3. The Watch. She went out to caution the servants to a strict watch, armed to the teeth, before the gate all night long, and she crossed the deserted garden. Under the veranda the schwitzar was spreading a mattress for Ermolai. She asked him if he had seen the young Frenchman anywhere, and after the answer could only say to herself, "Where is he, then?" Where had Rouletabille gone? The general, whom she had carried up to his room on her back without any help, and had helped into bed without assistance, was disturbed by this singular disappearance. Had someone already carried off their Rouletabille? Their friends were gone, and the orderlies had taken leave without being able to say where this boy of a journalist had gone. But it would be foolish to worry about the disappearance of a journalist, they had said. That kind of man, these journalists, came, went, arrived when one least expected them, and quitted their company, even the highest society, without formality. It was what they called in France leaving English fashion. However, it appeared it was not meant to be impolite. Perhaps he had gone to telegraph. A journalist had to keep in touch with the telegraph at all hours. Poor Matrena Petrovna roamed the solitary garden in tumult of heart. There was the light in the general's window on the first floor. There were lights in the basement from the kitchens. There was a light on the ground floor near the sitting room from Natasha's chamber window. Ah, the night was hard to bear. And this night the shadows weighed heavier than ever on the valiant breast of Matrena. As she breathed, she felt as though she lifted all the weight of the threatening night. She examined everything, everything. All was shut tight, was perfectly secure, and there was no one within, excepting people she was absolutely sure of, but whom, all the same, she did not allow to go anywhere in the house excepting where their work called them. Each in his place. That made things surer. She wished each one could remain fixed like the porcelain statues of men out on the lawn. Even as she thought it, here at her feet, right at her very feet, a shadow of one of the porcelain men moved, stretched itself out, rose to its knees, grasped her skirt, and spoke in the voice of Rouletabille. Ah, good, it was Rouletabille. Himself, dear madam, himself. Why is Ermolai in the veranda? Send him back to the kitchens and tell the schwitzar to go to bed. The servants are enough for an ordinary guard outside. Then you go in at once, shut the door, and don't concern yourself about me, dear madam. Good night. Rouletabille had resumed in the shadows, among the other porcelain figures, his pose of a porcelain man.
Matrena Petrovna did as she was told, returned to the house, spoke to the schwitzar, who removed to the lodge with Ermolai, and their mistress closed the outside door. She had closed long before the door of the kitchen stair, which allowed the domestics to enter the villa from below. Down there each night the devoted Nina and the faithful Ermolai watched in turn. Within the villa, now closed, there were on the ground floor only Matrena herself and her stepdaughter Natacha, who slept in the chamber off the sitting room, and above on the first floor the general asleep, or who ought to be asleep if he had taken his potion. Matrena remained in the darkness of the drawing room, her dark lantern in her hand. All her nights passed thus, gliding from door to door, from chamber to chamber, watching over the watch of the police, not daring to stop her stealthy promenade, even to throw herself on the mattress that she had placed across the doorway of her husband's chamber. Did she ever sleep? She herself could hardly say. Who else could, then? A tag of sleep here and there over the arm of a chair, or leaning against the wall, waked always by some noise that she heard or dreamed, some warning, perhaps, that she alone had heard. And tonight, there is Rouletabille's alert guard to help her, and she feels a little less the aching terror of watchfulness, until there surges back into her mind the recollection that the police are no longer there. Was he right, this young man? Certainly she could not deny that some way she feels more confidence now that the police are gone. She does not have to spend her time watching their shadows in the shadows, searching the darkness, the armchairs, the sofas, to rouse them, to appeal in low tones to all they held binding, by their own name and in the name of their father, to promise them a bonus that would amount to something if they watched well, to count them in order to know where they all were, and suddenly to throw full in their face the ray of light from her little dark lantern, in order to be sure, absolutely sure, that she was face to face with them, one of the police, and not with some other, an infernal machine under his arm. Yes, she surely had less work now that she had no longer to watch the police, and she had less fear. She thanked the young reporter for that. Where was he? Did he remain in the pose of a porcelain statue all this time out there on the lawn? She peered through the lattice of the veranda shutters and looked anxiously out into the darkened garden. Where could he be? Was that he down yonder, that crouching black heap with an unlighted pipe in his mouth? No. That, she knew well, was the dwarf she genuinely loved, her little domovoi duch, the familiar spirit of the house, who watched with her over the general's life, and thanks to whom serious injury had not yet befallen Feodor Feodorovitch. One could not regard a mangled leg that seriously. Ordinarily, in her own country, she was from the Orel district, one did not care to see the domovoi duch appear in flesh and blood. When she was little, she was always afraid that she would come upon him around a turn of the path in her father's garden. She always thought of him as no higher than that, seated back on his haunches and smoking his pipe. Then, after she was married, she had suddenly run across him at a turning in the bazaar at Moscow. He was just as she had imagined him, and she had immediately bought him, carried him home herself, and placed him with many precautions, for he was of very delicate porcelain, in the vestibule of the palace. And in leaving Moscow she had been careful not to leave him there. She had carried him herself in a case and had placed him herself on the lawn of the Datcha des Iles, that he might continue to watch over her happiness and over the life of her Feodor. And in order that he should not be bored, eternally smoking his pipe all alone, she had surrounded him with a group of little porcelain genii, after the fashion of the Jardins des Iles. Lord, how that young Frenchman had frightened her, rising suddenly like that without warning on the lawn. She had believed for a moment that it was the domovoi duch himself rising to stretch his legs. Happily he had spoken at once, and she had recognized his voice. And besides, her domovoi surely would not speak French. Ah, Matrena Petrovna breathed freely now. It seemed to her this night that there were two little familiar genii watching over the house. And that was worth more than all the police in the world, surely. How wily that little fellow was to order all those men away. There was something it was necessary to know. It was necessary, therefore, that nothing should be in the way of learning it. As things were now, the mystery could operate without suspicion or interference. Only one man watched it, and he had not the air of watching. Certainly Rouletabille had not the air of constantly watching anything. He had the manner, out in the night, of an easy little man in porcelain, neither more nor less, yet he could see everything, if anything were there to see, and he could hear everything, if there were anything to hear. One passed beside him without suspecting him, and men might talk to each other without an idea that he heard them, and even talk to themselves according to the habit people have sometimes when they think themselves quite alone. All the guests had departed, thus, passing close by him, almost brushing him, had exchanged their adieus, their au revoirs, and all their final, drawn-out farewells. That dear little living domovoi certainly was a rogue. Oh, that dear little domovoi who had been so affected by the tears of Matrena Petrovna. The good, fat, sentimental, heroic woman longed to hear, just then, his reassuring voice. "It is I, here I am," said the voice of her little living familiar spirit at that instant, and she felt her skirt grasped. She waited for what he should say. She felt no fear, yet she had supposed he was outside the house. Still, after all, she was not too astonished that he was within. He was so adroit. He had entered behind her in the shadow of her skirts, on all fours, and had slipped away without anyone noticing him, while she was speaking to her enormous, majestic schwitzar. "So you were here?" she said, taking his hand and pressing it nervously in hers. "Yes, yes. I have watched you closing the house. It is a task well done, certainly. You have not forgotten anything." "But where were you, dear little demon? I have been into all the corners, and my hands did not touch you." "I was under the table set with hors d'oeuvres in the sitting room." "Ah, under the table of zakouskis. I have forbidden them before now to spread a long hanging cloth there, which obliges me to kick my foot underneath casually in order to be sure there is no one beneath. It is imprudent, very imprudent, such tablecloths. And under the table of zakouskis, have you been able to see or hear anything?" "Madame, do you think that anyone could possibly see or hear anything in the villa when you are watching it alone, when the general is asleep and your stepdaughter is preparing for bed?" "No, no, I do not believe so. I do not. No. Oh, Christ!" They talked thus very low in the dark, both seated in a corner of the sofa, Rouletabille's hand held tightly in the burning hands of Matrena Petrovna. She sighed anxiously. "And in the garden, have you heard anything?" "I heard the officer Boris say to the officer Michael in French, 'Shall we return at once to the villa?' The other replied in Russian in a way I could see was a refusal. Then they had a discussion in Russian which I naturally could not understand. But from the way they talked I gathered that they disagreed, and that no love was lost between them." "No, they do not love each other. They both love Natacha." "And she, which one of them does she love? It is necessary to tell me." "She pretends that she loves Boris, and I believe she does, and yet she is very friendly with Michael, and often she goes into nooks and corners to chat with him, which makes Boris mad with jealousy. She has forbidden Boris to talk to her father about their marriage, on the pretext that she does not wish to leave her father now, while each day, each minute, the general's life is in danger." "And you, madame, do you love your stepdaughter?" brutally inquired the reporter. "Yes, sincerely," replied Matrena Petrovna, withdrawing her hand from those of Rouletabille. "And she, does she love you?" "I believe so, monsieur. I believe so sincerely. Yes, she loves me, and there is not any reason why she should not love me. I believe, understand me thoroughly, because it comes from my heart, that we all here in this house love one another. Our friends are old proved friends. Boris has been orderly to my husband for a very long time. We do not share any of his too modern ideas, and there were many discussions on the duty of soldiers at the time of the massacres. I reproached him with being as womanish as we were in going down on his knees to the general behind Natacha and me, when it became necessary to kill all those poor moujiks of Presnia. It was not his role. A soldier is a soldier. My husband raised him roughly and ordered him, for his pains, to march at the head of the troops. It was right. What else could he do? The general already had enough to fight against, with the whole revolution, with his conscience, with the natural pity in his heart of a brave man, and with the tears and insupportable moanings, at such a moment, of his daughter and his wife. Boris understood and obeyed him, but after the death of the poor students he behaved again like a woman in composing those verses on the heroes of the barricades. Don't you think so? Verses that Natacha and he learned by heart, working together, when they were surprised at it by the general. There was a terrible scene. It was before the next to the last attack. The general then had the use of both legs. He stamped his feet and fairly shook the house." "Madame," said Rouletabille, "apropos of the attacks, you must tell me about the third." As he said this, leaning toward her, Matrena Petrovna ejaculated a "Listen!" that made him rigid in the night, with ear alert. What had she heard? For him, he had heard nothing. "You hear nothing?" she whispered to him with an effort. "A tick-tack?" "No, I hear nothing." "You know, like the tick-tack of a clock. Listen." "How can you hear the tick-tack? I've noticed that no clocks are running here." "Don't you understand? It is so that we shall be able to hear the tick-tack better." "Oh yes, I understand, but I do not hear anything." "For myself, I think I hear the tick-tack all the time since the last attempt. It haunts my ears. It is frightful to say to oneself, 'There is clockwork somewhere, just about to reach the death tick,' and not to know where, not to know where. When the police were here I made them all listen, and I was not sure even when they had all listened and said there was no tick-tack. It is terrible to hear it in my ear any moment when I least expect it. Tick-tack, tick-tack. It is the blood beating in my ear, for instance, hard, as if it struck on a sounding board. Why, here are drops of perspiration on my hands. Listen." "Ah, this time someone is talking, is crying," said the young man. "Shh!" And Rouletabille felt the rigid hand of Matrena Petrovna on his arm. "It is the general. The general is dreaming." She drew him into the dining room, into a corner where they could no longer hear the moanings. But all the doors that communicated with the dining room, the drawing room, and the sitting room remained open behind him by the secret precaution of Rouletabille. He waited while Matrena, whose breath he heard come hard, was a little behind. In a moment, quite talkative, and as though she wished to distract Rouletabille's attention from the sounds above, the broken words and sighs, she continued: "See, you speak of clocks. My husband has a watch which strikes. Well, I have stopped his watch because more than once I have been startled by hearing the tick-tack of his watch in his waistcoat pocket. Koupriane gave me that advice one day when he was here and had pricked his ears at the noise of the pendulums, to stop all my watches and clocks so that there would be no chance of confusing them with the tick-tack that might come from an infernal machine planted in some corner. He spoke from experience, my dear little monsieur, and it was by his order that all the clocks at the Ministry, on the Naberjnaia, were stopped, my dear little friend. The Nihilists, he told me, often use clockworks to set off their machines at the time they decide on. No one can guess all the inventions that they have, those brigands. In the same way, Koupriane asked me to take away all the draught boards from the fireplaces. By that precaution they were enabled to avoid a terrible disaster at the Ministry near the Pont des Chantres. You know, Petit Demevoy? They saw a bomb just as it was being lowered into the fireplace of the minister's cabinet." Footnote: Actual attack on Viti. End of footnote. "The Nihilists held it by a cord and were up on the roof letting it down the chimney. One of them was caught, taken to Schlussburg, and hanged. Here you can see that all the draught boards of the fireplaces are cleared away." "Madame," interrupted Rouletabille, "Matrena Petrovna did not know that no one ever succeeded in distracting Rouletabille's attention. Madame, someone moans still, upstairs." "Oh, that is nothing, my little friend. It is the general, who has bad nights. He cannot sleep without a narcotic, and that gives him a fever. I am going to tell you now how the third attack came about, and then you will understand, by the Virgin Mary, how it is I have yet, always have, the tick-tack in my ears. One evening, when the general had got to sleep and I was in my own room, I heard distinctly the tick-tack of clockwork operating. All the clocks had been stopped, as Koupriane had advised, and I had made an excuse to send Feodor's great watch to the repairer. You can understand how I felt when I heard that tic-tac. I was frenzied. I turned my head in all directions and decided that the sound came from my husband's chamber. I ran there. He still slept, man that he is. The tic-tac was there. But where? I turned here and there like a fool. The chamber was in darkness, and it seemed absolutely impossible for me to light a lamp, because I thought I could not take the time for fear the infernal machine would go off in those few seconds. I threw myself on the floor and listened under the bed. The noise came from above. But where? I sprang to the fireplace, hoping that against my orders someone had started the mantel clock. No, it was not that. It seemed to me now that the tic-tac came from the bed itself, that the machine was in the bed. The general awaked just then and cried to me, "What is it, Matrena? What are you doing?" And he raised himself in bed while I cried, "Listen, hear the tic-tac. Don't you hear the tic-tac?" I threw myself upon him and gathered him up in my arms to carry him.
but I trembled too much, was too weak from fear, and fell back with him onto the bed, crying, 'Help!' He thrust me away and said roughly, 'Listen.' The frightful tic-tac was behind us now, on the table. But there was nothing on the table, only the night light, the glass with the potion in it, and a gold vase where I had placed with my own hands that morning a cluster of grasses and wild flowers that Ermolai had brought that morning on his return from the Orel country. With one bound I was on the table and at the flowers. I struck my fingers among the grasses and the flowers and felt a resistance. The tic-tac was in the bouquet. I took the bouquet in both hands, opened the window and threw it as far as I could into the garden. At the same moment the bomb burst with a terrible noise, giving me quite a deep wound in the hand. Truly, my dear little domovoi, that day we had been very near death, but God and the Little Father watched over us." And Matrena Petrovna made the sign of the cross. "All the windows of the house were broken. In all, we escaped with the fright and a visit from the glazier, my little friend. But I certainly believed that all was over." "And Mademoiselle Natacha?" inquired Rouletabille. "She must also have been terribly frightened, because the whole house must have rocked." "Surely, but Natacha was not here that night. It was a Saturday. She had been invited to the soirée du Michel by the parents of Boris Nikolaievitch, and she slept at their house after supper, at the Ours, as had been planned. The next day, when she learned the danger the general had escaped, she trembled in every limb. She threw herself in her father's arms, weeping, which was natural enough, and declared that she never would go away from him again. The general told her how I had managed. Then she pressed me to her heart, saying that she never would forget such an action, and that she loved me more than if I were truly her mother. It was all in vain that during the days followed we sought to understand how the infernal machine had been placed in the bouquet of wild flowers. Only the general's friends that you saw this evening, Natacha and I, had entered the general's chamber during the day or in the evening. No servant, no chambermaid had been on that floor. In the daytime, as well as all night, that entire floor is closed, and I have the keys. The door of the servants' staircase, which opens on to that floor directly into the general's chamber, is always locked and barred on the inside with iron. Natacha and I do the chamber work. There is no way of taking greater precautions. 3 police agents watched over us night and day. The night of the bouquet, 2 had spent their time watching around the house, and the 3rd lay on the sofa in the veranda. Then, too, we found all the doors and windows of the villa shut tight. In such circumstances, you can judge whether my anguish was not deeper than any I had known hitherto. Because to whom, henceforth, could we trust ourselves? What and whom could we believe? What and whom could we watch? From that day, no other person but Natacha and me have the right to go to the 1st floor. The general's chamber was forbidden to his friends. Anyway, the general improved and soon had the pleasure of receiving them himself at his table. I carry the general down and take him to his room again on my back. I do not wish anyone to help. I am strong enough for that. I feel that I could carry him to the end of the world if that would save him. Instead of 3 police, we had 10. 5 outside, 5 inside. The days went well enough, but the nights were frightful, because the shadows of the police that I encountered always made me fear that I was face to face with the Nihilists. One night I almost strangled one with my hand. It was after that incident that we arranged with Koupriane that the agents who watched at night, inside, should stay placed in the veranda after having, at the end of the evening, made complete examination of everything. They were not to leave the veranda unless they heard a suspicious noise or I called them. And it was after that arrangement that the incident of the floor happened. That has puzzled so both Koupriane and me." "Pardon, madame," interrupted Rouletabille, "but the agents, during the examination of everything, never went to the bedroom floor?" "No, my child. There is only myself and Natacha, I repeat, who, since the bouquet, go there." "Well, madame, it is necessary to take me there at once." "At once?" "Yes, into the general's chamber." "But he is sleeping, my child. Let me tell you exactly how the affair of the floor happened, and you will know as much of it as I, and as Koupriane." "To the general's chamber at once." She took both his hands and pressed them nervously. Little friend, one hears there are sometimes things which are the secret of the night. You understand me?" "To the general's chamber at once, madame." Abruptly she decided to take him there, agitated, upset as she was by ideas and sentiments which held her without respite between the wildest inquietude and the most imprudent audacity. Chapter 4.
Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 4 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 4. The Youth of Moscow is Dead. Rouletabille let himself be led by Matrena through the night, but he stumbled and his awkward hands struck against various things. The ascent to the first floor was accomplished in profound silence. Nothing broke it except that restless moaning which had so affected the young man just before. The tepid warmth, the perfume of a woman's boudoir, then, beyond, through two doors opening through the dressing room which lay between Matrena's chamber and Feodor's, the dim luster of a night lamp showed the bed where was stretched the sleeping tyrant of Moscow. Ah, he was frightening to see, with the play of faint yellow light and diffused shadows upon him. Such heavy arched eyebrows, such an aspect of pain and menace, the massive jaw of a savage come from the plains of Tartary to be the scourge of God, the stiff, thick, spreading beard. This was a form akin to the gallery of old nobles at Kasan, and young Rouletabille imagined him as none other than Ivan the Terrible himself. Thus appeared as he slept the excellent Feodor Feodorovitch, the easy, spoiled father of the family table, the friend of the advocate celebrated for his feats with knife and fork, and of the bantering timber merchant and amiable bear hunter, the joyous Thaddeus and Athanase. Feodor, the faithful spouse of Matrena Petrovna and the adored papa of Natasha, a brave man who was so unfortunate as to have nights of cruel sleeplessness or dreams more frightful still. At that moment a hoarse sigh heaved his huge chest in an uneven rhythm, and Rouletabille, leaning in the doorway of the dressing room, watched. But it was no longer the general that he watched, it was something else, lower down, beside the wall, near the door, and it was that which set him tiptoeing so lightly across the floor that it gave no sound. There was no slightest sound in the chamber except the heavy breathing lifting the rough chest. Behind Rouletabille, Matrena raised her arms as though she wished to hold him back because she did not know where he was going. What was he doing? Why did he stoop thus beside the door, and why did he press his thumb all along the floor at the doorway? He rose again and returned. He passed again before the bed, where rumbled now, like the bellows of a forge, the respiration of the sleeper. Matrena grasped Rouletabille by the hand, and she had already hurried him into the dressing room when a moan stopped them. "The youth of Moscow is dead." It was the sleeper speaking. The mouth which had given the stringent orders moaned, and the lamentation was still a menace. In the haunted sleep thrust upon that man by the inadequate narcotic, the words Feodor Feodorovitch spoke were words of mourning and pity. This perfect fiend of a soldier, whom neither bullets nor bombs could intimidate, had a way of saying words which transformed their meaning as they came from his terrible mouth. The listeners could not but feel absorbed in the tones of the brutal victor. Matrena Petrovna and Rouletabille had leant their two shadows, blended one into the other against the open doorway just beyond the gleam of the night lamp, and they heard with horror: "The youth of Moscow is dead. They have cleared away the corpses. There is nothing but ruin left. The Kremlin itself has shut its gates, that it may not see. The youth of Moscow is dead." Feodor Feodorovitch's fist shook above his head. It seemed that he was about to strike, to kill again, and Rouletabille felt Matrena trembling against him, while he trembled as well before the fearful vision of the killer in the red week. Feodor heaved an immense sigh and his breast descended under the bedclothes. The fist relaxed and fell. The great head lay over on its ear. There was silence. Had he repose at last? No, no. He sighed. He choked anew. He tossed on his couch like the damned in torment, and the words written by his daughter, blazed in his eyes, which now were wide open. Words written on the wall, that he read on the wall, written in blood. "The youth of Moscow is dead. They have gone so young into the fields and into the mines, and they had not found a single corner of Russian land where there were not moanings.
Now the youth of Moscow is dead, and no more moanings are heard, because those for whom all youth died do not dare even to moan any more." "But what?" The voice of Feodor lost its threatening tone. His breath came as from a weeping child, and it was with sobs in his throat that he said the last verse, the verse written by his daughter in the album in red letters. "The last barricade had standing there the girl of 18 winters, the Virgin of Moscow, flower of the snow, who gave her kisses to the workmen struck by the bullets from the soldiers of the Tsar. She aroused the admiration of the very soldiers who, weeping, killed her. What killing! All the houses shuttered, the windows with heavy eyelids of plank in order not to see, and the Kremlin itself has lost its gates that it may not see. The youth of Moscow is dead." "Feodor! Feodor!" She had caught him in her arms, holding him fast, comforting him while still he raved. "The youth of Moscow is dead," and appeared to thrust away with insensate gestures a crowd of phantoms. She crushed him to her breast. She put her hands over his mouth to make him stop, but he, saying, "Do you hear? Do you hear? What do they say? They say nothing now. What a tangle of bodies under the sleigh, Matrena! Look at those frozen legs of those poor girls we pass, sticking out in all directions like logs from under their icy blooded skirts. Look, Matrena!" And then came further delirium uttered in Russian, which was all the more terrible to Rouletabille because he could not comprehend it. Then suddenly Feodor became silent and thrust away Matrena Petrovna. "It is that abominable narcotic," he said with an immense sigh. "I'll drink no more of it. I do not wish to drink it." With one hand he pointed to a large glass on the table beside him, still half full of a soporific mixture with which he moistened his lips each time he woke. With the other hand he wiped the perspiration from his face. Matrena Petrovna stayed trembling near him, suddenly overpowered by the idea that he might discover there was someone there behind the door who had seen and heard the sleep of General Trebassof. Ah, if he learned that, everything was over. She might say her prayers. She should die. But Rouletabille was careful to give no sign. He barely breathed. What a nightmare! He understood now the emotion of the general's friends when Natacha had sung in her low, sweet voice, "Good night. May your eyes have rest from tears and calm re-enter your heart oppressed." The friends had certainly been made aware by Matrena's anxious talking of the general's insomnia, and they could not repress their tears as they listened to the poetic wish of charming Natacha. "All the same," thought Rouletabille, "no one could imagine what I have just seen. They are not dead for everyone in the world, the youths of Moscow, and every night I now know a chamber where in the glow of the night lamp they rise, they rise, they rise." And the young man frankly, naively regretted to have intruded where he was. To have penetrated, however unintentionally, into an affair which after all concerned only the many dead and the one living. Why had he come to put himself between the dead and the living? It might be said to him, "The living has done his whole heroic duty." But the dead, what else was it they had done? Ah, Rouletabille cursed his curiosity, for he saw it now. It was the desire to approach the mystery revealed by Koupriane and to penetrate once more, through all the besetting dangers, an astounding and perhaps monstrous enigma that had brought him to the threshold of the Datcha des Iles, which had placed him in the trembling hands of Matrena Petrovna in promising her his help. He had shown pity, certainly pity, for the delirious distress of that heroic woman. But there had been more curiosity than pity in his motives. And now he must pay, because it was too late now to withdraw, to say casually, "I wash my hands of it." He had sent away the police, and he alone remained between the general and the vengeance of the dead. He might desert, perhaps. That one idea brought him to himself, roused all his spirit. Circumstances had brought him into a camp that he must defend at any cost, unless he was afraid. The general slept now, or at least with eyelids closed, simulated sleep, doubtless in order to reassure poor Matrena, who, on her knees beside his pillow, had retained the hand of her terrible husband in her own. Shortly she rose and rejoined Rouletabille in her chamber. She took him then to a little guest chamber where she urged him to get some sleep. He replied that it was she who needed rest. But, agitated still by what had just happened, she babbled. "No, no. After such a scene, I would have nightmares myself as well. Ah, it is dreadful, appalling, appalling. Dear little monsieur, it is the secret of the night. The poor man, poor unhappy man! He cannot tear his thoughts away from it. It is his worst and unmerited punishment, this translation that Natacha has made of Boris's abominable verses. He knows them by heart. They are in his brain and on his tongue all night long, in spite of narcotics, and he says over and over again all the time, 'It is my daughter who has written that, my daughter, my daughter.' It is enough to wring all the tears from one's body that an aide-de-camp of a general, who himself has killed the youth of Moscow, is allowed to write such verses, and that Natacha should take it upon herself to translate them into lovely poetic French for her album. It is hard to account for what they do nowadays, to our misery." She ceased, for just then they heard the floor creak under a step downstairs. Rouletabille stopped Matrena short and drew his revolver. He wished to creep down alone, but he had not time. As the floor creaked a second time, Matrena's anguished voice called down the staircase in Russian, "Who is there?" And immediately the calm voice of Natacha answered something in the same language. When Matrena, trembling more and more, and very much excited, keeping steadily to the same place as though she had been nailed to the step of a stairway, said in French, "Yes, all is well. Your father is resting. Good night, Natacha." They heard Natacha's step cross the drawing room and the sitting room. Then the door of her chamber closed. Matrena and Rouletabille descended, holding their breath. They reached the dining room, and Matrena played her dark lantern on the sofa where the general always reclined. The sofa was in its usual place on the carpet. She pushed it back and raised the carpet, laying the floor bare. Then she got onto her knees and examined the floor minutely. She rose, wiping the perspiration from her brow, put the carpet back in place, adjusted the sofa, and dropped upon it with a great sigh. "Well?" demanded Rouletabille. "Nothing at all," said she. "Why did you call so openly?" "Because there was no doubt that it could only be my stepdaughter on the ground floor at that hour." "And why this anxiety to examine the floor again?" "I entreat you, my dear little child, do not see in my acts anything mysterious, anything hard to explain. That anxiety you speak of never leaves me. Whenever I have the chance, I examine the flooring." "Madame," demanded the young man, "what was your daughter doing in this room?" "She came for a glass of mineral water. The bottle is still on the table." "Madame, it is necessary that you tell me precisely what Koupriane has only hinted to me, unless I am entirely mistaken. The first time that you thought to examine the floor, was it after you heard a noise on the ground floor, such as has just happened?" "Yes, I will tell you all that is necessary. It was the night after the attempt with the bouquet, my dear little monsieur, my dear little domovoi. It seemed to me I heard a noise on the ground floor. I hurried downstairs and saw nothing suspicious at first. Everything was shut tight. I opened the door of Natacha's chamber softly. I wished to ask her if she had heard anything, but she was so fast asleep that I had not the heart to awaken her. I opened the door of the veranda, and all the police, all, you understand, slept soundly. I took another turn around the furniture, and, with my lantern in my hand, I was just going out of the dining room when I noticed that the carpet on the floor was disarranged at one corner. I got down and my hand struck a great fold of carpet near the general's sofa. You would have said that the sofa had been rolled carelessly, trying to replace it in the position it usually occupied. Prompted by a sinister presentiment, I pushed away the sofa and lifted the carpet. At first glance I saw nothing, but when I examined things closer I saw that a strip of wood did not lie well with the others on the floor. With a knife I was able to lift that strip, and found two nails which had fastened it to the beam below had been freshly pulled out. It was just so I could raise the end of a board a little without being able to slip my hand under. To lift it any more, it would be necessary to pull at least half a dozen nails. What could it mean? Was I on the point of discovering some new, terrible and mysterious plan? I let the board fall back into place. I spread the carpet back again carefully, put the sofa in its place, and in the morning sent for Koupriane. Rouletabille interrupted. "You have not, madame, spoken to anyone of this discovery?" "To no one." "Not even to your stepdaughter?" "No," said the husky voice of Matrena. "Not even to my stepdaughter." "Why?" demanded Rouletabille. "Because," replied Matrena, after a moment's hesitation, "there were already enough frightening things about the house. I would not have spoken to my daughter any more than I would have said a word to the general. Why add to the disquiet they already suffered so much, in case nothing developed?"
"And what did Koupriane say?"
"We examined the floor together, secretly. Koupriane slipped his hand under more easily than I had done, and ascertained that under the board, that is to say, between the beam and the ceiling of the kitchen, there was a hollow where any number of things might be placed. For the moment the board was still too little released for any maneuver to be possible. Koupriane, when he arose, said to me, 'You have happened, madame, to interrupt the person in her operations. But we are prepared henceforth. We know what she does, and she is unaware that we know. Act as though you had not noticed anything. Do not speak of it to anyone whatever, and watch. Let the general continue to sit in his usual place, and let no one suspect that we have discovered the beginnings of this attempt. It is the only way we can plan so that they will continue. All the same,' he added, 'I will give my agents orders to patrol the ground floor anew during the night. It would be risking too much to let the person continue her work each night. She might continue it so well that she would be able to accomplish it. You understand me? But by day you arrange that the rooms on the ground floor be free from time to time, not for long, but from time to time.' I don't know why, but what he said and the way he said it frightened me more than ever. However, I carried out this program. Then 3 days later, about 8 o'clock, when the night watch was not yet started, that is to say, at the moment when the police were still all out in the garden or walking around the house outside, and when I had left the ground floor perfectly free while I helped the general to bed, I felt drawn even against myself suddenly to the dining room. I lifted the carpet and examined the floor. 3 more nails had been drawn from the board, which lifted more easily now, and under it I could see that the normal cavity had been made wider still." When she had said this, Matrena stopped, as if overcome; she could not tell more. "Well?" insisted Rouletabille. "Well, I replaced things as I found them, and made rapid inquiries of the police and their chief. No one had entered the ground floor. You understand me? No one at all. Neither had anyone come out from it." "How could anyone come out if no one had entered?" "I wish to say," said she with a sob, "that Natacha during this space of time had been in her chamber on the ground floor." "You appear to be very disturbed, madame, at this recollection. Can you tell me further and precisely why you are agitated?" "You understand me surely," she said, shaking her head. "If I understand you correctly, I have to understand that from the previous time you examined the floor until the time that you noted 3 more nails drawn out, no other person could have entered the dining room but you and your stepdaughter Natacha." Matrena took Rouletabille's hand as though she had reached an important decision. "My little friend," moaned she, "there are things I am not able to think about, and which I can no longer entertain when Natacha embraces me. It is a mystery more frightful than all else. Koupriane tells me that he is sure, absolutely sure, of the agents he kept here. My sole consolation, do you see, my little friend, I can tell you frankly, now that you have sent away those men, my sole consolation since that day has been that Koupriane is less sure of his men than I am of Natacha." She broke down and sobbed. When she was calmed, she looked for Rouletabille and could not find him. Then she wiped her eyes, picked up her dark lantern, and furtively crept to her post beside the general. For that day these are the points in Rouletabille's notebook: Topography: villa surrounded by a large garden on 3 sides. The 4th side gives directly onto a wooded field that stretches to the river Neva. On this side the level of the ground is much lower, so low that the sole window opening in that wall, the window of Natacha's sitting room on the ground floor, is as high from the ground as though it were on the next floor or any other part of the house. This window is closed by iron shutters, fastened inside by a bar of iron. Friends: Athanase Georgevitch, Ivan Petrovitch, Thaddeus the timber merchant, Pete Boots, Michael and Boris, fine shoes, Matrena, sincere love, blundering heroism, Natacha, unknown. Against Natacha, never there during the attacks. At Moscow at the time of the bomb in the sleigh. No one knows where she was, and it is she who should have accompanied the general. Detail furnished by Koupriane that Matrena generously kept back. The night of the bouquet is the only night Natacha has slept away from the house. Coincidence of the disappearance of the nails and the presence all alone on the ground floor of Natacha, in case, of course, Matrena did not pull them out herself. For Natacha, her eyes when she looks at her father. And this bizarre phrase:
We mustn't be rash. This evening I have not yet spoken to Matrena Petrovna about the little hat pin. The little hat pin is the greatest relief of my life. End of Chapter 4. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 5 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 5. By Rouletabille's order, the General promenades. Good morning, my dear little familiar spirit. The General slept splendidly the latter part of the night. He did not touch his narcotic. I am sure it is that dreadful mixture that gives him such frightful dreams. And you, my dear little friend, you have not slept an instant. I know it. I felt you going everywhere about the house like a little mouse. Ah, it seems good, so good. I slept so peacefully, hearing the subdued movement of your little steps. Thanks for the sleep you have given me, little friend. Matrena talked on to Rouletabille, whom she had found the morning after the nightmare tranquilly smoking his pipe in the garden. Ah, you smoke a pipe. Now you do certainly look exactly like a dear little domovoi duke. See how much you are alike. He smokes just like you. Nothing new, eh? You do not look very bright this morning. You are worn out. I have just arranged the little guest chamber for you, the only one we have, just behind mine. Your bed is waiting for you. Is there anything you need? Tell me. Everything here is at your service." "I'm not in need of anything, madam," said the young man smilingly, after this outpouring of words from the good, heroic dame. "How can you say that, dear child? You will make yourself sick. I want you to understand that I wish you to rest. I want to be a mother to you, if you please, and you must obey me, my child. Have you had breakfast yet this morning? If you do not have breakfast promptly mornings, I will think you are annoyed. I am so annoyed that you have heard the secret of the night. I have been afraid that you would want to leave at once and for good, and that you would have mistaken ideas about the General. There is not a better man in the world than Feodor, and he must have a very good conscience to dare without fail to perform such terrible duties as those at Moscow when he is so good at heart. These things are easy enough for wicked people, but for good men who can reason it out, who know what they do and that they are condemned to death into the bargain, it is terrible, it is terrible. Why, I told him the moment things began to go wrong in Moscow, 'You know what to expect, Feodor. Here is a dreadful time to get through. Make out you are sick.' I believed he was going to strike me, to kill me on the spot. I betray the Emperor in such a moment? His Majesty, to whom I owe everything? What are you thinking of, Matrena Petrovna?" And he did not speak to me after that for 2 days. It was only when he saw I was growing very ill that he pardoned me, but he had to be plagued with my jeremiads and the appealing looks of Natacha without end in his own home each time we heard any shooting in the street. Natacha attended the lectures of the faculty, you know. And she knew many of them, and even some of those who were being killed in the barricades. Ah, life was not easy for him in his own home, the poor General. Besides, there was also Boris, whom I love as well, for that matter, as my own child, because I shall be very happy to see him married to Natacha. There was poor Boris, who always came home from the attacks paler than a corpse, and who could not keep from moaning with us." "And Michael?" questioned Rouletabille. "Oh, Michael only came toward the last. He is a new orderly to the General. The government at St. Petersburg sent him, because of course they couldn't help learning that Boris rather lacked zeal in repressing the students and did not encourage the General in being as severe as was necessary for the safety of the Empire. But Michael, he has a heart of stone. He knows nothing but the countersign, and massacres fathers and mothers crying, 'Vive le Tsar!' Truly, it seems his heart can only be touched by the sight of Natacha. That again has caused a good deal of anxiety to Feodor and me. It has caught us in a useless complication that we would have liked to end by the prompt marriage of Natacha and Boris. But Natacha, to our great surprise, has not wished it to be so. No, she has not wished it, saying there is always time to think of her wedding and that she is in no hurry to leave us. Meantime, she entertains herself with this Michael as if she did not fear his passion.
Neither has Michael the desperate air of a man who knows the definite engagement of Natasha and Boris. And my stepdaughter is not a coquette. No, no. No one can say she is a coquette. At least no one had been able to say it up to the time that Michael arrived. Can it be that she is a coquette? They are mysterious, these young girls, very mysterious, above all when they have that calm and tranquil look that Natasha always has, a face, monsieur, as you have noticed perhaps, whose beauty is rather passive whatever one says and does, excepting when the volleys in the streets kill her young comrades of the schools. Then I have seen her almost faint, which proves she has a great heart under her tranquil beauty. Poor Natasha, I have seen her excited as I over the life of her father. My little friend, I have seen her searching in the middle of the night with me for infernal machines under the furniture, and then she has expressed the opinion that it is nervous, childish, unworthy of us to act like that, like timid beasts under the sofas, and she has left me to search by myself. True, she never quits the general. She is more reassured, and is reassuring to him at his side. It has an excellent moral effect on him, while I walk about and search like a beast. And she has become as fatalistic as he, and now she sings verses to the guzla, like Boris, or talks in corners with Michael, which makes the two enraged each with the other. They are curious, the young women of St. Petersburg and Moscow, very curious. We were not like that in our time at Orel. We did not try to enrage people. We would have received a box on the ears if we had. Natasha came in upon this conversation, happy in white voile, fresh and smiling like a girl who had passed an excellent night. She asked after the health of the young man very prettily, and embraced Matrena, in truth as one embraces a much-loved mother. She complained again of Matrena's night watch. "You have not stopped it, mamma. You have not stopped it, eh? You are not going to be a little reasonable at last? I beg of you. What has given me such a mother? Why don't you sleep? Night is made for sleep. Koupriane has upset you. All the terrible things are over in Moscow. There is no occasion to think of them any more. That Koupriane makes himself important with his police agents and obsesses us all. I am convinced that the affair of the bouquet was the work of his police." "Mademoiselle," said Rouletabille, "I have just had them all sent away, all of them, because I think very much the same as you do." "Well, then, you will be my friend, Monsieur Rouletabille, I promise you, since you have done that. Now that the police are gone we have nothing more to fear. Nothing. I tell you, mamma, you can believe me and not weep any more, mamma dear." "Yes, yes, kiss me again," repeated Matrena, drying her eyes. "When you kiss me I forget everything. You love me like your own mother, don't you?" "Like my mother, like my own mother." "You have nothing to hide from me? Tell me, Natasha." "Nothing to hide." "Then why do you make Boris suffer so? Why don't you marry him?" "Because I don't wish to leave you, mamma dear." She escaped further parley by jumping up on the garden edge away from Khor, who had just been set free for the day. "The dear child," said Matrena, "the dear little one, she little knows how much pain she has caused us without being aware of it by her ideas, her extravagant ideas. Her father said to me one day at Moscow, 'Matrena Petrovna, I'll tell you what I think. Natasha is the victim of the wicked books that have turned the brains of all these poor rebellious students. Yes, yes, it would be better for her and for us if she did not know how to read, for there are moments, my word, when she talks very wildly, and I have said to myself more than once that with such ideas her place is not in our salon but behind a barricade. All the same," he added after reflection, "I prefer to find her in the salon where I can embrace her than behind a barricade where I would kill her like a mad dog. But my husband, dear little monsieur, did not say what he really thinks, for he loves his daughter more than all the rest of the world put together, and there are things that even a general, yes, even a governor general, would not be able to do without violating both divine and human laws. He suspects Boris also of setting Natasha's wits awry. We really have to consider that when they are married they will read everything they have a mind to. My husband has much more real respect for Michael Korsakoff because of his impregnable character and his granite conscience. More than once he has said, 'Here is the aid I should have had in the worst days of Moscow. He would have spared me much of the individual pain.' I can understand how that would please the general, but how such a tigerish creature succeeds in appealing to Natasha, how it succeeds in not actually revolting her, These young girls of the capital, one can never tell about them. They get away from all your notions of them." Rouletabille inquired: "Why did Boris say to Michael, 'We shall return together'? Do they live together?" "Yes, in the small villa on the Krestowski Ostrov, the isle across from ours, that you can see from the window of the sitting room. Boris chose it because of that. The orderlies wished to have camp beds prepared for them right here in the general's house, by a natural devotion to him. But I opposed it, in order to keep them both from Natacha, in whom, of course, I have the most complete confidence, but one cannot be sure about the extravagance of men nowadays." Ermolai came to announce the petit déjeuner. They found Natacha already at table, and she poured them coffee and milk, eating away all the time at a sandwich of anchovies and caviar. "Tell me, Mamma, do you know what gives me such an appetite? It is the thought of the way poor Koupriane must have taken this dismissal of his men. I should like to go see him." "If you see him," said Rouletabille, "it is unnecessary to tell him that the general will go for a long promenade along the isles this afternoon, because without fail he would send us an escort of gendarmes." "Papa, a promenade among the islands? Truly? Oh, that is going to be lovely." Matrena Petrovna sprang to her feet. "Are you mad, my dear little domovoi? Actually mad?" "Why? Why, it is fine. I must run and tell papa." "Your father's room is locked," said Matrena brusquely. "Yes, yes, he is locked in. You have the key. Locked away until death. You will kill him. It will be you who kills him." She left the chamber without waiting for a reply, and went to shut herself also in her chamber. Matrena looked at Rouletabille, who continued his breakfast as though nothing had happened. "Is it possible that you speak seriously?" she demanded, coming over and sitting down beside him. "A promenade without the police, when we have received again this morning a letter saying now that before 48 hours the general will be dead?" "48 hours," said Rouletabille, soaking his bread in his chocolate. "48 hours. Is it possible? In any case, I know they will try something very soon." "My God, how is it that you believe that? You speak with assurance." "Madame, it is necessary to do everything I tell you, to the letter." "But to have the general go out unless he is guarded, how can you take such a responsibility? When I think about it, when I really think about it, I ask myself how you have dared send away the police. But here, at least, I know what to do in order to feel a little safe. I know that downstairs with Nina and Ermolai we have nothing to fear. No stranger can approach even the basement. The provisions are brought from the lodge by our dvornicks, whom we have sent from my mother's home in the Orel country, and who are as devoted to us as bulldogs. Not a bottle of preserves is taken into the kitchens without having been previously opened outside. No package comes from any tradesman without being opened in the lodge. Here within we are able to feel a little safe, even without the police. But away from here, outside." "Madame, they are going to try to kill your husband within 48 hours. Do you desire me to save him, perhaps for a long time, for good, perhaps?" "Ah, listen to him, the dear little domovoi. But what will Koupriane say? He will not permit any venturing beyond the villa, none, at least for the moment. And now how he looks at me, the dear little domovoi. Oh, well, yes, there, I will do as you wish." "Very well, come into the garden with me." She accompanied him, leaning on his arm. "Here's the idea," said Rouletabille. "This afternoon you will go with the general in his rolling chair. Everybody will follow. Everyone, you understand, madame. Understand me thoroughly. I mean to say that everyone who wishes to come must be invited to. Only those who wish to remain behind will do so. And do not insist. Ah, now I see you understand me. Why do you tremble?" "But who will guard the house?" "No one. Simply tell the servant at the lodge to watch from the lodge those who enter the villa, but simply from the lodge, without interfering with them, and saying nothing to them. Nothing." "I will do as you wish. Do you want me to announce our promenade beforehand?" "Why, certainly. Don't be uneasy. Let everyone have the good news." "Oh, I will tell only the general and his friends, you may be sure." "Now, dear madame, just one more word. Do not wait for me at luncheon." "What? You are going to leave us?" she cried instantly, breathless. "No, no, I do not wish it. I am willing to do without the police, but I am not willing to do without you. Everything might happen in your absence, everything, everything," she repeated with singular energy. "Because, for me, I cannot feel sure as I should, perhaps. Ah, you make me say these things, such things, but do not go."
"Do not be afraid. I am not going to leave you, madam."
"Ah, you are good. You are kind. Caracho."
"Very well." "I will not leave you, but I must not be at luncheon. If anyone asks where I am, say that I have my business to look after and have gone to interview political personages in the city."
"There's only one political personage in Russia," replied Matrena Petrovna bluntly. "That is the Tsar."
"Very well, say that I have gone to interview the Tsar."
"But no one will believe that. And where will you be?"
"I do not know myself, but I will be about the house."
Very well, dear little domovoi."
She left him not knowing what she thought about it all, nor what she should think. Her head was all in a muddle. In the course of the morning Athanase Georgevitch and Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff arrived. The general was already in the veranda. Michael and Boris arrived shortly after and inquired in their turn how he had passed the night without the police. When they were told that Feodor was going for a promenade that afternoon, they applauded his decision. "Bravo! A promenade a la Strelka to the head of the island, at the hour when all St. Petersburg is driving there. That is fine. We will all be there." The general made them stay for luncheon. Natacha appeared for the meal, in rather melancholy mood. A little before luncheon she had held a double conversation in the garden with Michael and Boris. No one ever could have known what these three young people had said if some stenographic notes in Rouletabille's memorandum book did not give us a notion. The reporter had overheard, by accident surely, since all self-respecting reporters are quite incapable of eavesdropping. The memorandum notes: Natacha went into the garden with a book, which she gave to Boris, who pressed her hand lingeringly to his lips.
"Here is your book. I return it to you. I don't want any more of them. The ideas surge so in my brain. It makes my head ache. It is true. You are right. I don't love novelties. I can satisfy myself with Pouchkin perfectly. The rest are all one to me. Did you pass a good night?"
Boris, good-looking young man, about 30 years old, blond, a little effeminate, wistful, a curious appurtenance in the military household of so vigorous a general. "Natacha, there is not an hour that I can call truly good if I spend it away from you, dear, dear Natacha."
"I ask you seriously if you have passed a good night."
She touched his hand a moment and looked into his eyes, but he shook his head.
"What did you do last night after you reached home?" she demanded insistently. "Did you stay up?"
"I obeyed you. I only sat a half hour by the window, looking over here at the villa. Then I went to bed."
"Yes, it is necessary you should get your rest. I wish it for you as for everyone else. This feverish life is impossible. Matrena Petrovna is getting us all ill, and we shall be prostrated."
"Yesterday," said Boris, "I looked at the villa for a half hour from my window. Dear, dear villa, dear night when I can feel you breathing, living near me, as if you had been against my heart. I could have wept because I could hear Michael snoring in his chamber. He seemed happy. At last I heard nothing more. There was nothing more to hear but the double chorus of frogs in the pools of the island. Our pools, Natacha, are like the enchanted lakes of the Caucasus, which are silent by day and sing at evening. There are innumerable throngs of frogs which sing on the same chord, some of them on a major and some on a minor. The chorus speaks from pool to pool, lamenting and moaning across the fields and gardens, and re-echoing like Aeolian harps placed opposite one another."
"Do Aeolian harps make so much noise, Boris?"
"You laugh. I don't find you yourself half the time. It is Michael who has changed you, and I am out of it." Here they spoke in Russian. "I shall not be easy until I am your husband. I can't understand your manner with Michael at all." Here more Russian words which I do not understand.
"Speak French. Here is the gardener," said Natacha.
"I do not like the way you are managing our lives. Why do you delay our marriage? Why?" Russian words from Natacha, gesture of desperation from Boris. "How long? You say a long time, but that says nothing. A long time. How long? A year? 2 years? 10 years? Tell me, or I will kill myself at your feet. No, no, speak, or I will kill Michael. On my word, like a dog."
"I swear to you by the dear head of your mother, Boris, that the date of our marriage does not depend on Michael."
Some words in Russian. Boris, a little consoled, holds her hand lingeringly to his lips. Conversation between Michael and Natacha in the garden. "Well, have you told him?"
"I ended at last by making him understand that there is not any hope. None. It is necessary to have patience. I have to have it myself."
"He is stupid and provoking."
"Stupid, no. Provoking, yes, if you wish. But you are also. You are provoking."
"Natasha, Natasha." Here more Russian as Natasha started to leave. Michael placed his hand on her shoulder, stopped her, and said, looking her direct in the eyes, "There will be a letter from Annouchka this evening by a messenger at 5 o'clock."
He made each syllable explicit.
"Very important and requiring an immediate reply." These notes of Rouletabille's are not followed by any commentary. After luncheon the gentlemen played poker until 4:30, which is the chic hour for the promenade to the head of the island. Rouletabille had directed Matrena to start exactly at 4:45. He appeared in the meantime, announcing that he had just interviewed the mayor of St. Petersburg, which made Athanase laugh, who could not understand that anyone could come clear from Paris to talk with men like that. Natacha came from her chamber to join them for the promenade. Her father told her she looked too worried. They left the villa. Rouletabille noted that the dvornicks were before the gate and that the schwitzar was at his post, from which he could detect everyone who might enter or leave the villa. Matrena pushed the rolling chair herself. The general was radiant. He had Natacha at his right and at his left Athanase and Thaddeus. The two orderlies followed, talking with Rouletabille, who monopolized them. The conversation turned on the devotion of Matrena Petrovna, which they placed above the finest heroic traits in women of antiquity, also on Natacha's love for her father. Rouletabille made them talk. Boris Mourazoff explained that this exceptional love was accounted for by the fact that Natacha's own mother, the general's first wife, died in giving birth to their daughter, and accordingly Feodor Feodorovitch had been both father and mother to his daughter. He had raised her with the most touching care, not permitting anyone else, when she was sick, to have the care of passing the nights by her bedside. Natacha was 7 years old when Feodor Feodorovitch was appointed governor of Orel. In the country near Orel, during the summer, the general and his daughter lived on neighborly terms near the family of old Petrov, one of the richest fur merchants in Russia. Old Petrov had a daughter, Matrena, who was magnificent to see, like a beautiful field flower. She was always in excellent humor, never spoke ill of anyone in the neighborhood, and not only had the fine manners of a city dame, but a great simple heart, which she lavished on the little Natacha. The child returned the affection of the beautiful Matrena, and it was on seeing them always happy to find themselves together that Trebassof dreamed of re-establishing his fireside. The nuptials were quickly arranged, and the child, when she learned that her good Matrena was to wed her papa, danced with joy. Then misfortune came only a few weeks before the ceremony. Old Petrov, who speculated on the exchange for a long time without anyone knowing anything about it, was ruined from top to bottom. Matrena came one evening to apprise Feodor Feodorovitch of this sad news and return his pledge to him. For all response Feodor placed Natacha in Matrena's arms. "Embrace your mother," he said to the child, and to Matrena, "From today I consider you my wife, Matrena Petrovna. You should obey me in all things. Take that reply to your father and tell him my purse is at his disposition." The general was already at that time, even before he had inherited the Cheremayeff, immensely rich. He had lands behind Nijni as vast as a province, and it would have been difficult to count the number of moujiks who worked for him on his property. Old Petrov gave his daughter and did not wish to accept anything in exchange. Feodor wished to settle a large allowance on his wife. Her father opposed that, and Matrena sided with him in the matter against her husband because of Natacha. "It all belongs to the little one," she insisted. "I accept the position of her mother, but on the condition that she will never lose a kopeck of her inheritance." "So that," concluded Boris, "if the general died tomorrow, she would be poorer than Job." "Then the general is Matrena's sole resource," reflected Rouletabille aloud. "I can understand her hanging on to him," said Michael Korsakoff, blowing the smoke of his yellow cigarette. "Look at her. She watches him like a treasure." "What do you mean, Michael Nikolaevitch?" said Boris curtly. "You believe, do you, that the devotion of Matrena Petrovna is not disinterested? You must know her very poorly to dare utter such a thought." "I have never had that thought, Boris Alexandrovitch," replied the other in a tone curter still. "To be able to imagine that anyone who lives in the Trebassofs' home could have such a thought needs an ass's head, surely." "We will surely speak of it again, Michael Nikolaevitch." "At your pleasure, Boris Alexandrovitch." They had exchanged these latter words tranquilly, continuing their walk and negligently smoking their yellow tobacco. Rouletabille was between them. He did not regard them. He paid no attention even to their quarrel. He had eyes only for Natacha, who just now quit her place beside her father's wheelchair and passed by them with a little nod of the head, seeming in haste to retrace the way back to the villa. "Are you leaving us?" Boris demanded of her.
"Oh, I will rejoin you immediately. I have forgotten my umbrella."
"But I will go and get it for you," proposed Michael.
"No, no. I have to go to the villa. I will return right away."
She was already past them. Rouletabille, during this, looked at Matrena Petrovna, who looked at him also, turning toward the young man a visage pale as wax. But no one else noted the emotion of the good Matrena, who resumed pushing the general's wheelchair. Rouletabille asked the officers, "Was this arrangement because the first wife of the general, Natacha's mother, was rich?" "No, the general, who always had his heart in his hand," said Boris, "married her for her great beauty. She was a beautiful girl of the Caucasus, of excellent family besides, that Feodor Feodorovitch had known when he was in a garrison at Tiflis." "In short," said Rouletabille, "the day that General Trebassof dies, Madame Trebassof, who now possesses everything, will have nothing, and the daughter, who now has nothing, will have everything." "Exactly that," said Michael. "That doesn't keep Matrena Petrovna and Natacha Feodorovna from deeply loving each other," observed Boris. The little party drew near the point. So far the promenade had been along pleasant open country, among the low meadowlands traversed by fresh streams, across which tiny bridges had been built, among bright gardens guarded by porcelain dwarfs, or in the shade of small weeds from the feet of whose trees the newly cut grass gave a seasonal fragrance. All was reflected in the pools, which lay like glass whereon a scene painter had cut the green hearts of the pond lily leaves. An adorable country glimpse which seemed to have been created centuries back for the amusement of a queen and preserved immaculately trimmed and cleaned from generation to generation for the eternal charm of such an hour as this on the banks of the Gulf of Finland. Now they had reached the bank of the Gulf, and the waves rippled to the prows of the light ships, which dipped gracefully like huge and rapid seagulls under the pressure of their great white sails. Along the roadway, broader now, glided silently and at walking pace the double file of luxurious equipages with impatient horses, the open carriages in which the great personages of the court saw the view and let themselves be seen. Enormous coachmen held the reins high. Lively young women, negligently reclining against the cushions, displayed their new Paris toilettes, and keeping young officers on horseback busy with salutes. There were all kinds of uniforms. No talking was heard. Everyone was kept busy looking. There rang in the pure, thin air only the noise of the champing bits and the tintinnabulation of the bells attached to the hairy Finnish ponies' collars. And all that, so beautiful, fresh, charming, and clear and silent, it all seemed more a dream than even that which hung in the pools, suspended between the crystal of the air and the crystal of the water. The transparence of the sky and the transparence of the gulf blended their two unrealities so that one could not note where the horizons met. Rouletabille looked at the view and looked at the general, and in all his young vibrating soul there was a sense of infinite sadness, for he recalled those terrible words in the night. "They have gone into all the corners of the Russian land, and they have not found a single corner of that land where there are not moanings." "Well," thought he, "they have not come into this corner, apparently. I don't know anything lovelier or happier in the world. No, no, Rouletabille, they have not come here. In every country there is a corner of happy life which the poor are ashamed to approach, which they know nothing of, and of which merely the sight would turn famished mothers enraged with their thin bosoms. And if it is not more beautiful than that, certainly no part of the earth is made so atrocious to live in for some, nor so happy for others, as in this Scythian country, the boreal country of the world." Meanwhile, the little group about the general's rolling chair had attracted attention. Some passers-by saluted, and the news spread quickly that General Trebassof had come for a promenade to the Point. Heads turned as carriages passed. The general, noticing how much excitement his presence produced, begged Matrena Petrovna to push his chair into an adjacent bypath, behind a shield of trees where he would be able to enjoy the spectacle in peace. He was found, nevertheless, by Koupriane, the chief of police, who was looking for him. He had gone to the datcha and been told there that the general, accompanied by his friends and the young Frenchman, had gone for a turn along the Gulf. Koupriane had left his carriage at the datcha and taken the shortest route after them. He was a fine man, large, solid, clear-eyed. His uniform showed his fine build to advantage. He was generally liked in St. Petersburg, where his martial bearing and his well-known bravery had given him a sort of popularity in society, which, on the other hand, had a great disdain for Gunsovsky, the head of the secret police, who was known to be capable of anything underhanded and had been accused of sometimes playing into the hands of the Nihilists, whom he disguised as agents provocateurs, without anybody really doubting it, and he had to fight against these widespread political suspicions. Well-informed men declared that the death of the previous Prime Minister, who had been blown up before Varsovie station when he was on his way to the Tsar at Peterhof, was Gunsovsky's work, and that in this he was the instrument of the party at court which had sworn the death of the minister which inconvenienced it. Footnote. Rumored cause of Plevy's assassination. End of footnote. On the other hand, everyone regarded Koupriane as incapable of participating in any such horrors, and that he contented himself with honest performance of his obvious duties, confining himself to ridding the streets of its troublesome elements, and sending to Siberia as many as he could of the hotheads, without lowering himself to the compromises which, more than once, had given grounds for the enemies of the Empire to maintain that it was difficult to say whether the chiefs of the Russian police played the part of the law or that of the revolutionary party. Even that the police had been at the end of a certain time of such mixed procedure hardly able to decide themselves which they did. This afternoon Koupriane appeared very nervous. He paid his compliments to the general, grumbled at his imprudence, praised him for his bravery, and then at once picked out Rouletabille, whom he took aside to talk to. "You have sent my men back to me," said he to the young reporter. "You understand that I do not allow that. They are furious, and quite rightly. You have given publicly as explanation of their departure, a departure which has naturally astonished, stupefied the general's friends, the suspicion of their possible participation in the last attack. That is abominable, and I will not permit it. My men have not been trained in the methods of Gunsovsky, and it does them a cruel injury, which I resent, for that matter, personally, to treat them this way. But let that go, as a matter of sentiment, and return to the simple fact itself, which proves your excessive imprudence, not to say more, and which involves you alone, in a responsibility of which you certainly have not measured the importance. All in all, I consider that you have strangely abused the complete authority that I gave you upon the Emperor's orders. When I learned what you had done, I went to find the Tsar, as was my duty, and told him the whole thing. He was more astonished than can be expressed. He directed me to go myself to find out just how things were and to furnish the general the guard you had removed. I arrived at the Isles not only to find the villa open like a mill where anyone may enter, but I am informed, and then I see, that the general is promenading in the midst of the crowd, at the mercy of the first miserable venturer. Monsieur Rouletabille, I am not satisfied. The Tsar is not satisfied, and within an hour my men will return to assume their guard at the datcha." Rouletabille listened to the end. No one ever had spoken to him in that tone. He was red, and as ready to burst as a child's balloon blown too hard. He said: "And I will take the train this evening." "You will go?" "Yes, and you can guard your general all alone. I have had enough of it. Ah, you are not satisfied. Ah, the Tsar is not satisfied. It is too bad. No more of it for me, monsieur. I am not satisfied, and I say good evening to you. Only do not forget to send me from here every 3 or 4 days a letter which will keep me informed of the health of the general, whom I love dearly. I will offer up a little prayer for him." Thereupon he was silent, for he caught the glance of Matrena Petrovna, a glance so desolated, so imploring, so desperate, that the poor woman inspired him anew with great pity. Natacha had not returned. What was the young girl doing at that moment? If Matrena really loved Natacha, she must be suffering atrociously. Koupriane spoke. Rouletabille did not hear him, and he had already forgotten his own anger. His spirit was wrapped in the mystery. "Monsieur," Koupriane finished by saying, tugging his sleeve, "do you hear me? I pray you at least reply to me. I offer all possible excuses for speaking to you in that tone. I reiterate them. I ask your pardon. I pray you explain your conduct, which appeared imprudent to me, but which, after all, should have some reason. I have to explain to the Emperor. Will you tell me, what ought I to say to the Emperor?"
"Nothing at all," said Rouletabille. "I have no explanation to give you, or the Emperor, or to anyone. You can offer him my utmost homage, and do me the kindness to vise my passport for this evening." And he sighed. "It is too bad, for we were just about to see something interesting." Koupriane looked at him. Rouletabille had not quitted Matrena Petrovna's eyes, and her pallor struck Koupriane. "Just a minute," continued the young man. "I'm sure there is someone who will miss me, that brave woman there. Ask her which she prefers, all your police or her dear little domovoi. We are good friends already. And don't forget to present my condolences to her when the terrible moment has come." It was Koupriane's turn to be troubled. He coughed and said: "You believe, then, that the general runs a great immediate danger?" "I do not only believe it, monsieur, I am sure of it. His death is a matter of hours for the poor dear man. Before I go I shall not fail to tell him, so that he can prepare himself comfortably for the great journey and ask pardon of the Lord for the rather heavy hand he has laid on these poor men of Presnia." "Monsieur Rouletabille, have you discovered something?" "Good Lord, yes. I have discovered something, Monsieur Koupriane. You don't suppose I have come so far to waste my time, do you?"
"Something no one else knows?"
"Yes, Monsieur Koupriane, otherwise I shouldn't have troubled to feel concerned. Something I have not confided to anyone, not even to my notebook, because a notebook, you know, a notebook can always be lost. I just mentioned that in case you had any idea of having me searched before my departure."
"Oh, Monsieur Rouletabille!"
Like the way the police do in your country, in mine too, for that matter. Yes, that's often enough seen. The police, furious because they can't hit a clue in some case that interests them, arrest a reporter who knows more than they do in order to make him talk. But nothing of that sort with me, monsieur. You might have me taken to your famous terrible section. I'd not open my mouth, not even in the famous rocking chair, not even under the blows of clenched fists."
"Monsieur Rouletabille, what do you take us for? You are the guest of the Tsar."
"Ah, I have the word of an honest man. Very well, I treat you as an honest man. I will tell you what I have discovered. I don't wish through any false pride to keep you in darkness about something which may, perhaps, I say perhaps, permit you to save the general."
"Tell me, I am listening."
"But it is perfectly understood that once I have told you this, you will give me my passport and allow me to depart?"
"You feel that you couldn't possibly?"
inquired Koupriane, more and more troubled, and after a moment of hesitation.
"You couldn't possibly tell me that and yet remain?"
"No, monsieur. From the moment you place me under the necessity of explaining each of my movements and each of my acts, I prefer to go and leave you at that responsibility of which you spoke just now, my dear Monsieur Koupriane." Astonished and disquieted by this long conversation between Rouletabille and the head of police, Matrena Petrovna continually turned upon them her anguished glance, which always insensibly softened as it rested on Rouletabille. Koupriane read there all the hope that the brave woman had in the young reporter, and he read also in Rouletabille's eye all the extraordinary confidence that the mere boy had in himself. As a last consideration, had he not already something in hand in circumstances where all the police of the world had admitted themselves vanquished? Koupriane pressed Rouletabille's hand and said just one word to him:
"Remain."
Having saluted the general and Matrena affectionately, and a group of friends in one courteous sweep, he departed with thoughtful brow. During all this time the general, enchanted with the promenade, told stories of the Caucasus to his friends, believing himself young again and reliving his nights as sub-lieutenant at Tills. As to Natacha, no one had seen her. They retraced the way to the villa along deserted bypaths. Koupriane's call made occasion for Athanase Georgevitch and Thaddeus, and the two officers also, to say that he was the only honest man in all the Russian police, and that Matrena Petrovna was a great woman to have dared rid herself of the entire clique of agents who are often more revolutionary than the Nihilists themselves. Thus they arrived at the Dasha. The general inquired for Natacha, not understanding why she had left him thus during his first venture out. The schwitzar replied that the young mistress had returned to the house and had left again about a quarter of an hour later, taking the way that the party had gone on their promenade, and he had not seen her since. Boris spoke up: "She must have passed on the other side of the carriages while we were behind the trees, General, and not seeing us, she has gone on her way, making the round of the island, over as far as the Bark." The explanation seemed the most plausible one. "Has anyone else been here?" demanded Matrena, forcing her voice to be calm.
Rouletabille saw her hand tremble on the handle of the rolling chair, which she had not quitted for a second during all of the promenade, refusing aid from the officers, the friends, and even from Rouletabille. "First there came the head of the police, who told me he would go and find you, Barinia, and right after His Excellency the Marshal of the Court. His Excellency will return, although he is very pressed for time before he takes the train at 7 o'clock for Krasnoye Selo." All this had been said in Russian, naturally, but Matrena translated the words of the schwitzar into French in a low voice for Rouletabille, who was near her. The general, during this time, had taken Rouletabille's hand and pressed it affectionately, as if, in that mute way, to thank him for all the young man had done for them. Feodor himself also had confidence, and he was grateful for the freer air that he was being allowed to breathe. It seemed to him that he was emerging from prison. Nevertheless, as the promenade had been a little fatiguing, Matrena ordered him to go and rest immediately. Athanase and Thaddeus took their leave. The two officers were already at the end of the garden, talking coldly and almost confronting one another like wooden soldiers. Without doubt they were arranging the conditions of an encounter to settle their little difference at once. The schwitzar gathered the general into his great arms and carried him into the veranda. Feodor demanded 5 minutes' respite before he was taken upstairs to his chamber. Matrena Petrovna had a light luncheon brought at his request. In truth, the good woman trembled with impatience and hardly dared move without consulting Rouletabille's face. While the general talked with Ermolai, who passed him his tea, Rouletabille made a sign to Matrena that she understood at once. She joined the young man in the drawing room. "Madam," he said rapidly in a low voice, "you must go at once to see what has happened there." He pointed to the dining room. "Very well." It was pitiful to watch her. "Go, madam, with courage." "Why don't you come with me?" "Because, madam, I have something to do elsewhere. Give me the keys of the next floor." "No, no. What for?" "Not a second's delay, for the love of heaven. Do what I tell you on your side, and let me do mine. The keys, come, the keys." He snatched them rather than took them, and pointed a last time to the dining room with a gesture so commanding that she did not hesitate further. She entered the dining room, shaking, while he bounded to the upper floor. He was not long. He took only time to open the doors, throw a glance into the general's chamber, a single glance, and to return, letting a cry of joy escape him, borrowed from his new and very limited accomplishment of Russian. "Caracho!" How Rouletabille, who had not spent a half second examining the general's chamber, was able to be certain that all went well on that side when it took Matrena, and how many times a day, at least a quarter of an hour of ferreting in all the corners each time she explored her house, before she was even inadequately reassured, was a question. If that dear heroic woman had been with him during his instant information, she would have received such a shock that, with all confidence gone, she would have sent for Koupriane immediately, and all his agents, reinforced by the personnel of the Okrana (secret police). Rouletabille at once rejoined the general, whistling. Feodor and Ermolai were deep in conversation about the Orel country. The young man did not disturb them. Then, soon, Matrena reappeared. He saw her come in quite radiant. He handed back her keys, and she took them mechanically. She was overjoyed and did not try to hide it. The general himself noticed and asked what had made her so. "It is my happiness over our first promenade since we arrived at the Datcha des Iles," she explained. "And now you must go upstairs to bed, Feodor. You will pass a good night, I am sure." "I can sleep only if you sleep, Matrena."
"I promise you, it is quite possible now that we have our dear little domovoi. You know, Feodor, that he smokes his pipe just like the dear little porcelain domovoi."
"He does resemble him, he certainly does," said Feodor. "That makes us feel happy, but I wish him to sleep also."
"Yes, yes," smiled Rouletabille. "Everybody will sleep here. That is the countersign. We have watched enough. Since the police are gone, we can all sleep. Believe me, General."
I believe you on my word easily enough. There were only they in the house capable of attempting that affair of the bouquet. I have thought that all out, and now I am at ease. And anyway, whatever happens, it is necessary to get sleep, isn't it? The chances of war. Nichevo." He pressed Rouletabille's hand, and Matrena Petrovna took, as was her habit, Feodor Feodorovitch on her back and lugged him to his chamber. In that also she refused aid from anyone. The general clung to his wife's neck during the ascent and laughed like a child. Rouletabille remained in the hallway, watching the garden attentively. Ermolai walked out of the villa and crossed the garden, going to meet a personage in uniform, whom the young man recognized immediately as the Grand Marshal of the Court,
who had introduced him to the Tsar. Ermolai informed him that Madame Matrena was engaged in helping her husband retire, and the marshal remained at the end of the garden, where he had found Michael and Boris talking in the kiosk. All three remained there for some time in conversation, standing by a table where General and Madame Trebassof sometimes dined when they had no guests. As they talked, the marshal played with a box of white cardboard tied with a pink string. At this moment Matrena, who had not been able to resist the desire to talk for a moment with Rouletabille and tell him how happy she was, rejoined the young man. "Little domovoi," said she, laying her hand on his shoulder, "you have not watched on this side?" She pointed in her turn to the dining room. "No, no. You have seen it, madam, and I am sufficiently informed." "Perfectly. There is nothing. No one has worked there. No one has touched the board. I knew it. I am sure of it. It is dreadful what we have thought about it. Oh, you do not know how relieved and happy I am. Ah, Natacha, Natacha, I have not loved you in vain." She pronounced these words in accents of great beauty and tragic sincerity. "When I saw her leave us, my dear, ah, my legs sank under me. When she said, 'I have forgotten something, I must hurry back,' I felt I had not the strength to go a single step. But now I certainly am happy. That weight at least is off my heart, my dear little domovoi, because of you, because of you." She embraced him and then ran away, like one possessed, to resume her post near the general. Notes in Rouletabille's memorandum book. The affair of the little cavity under the floor not having been touched again proves nothing for or against Natacha, even though that excellent Matrena Petrovna thinks so. Natacha could very well have been warned by the too great care with which Madame Matrena watched the floor. My opinion, since I saw Matrena lift the carpet the first time without any real precaution, is that they have definitely abandoned the preparation of that attack and are trying to account for the secret becoming known. What Matrena feels so sure of is that the trap I laid by the promenade to the point was against Natacha particularly. I knew beforehand that Natacha would absent herself from the promenade. I'm not looking for anything new from Natacha, but what I did need was to be sure that Matrena did not detest Natacha, and that she had not faked the preparations for an attack under the floor in such a way as to throw almost certain suspicion on her stepdaughter. I am sure about that now. Matrena is innocent of such a thing, the poor dear soul. If Matrena had been a monster, the occasion was too good. Natacha's absence, her solitary presence for a quarter of an hour in the empty villa, all would have urged Matrena, whom I sent alone to search under the carpet in the dining room, to draw the last nails from the board if she was really guilty of having drawn the others. Natacha would have been lost then. Matrena returned sincerely, tragically happy at not having found anything new, and now I have the material proof that I needed. Morally and physically, Matrena is removed from it. So I am now going to speak to her about the hat pin. I believe that the matter is urgent on that side rather than on the side of the nails in the floor. End of Chapter 5. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 6 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 6. The Mysterious Hand. After the departure of Matrena, Rouletabille turned his attention to the garden. Neither the marshal of the court nor the officers were there any longer. The three men had disappeared. Rouletabille wished to know at once where they had gone. He went rapidly to the gate, named the officers and the marshal to Ermolai, and Ermolai made a sign that they had passed out. Even as he spoke, he saw the marshal's carriage disappear around a corner of the road. As to the two officers, they were nowhere on the roadway. He was surprised that the marshal should have gone without seeing Matrena or the general himself, and, above all, he was disquieted by the disappearance of the orderlies. He gathered from the gestures of Ermolai that they had passed before the lodge only a few minutes after the marshal's departure. They had gone together. Rouletabille set himself to follow them, traced their steps in the soft earth of the roadway, and soon they crossed onto the grass. At this point the tracks through the massed ferns became very difficult to follow.
He hurried along, bending close to the ground over such traces as he could see, which continually led him astray, but which conducted him finally to the thing that he sought. A noise of voices made him raise his head and then throw himself behind a tree. Not 20 steps from him, Natacha and Boris were having an animated conversation. The young officer held himself erect directly in front of her, frowning and impatient. Under the uniform cloak that he had wrapped about him without having bothered to use the sleeves, which were tossed up over his chest, Boris had his arms crossed. His entire attitude indicated hauteur, coldness, and disdain for what he was hearing. Natacha never appeared calmer or more mistress of herself. She talked to him rapidly and mostly in a low voice. Sometimes a word in Russian sounded, and then she resumed her care to speak low. Finally she ceased, and Boris, after a short silence, in which he had seemed to reflect deeply, pronounced distinctly these words in French, pronouncing them syllable by syllable, as though to give them additional force. "You ask a frightful thing of me." "It is necessary to grant it to me," said the young girl with singular energy. "You understand, Boris Alexandrovitch, it is necessary." Her gaze, after she had glanced penetratingly all around her and discovered nothing suspicious, rested tenderly on the young officer, while she murmured, "My Boris." The young man could not resist either the sweetness of that voice nor the captivating charm of that glance. He took the hand she extended toward him and kissed it passionately. His eyes, fixed on Natacha, proclaimed that he granted everything that she wished and admitted himself vanquished. Then she said, always with that adorable gaze upon him, "This evening." He replied, "Yes, yes, this evening, this evening," upon which Natacha withdrew her hand and made a sign to the officer to leave, which he promptly obeyed. Natacha remained there still a long time, plunged in thought. Rouletabille had already taken the road back to the villa. Matrena Petrovna was watching for this return, seated on the first step of the landing on the great staircase which ran up from the veranda. When she saw him, she ran to him. He had already reached the dining room. "Anyone in the house?" he asked. "No one. Natacha has not returned, and..." "Your stepdaughter is coming in now. Ask her where she has been, if she has seen the orderlies, and if they said they would return this evening, in case she answers that she has seen them." "Very well, little domovoi Doukh. The orderlies left without my seeing when they went." "Ah," interrupted Rouletabille, "before she arrives, give me all her hat pins." "What?" "I say, all her hat pins. Quickly!" Matrena ran to Natacha's chamber and returned with 3 enormous hat pins with beautifully cut stones in them. "These are all?" "They are all I have found. I know she has 2 others. She has one on her head, or 2 perhaps. I can't find them." "Take these back where you found them," said the reporter, after glancing at them. Matrena returned immediately, not understanding what he was doing. "And now your hat pins. Yes, your hat pins." "Oh, I have only 2, and here they are," said she, drawing them from the toque she had been wearing and had thrown on the sofa when she re-entered the house. Rouletabille gave hers the same inspection. "Thanks. Here is your stepdaughter." Natacha entered, flushed and smiling. "Ah, well," said she, quite breathless, "you may boast that I have had to search for you. I made the entire round, clear past the Barque. Has the promenade done papa good?" "Yes, he is asleep," replied Matrena. "Have you met Boris and Michael?" She appeared to hesitate a second, then replied, "Yes, for an instant." "Did they say whether they would return this evening?" "No," she replied, slightly troubled. "Why all these questions?" She flushed still more. "Because I thought it strange," parried Matrena, "that they went away as they did, without saying good bye, without a word, without inquiring if the general needed them. There is something stranger yet. Did you see Kaltsof with them, the Grand Marshal of the court?" "No." "Kaltsof came for a moment, entered the garden, and went away again without seeing us, without saying even a word to the general." "Ah," said Natacha. With apparent indifference she raised her arms and drew out her hat pins. Rouletabille watched the pin without a word. The young girl hardly seemed aware of their presence. Entirely absorbed in strange thoughts, she replaced the pin in her hat and went to hang it in the veranda, which served also as vestibule. Rouletabille never quitted her eyes. Matrena watched the reporter with a stupid glance. Natacha crossed the drawing room and entered her chamber by passing through her little sitting room, through which all entrance to her chamber had to be made. That little room, though, had three doors. One opened into Natacha's chamber, one into the drawing room, and the third into the little passage in a corner of the house where was the stairway by which the servants passed from kitchens to the ground floor and the upper floor. This passage had also a door giving directly upon the drawing room. It was certainly a poor arrangement for serving the dining room, which was on the other side of the drawing room and behind the veranda. Such a chance laying out of a house as one often sees in the offhand planning of many places in the country. Alone again with Rouletabille, Matrena noticed that he had not lost sight of the corner of the veranda where Natacha had hung her hat. Beside this hat there was a toque that Ermolai had brought in. The old servant had found it in some corner of the garden or the conservatory where he had been. A hat pin stuck out of that toque also. "Whose toque is that?" asked Rouletabille. "I haven't seen it on the head of anyone here." "It is Natacha's," replied Matrena. She moved toward it, but the young man held her back, went into the veranda himself, and, without touching it, standing on tiptoe, he examined the pin. He sank back on his heels and turned towards Matrena. She caught a glimpse of fleeting emotion on the face of her little friend. "Explain to me," she said. But he gave her a glance that frightened her, and said low, "Go and give orders right away that dinner be served in the veranda. All through dinner it is absolutely necessary that the door of Natacha's sitting room, and that of the stairway passage, and that of the veranda giving on the drawing room remain open all the time. Do you understand me? As soon as you have given your orders, go to the general's chamber and do not quit the general's bedside. Keep it in view. Come down to dinner when it is announced, and do not bother yourself about anything further." So saying, he filled his pipe, lighted it with a sort of sigh of relief, and, after a final order to Matrena, "Go," he went into the garden, puffing great clouds. Anyone would have said he hadn't smoked in a week. He appeared not to be thinking, but just idly enjoying himself. In fact, he played like a child with Milinki, Matrena's pet cat, which he pursued behind the shrubs, up into the little kiosk which, raised on piles, lifted its steep thatched roof above the panorama of the isles that Rouletabille settled down to contemplate like an artist with ample leisure. The dinner, where Matrena, Natacha, and Rouletabille were together again, was lively. The young man having declared that he was more and more convinced that the mystery of the bomb in the bouquet was simply a play of the police, Natacha reinforced his opinion, and followed that they found themselves in agreement on about everything else. For himself, the reporter, during that conversation, hid a real horror which had seized him at the cynical and inappropriate tranquillity with which the young lady received all suggestions that accused the police or that assumed the general no longer ran any immediate danger. In short, he worked, or at least believed he worked, to clear Natacha as he had cleared Matrena, so that there would develop the absolute necessity of assuming a third person's intervention in the facts disclosed so clearly by Koupriane, where Matrena or Natacha seemed alone to be possible agents. As he listened to Natacha, Rouletabille commenced to doubt and quake, just as he had seen Matrena do. The more he looked into the nature of Natacha, the dizzier he grew. What abysmal obscurities were there in her nature! Nothing interesting happened during dinner. Several times, in spite of Rouletabille's obvious impatience with her for doing it, Matrena went up to the general. She returned, saying, "He is quiet. He doesn't sleep. He doesn't wish anything. He has asked me to prepare his narcotic. It is too bad. He has tried in vain. He cannot get along without it." "You too, Mamma, ought to take something to make you sleep. They say morphine is very good." "As for me," said Rouletabille, whose head for some minutes had been dropping now toward one shoulder and now toward another, "I have no need of any narcotic to make me sleep. If you will permit me, I will get to bed at once." "Ah, my little domovoi Doukh, I am going to carry you there in my arms." Matrena extended her large round arms, ready to take Rouletabille as though he had been a baby. "No, no, I will get up there all right alone," said Rouletabille, rising stupidly and appearing ashamed of his excessive sleepiness. "Oh, well, let us both accompany him to his chamber," said Natacha, "and I will wish papa good night. I'm eager for bed myself. We will all make good night of it. Ermolai and Nina will watch with the Switzer in the lodge. Things are reasonably arranged now." They all ascended the stairs. Rouletabille did not even go to see the general, but threw himself on his bed. Natacha got onto the bed beside her father, embraced him a dozen times, and then went downstairs again. Matrena followed behind her, closed doors and windows, went upstairs again to close the door of the landing place, and found Rouletabille seated on his bed, his arms crossed, not appearing to have any desire for sleep at all. His face was so strangely pensive also that the anxiety of Matrena, who had been able to make nothing out of his acts and looks all day, came back upon her instantly in greater force than ever. She touched his arm in order to be sure that he knew she was there.
"My little friend," she said, "will you tell me now?"
"Yes, madam," he replied at once. "Sit in that chair and listen to me. There are things you must know at once, because we have reached a dangerous hour."
"The hat pins first, the hat pins."
Rouletabille rose lightly from the bed and, facing her, but watching something besides her, said: "It is necessary you should know that someone almost immediately is going to renew the attempt of the bouquet." Matrena sprang to her feet as quickly as though she had been told there was a bomb in the seat of her chair. She made herself sit down again, however, in obedience to Rouletabille's urgent look commanding absolute quiet.
"Renew the attempt of the bouquet," she murmured in a stifled voice. "But there is not a flower in the general's chamber."
"Be calm, madam. Understand me and answer me. You heard the tic-tac from the bouquet while you were in your own chamber?"
"Yes, with the doors open, naturally."
"You told me the persons who came to say good night to the general. At that time there was no noise of tic-tac?"
"No, no."
"Do you think that if there had been any tic-tac then you would have heard it, with all those persons talking in the room?"
"I hear everything. I hear everything."
"Did you go downstairs at the same time those people did?"
"No, no. I remained near the general for some time, until he was sound asleep."
"And you heard nothing?"
"Nothing."
"You closed the doors behind those persons?"
"Yes, the door to the great staircase. The door of the servants' stairway was condemned a long time ago. It has been locked by me. I alone have the key, and on the inside of the door opening into the general's chamber there is also a bolt which is always shot. All the other doors of the chambers have been condemned by me. In order to enter any of the 4 doors on this floor it is necessary now to pass by the door of my chamber, which gives on the main staircase."
"Perfect. Then no one has been able to enter the apartment. No one had been in the apartment for at least 2 hours, excepting you and the general, when you heard the clockwork. From that the only conclusion is that only the general and you could have started it going."
"What are you trying to say?" Matrena demanded, astounded.
"I wish to prove to you by this absurd conclusion, madam, that it is necessary never, never, you understand, never to reason solely upon even the most evident external evidence when those seemingly conclusive appearances are in conflict with certain moral truths that also are as clear as the light of day." "The light of day for me, madam, is that the general does not desire to commit suicide, and, above all, that he would not choose the strange method of suicide by clockwork. The light of day for me is that you adore your husband and that you are ready to sacrifice your life for his."
"Now!"
exclaimed Matrena, whose tears, always ready in emotional moments, flowed freely.
"But, Holy Mary, why do you speak to me without looking at me? What is it? What is it?"
"Don't turn. Don't make a movement. You hear? Not a move. And speak low, very low. And don't cry, for the love of God."
"But you say at once the bouquet. Come to the general's room."
"Not a move. And continue listening to me without interrupting," said he, still inclining his ear, and still without looking at her. "It is because these things were as the light of day to me that I say to myself, it is impossible that it should be impossible for a third person not to have placed the bomb in the bouquet. Someone is able to enter the general's chamber even when the general is watching and all the doors are locked."
"Oh, no. No one could possibly enter. I swear it to you."
As she swore it a little too loudly, Rouletabille seized her arm so that she almost cried out, but she understood instantly that it was to keep her quiet. "I tell you not to interrupt me, once for all."
"But then tell me what you are looking at like that."
"I am watching the corner where someone is going to enter the general's chamber when everything is locked, madam. Do not move." Matrena, her teeth chattering, recalled that when she entered Rouletabille's chamber she had found all the doors open that communicated with the chain of rooms: the young man's chamber with hers, the dressing room, and the general's chamber. She tried, under Rouletabille's look, to keep calm, but in spite of all the reporter's exhortation she could not hold her tongue.
"But which way? Where will they enter?"
"By the door."
"Which door?"
"That of the chamber giving on the servants' stairway."
"Why? How? The key, the bolt."
"They have made a key."
"But the bolt is drawn this side."
They will draw it back from the other side."
"What? That is impossible."
Rouletabille laid his two hands on Matrena's strong shoulders and repeated, detaching each syllable: "They will draw it back from the other side."
"It is impossible. I repeat it."
"Madame, your nihilists haven't invented anything. It is a trick much in vogue with sneak thieves in hotels. All it needs is a little hole the size of a pin bored in the panel of the door above the bolt."
"God!" quavered Matrena. "I don't understand what you mean by your little hole. Explain to me, little domovoi."
"Follow me carefully, then," continued Rouletabille, his eyes all the time fixed elsewhere. "The person who wishes to enter sticks through the hole a brass wire that he has already given the necessary curve to, and which is fitted on its end with a light point of steel curved inward. With such an instrument it is child's play. If the hole has been made where it ought to be, to touch the bolt on the inside from the outside, pick the knob on it, withdraw it, and open the door if the bolt is like this one, a small door bolt."
"Oh, oh, oh!"
moaned Matrena, who paled visibly.
"And that hole?"
"It exists."
"You have discovered it?"
"Yes, the first hour I was here."
"Oh, domovoi, but how did you do that when you never entered the general's chamber until tonight?"
"Doubtless, but I went up that servants' staircase much earlier than that. And I will tell you why. When I was brought into the villa the first time, and you watched me, hidden behind the door, do you know what I was watching myself while I appeared to be solely occupied digging out the caviar? The fresh print of boot nails which left the carpet near the table, where someone had spilled beer. The beer was still running down the cloth. Someone had stepped in the beer. The boot print was not clearly visible excepting there. But from there it went to the door of the servants' stairway and mounted the stairs. The boot was too fine to be mounting a stairway reserved to servants and that Koupriane told me had been condemned, and it was that made me notice it in a moment, but just then you entered."
"You never told me anything about it. Of course, if I had known there was a boot print—"
"I didn't tell you anything about it because I had my reasons for that. And anyway, the trace dried while I was telling you about my journey."
"Ah, why not have told me later?"
"Because I didn't know you yet."
"Subtle devil, you will kill me. I can no longer. Let us go into the general's chamber. We will wake him."
Remain here, remain here. I have not told you anything. That boot print preoccupied me, and later, when I could get away from the dining room, I was not easy until I had climbed that stairway myself and gone to see that door, where I discovered what I have just told you and what I am going to tell you now."
"What? What? In all you have said there has been nothing about the hat pins."
"We have come to them now."
"And the bouquet attack which is going to happen again? Why? Why?"
"This is it. When this evening you let me go to the general's chamber, I examined the bolt of the door without your suspecting it. My opinion was confirmed. It was that way that the bomb was brought, and it is by that way that someone has prepared to return."
"But how? You are sure the little hole is the way someone came? But what makes you think that is how they mean to return? You know well enough that, not having succeeded in the general's chamber, they are at work in the dining room."
"Madame, it is probable, it is certain that they have given up the work in the dining room, since they have commenced this very day working again in the general's chamber. Yes, someone returned that way, and I was so sure of that, of the forthcoming return, that I removed the police in order to be able to study everything more at my ease. Do you understand now my confidence and why I have been able to assume so heavy a responsibility? It is because I knew I had only one thing to watch, one little hat pin. It is not difficult, madame, to watch a single little hat pin."
"A mistake," said Matrena in a low voice. "Miserable little domovoi who told me nothing. Me, whom you let go to sleep on my mattress in front of that door that might open any moment."
"No, madame, for I was behind it."
"Ah, dear little holy angel! But what were you thinking of? That door has not been watched this afternoon. In our absence it could have been opened. If someone has placed a bomb during our absence—"
"That is why I sent you at once into the dining room on that search that I thought would be fruitless, dear madame. And that is why I hurried upstairs to the bedroom. I went to the stairway door instantly. I had prepared for proof positive if anyone had pushed it open even half a millimeter. No, no one had touched the door in our absence."
"Ah, dear heroic little friend of Jesus! But listen to me. Listen to me, my angel. Ah, I don't know where I am or what I say. My brain is no more than a flabby balloon punctured with pins, with little holes of hat pins. Tell me about the hat pins, right off. No, at first, what is it that makes you believe, good God, that someone will return by that door? Can you see that, all that, in a poor little hat pin?" "Madam, it is not a single hat pin. There are two of them." "Two hat pin holes?" "Yes, two. An old one and a new one. One quite new." "Why this second hole?" "Because the old one was judged a little too narrow and they wished to enlarge it. And in enlarging it they broke off the point of a hat pin in it." "Madam, the point is there yet, filling up the little old hole, and the piece of metal is very sharp and very bright." "Now I understand the examination of the hat pins. Then it is so easy as that to get through a door with a hat pin?" "Nothing easier, especially if the panel is of pine. Sometimes one happens to break the point of a pin in the first hole. Then of necessity one makes a second. In order to commence the second hole, the point of the pin being broken, they have used the point of a penknife, then have finished the hole with the hat pin. The second hole is still nearer the bolt than the first one. Don't move like that, madam." "But they are going to come! They are going to come!" "I believe so." "But I can't understand how you can remain so quiet with such a certainty. Great heavens, what proof have you that they have not been there already?" "Just an ordinary pin, madam. Not a hat pin this time. Don't confuse the pins. I will show you in a little while." "He will drive me distracted with his pins, dear light of my eyes, bounty of heaven, God's envoy, dear little happiness bearer." In her transport she tried to take him in her trembling arms, but he waved her back. She caught her breath and resumed: "Did the examination of all the hat pins tell you anything?" "Yes. The fifth hat pin of Mademoiselle Natacha's, the one in the toque out in the veranda, has the tip newly broken off." "Oh, misery!" cried Matrena, crumpling in her chair. Rouletabille raised her. "What would you have? I have examined your own hat pins. Do you think I would have suspected you if I had found one of them broken? I would simply have thought that someone had used your property for an abominable purpose, that is all." "Oh, that is true, that is true. Pardon me. Mother of Christ, this boy crazes me. He consoles me and he horrifies me. He makes me think of such dreadful things. And then he reassures me. He does what he wishes with me. What should I become without him?" And this time she succeeded in taking his head in her two hands and kissing him passionately. Rouletabille pushed her back roughly. "You keep me from seeing," he said. She was in tears over his rebuff. She understood now. Rouletabille, during all this conversation, had not ceased to watch through the open doors of Matrena's room and the dressing room the farther fatal door, whose brass bolts shone in the yellow light of the night lamp. At last he made her a sign, and the reporter, followed by Matrena, advanced on tiptoe to the threshold of the general's chamber, keeping close to the wall. Feodor Feodorovitch slept. They heard his heavy breath, but he appeared to be enjoying peaceful sleep. The horrors of the night before had fled. Matrena was perhaps right in attributing the nightmares to the narcotic prepared for him each night, for the glass from which he drank it when he felt he could not sleep was still full and obviously had not been touched. The bed of the general was so placed that whoever occupied it, even if they were wide awake, could not see the door giving on the servants' stairway. The little table where the glass and various phials were placed, and which had borne the dangerous bouquet, was placed near the bed, a little back of it, and nearer the door. Nothing could have been easier than for someone who could open the door to stretch an arm and place the infernal machine among the wild flowers, above all, as could easily be believed, if he had waited for that treachery until the heavy breathing of the general told them outside that he was fast asleep, and if, looking through the keyhole, he made sure Matrena was occupied in her own chamber. Rouletabille, at the threshold, glided to one side, out of the line of view from the hole, and got down on all fours. He crawled toward the door. With his head to the floor, he made sure that the little ordinary pin which he had placed on guard that evening, stuck in the floor against the door, was still erect, having thus additional proof that the door had not been moved. In any other case the pin would have lain flat on the floor. He crept back, rose to his feet, passed into the dressing room, and, in a corner, had a rapid conversation in a low voice with Matrena. "You will go," said he, "and take your mattress into the corner of the dressing room, where you can still see the door, but no one can see you by looking through the keyhole. Do that quite naturally, and then go to your rest. I will pass the night on the mattress, and I beg you to believe that I will be more comfortable there than on a bed of staircase wood, where I spent the night last night behind the door." "Yes, but you will fall asleep. I don't wish that." "What are you thinking, madam?" "I don't wish it. I don't wish it. I don't wish to quit the door where the eye is. And since I'm not able to sleep, let me watch." He did not resist, and they crouched together on the mattress. Rouletabille was squatted like a tailor at work, but Matrena remained on all fours, her jaw out, her eyes fixed, like a bulldog ready to spring.
The minutes passed by in profound silence, broken only by the irregular breathing and puffing of the general. His face stood out pallid and tragic on the pillow, his mouth was open, and at times the lips moved. There was fear at any moment of nightmare or his awakening. Unconsciously he threw an arm over toward the table where the glass of narcotic stood. Then he lay still again and snored lightly. The night lamp on the mantelpiece caught queer yellow reflections from the corners of the furniture, from the gilded frame of a picture on the wall, and from the phials and glasses on the table. But in all the chamber Matrena Petrovna saw nothing, thought of nothing but the brass bolt which shone there on the door. Tired of being on her knees, she shifted, her chin in her hands, her gaze steadily fixed. As time passed and nothing happened, she heaved a sigh. She could not have said whether she hoped for or dreaded the coming of that something new which Rouletabille had indicated. Rouletabille felt her shiver with anguish and impatience. As for him, he had not hoped that anything would come to pass until toward dawn, the moment, as everyone knows, when deep sleep is most apt to vanquish all watchfulness and all insomnia. And as he waited for that moment, he had not budged any more than a Chinese ape or the dear little porcelain domovoi Duke in the garden. Of course, it might be that it was not to happen this night. Suddenly Matrena's hand fell on Rouletabille's. His imprisoned hers so firmly that she understood she was forbidden to make the least movement, and both, with necks extended, ears erect, watched like beasts on the scent. Yes, there had been a slight noise in the lock. A key turned, softly, in the lock, then silence. Then another little noise, a grinding sound, a slight grating of wire above, then on the bolt. Upon the bolt which shone in the subdued glow of the night lamp. The bolt softly, very softly, slipped slowly. Then the door was pushed slowly, so slowly. It opened. Through the opening the shadow of an arm stretched, an arm which held in its fingers something which shone. Rouletabille felt Matrena ready to bound. He encircled her, he pressed her in his arms, he restrained her in silence, and he had a horrible fear of hearing her suddenly shout, while the arm stretched out almost touched the pillow on the bed where the general continued to sleep a sleep of peace such as he had not known for a long time. End of chapter 6. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 7 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 8. Arsenate of Soda. The mysterious hand held a phial and poured the entire contents into the potion. Then the hand withdrew as it had come, slowly, prudently, slyly, and the key turned in the lock, and the bolt slipped back into place. Like a wolf, Rouletabille, warning Matrena for the last time not to budge, gained the landing place, bounded toward the stairs, slid down the banister right to the veranda, crossed the drawing room like a flash, and reached the little sitting room without having jostled a single piece of furniture. He noticed nothing, saw nothing. All around was undisturbed and silent. The first light of dawn filtered through the blinds. He was able to make out that the only closed door was the one to Natacha's chamber. He stopped before that door, his heart beating, and listened, but no sound came to his ear. He had glided so lightly over the carpet that he was sure he had not been heard. Perhaps the door would open. He waited. In vain. It seemed to him there was nothing alive in that house except his heart. He was stifled with the horror that he glimpsed, that he almost touched, although the door remained closed. He felt along the wall in order to reach the window, and pulled aside the curtain. Window and blinds of the little room giving on the Neva were closed. The bar of iron inside was in its place. Then he went to the passage, mounted and descended the narrow servants' stairway, looked all about, in all the rooms, feeling everywhere with silent hands, assuring himself that no lock had been tampered with. On his return to the veranda, as he raised his head, he saw at the top of the main staircase a figure wan as death, a spectral apparition amid the shadows of the passing night, who leaned toward him. It was Matrena Petrovna. She came down, silent as phantoms, and he no longer recognized her voice when she demanded of him, "Where?
I require that you tell me where." "I have looked everywhere," he said, so low that Matrena had to come nearer to understand his whisper. "Everything is shut tight, and there is no one about." Matrena looked at Rouletabille with all the power of her eyes, as though she would discover his inmost thoughts, but his clear glance did not waver, and she saw that there was nothing he wished to hide. Then Matrena pointed her finger at Natacha's chamber. "You have not gone in there?" she inquired. He replied, "It is not necessary to enter there." "I will enter there myself, nevertheless," said she, and she set her teeth. He barred her way with his arms spread out. "If you hold the life of someone dear," said he, "don't go a step farther." "But the person is in that chamber. The person is there. It is there you will find out." And she waved him aside with a gesture as though she were sleepwalking. To recall her to the reality of what he had said to her and to make her understand what he desired, he had to grip her wrist in the vise of his nervous hand. "The person is not there, perhaps," he said. "Understand me now." But she did not understand him. She said, "Since the person is nowhere else, the person must be there." But Rouletabille continued obstinately, "No, no, perhaps he is gone." "Gone? And everything locked on the inside?" "That is not a reason," he replied. But she could not follow his thoughts any further. She wished absolutely to make her way into Natacha's chamber. The obsession of that was upon her. "If you enter there," said he, "and if, as is most probable, you don't find what you seek there, all is lost. And as to me, I give up the whole thing." She sank in a heap onto a chair. "Don't despair," he murmured. "We don't know for sure yet." She shook her poor old head dejectedly. "We know that only she is here, since no one has been able to enter and since no one has been able to leave." That in truth filled her brain, prevented her from discerning in any corner of her mind the thought of Rouletabille. Then the impossible dialogue resumed. "I repeat that we do not know that the person has gone," repeated the reporter, and demanded her keys. "Foolish," she said. "What do you want them for?" "To search outside as we have searched inside." "Why, everything is locked on the inside." "Madame, once more, that is no reason the person may not be outside." He consumed 5 minutes opening the door of the veranda, so many were his precautions. She watched him impatiently. He whispered to her, "I am going out, but don't you lose sight of the little sitting room. At the least movement, call me. Fire a revolver if you need to." He slipped into the garden with the same precautions for silence. From the corner that she kept to, through the doors left open, Matrena could follow all the movements of the reporter and watch Natacha's chamber all at the same time. The attitude of Rouletabille continued to confuse her beyond all expression. She watched what he did as if she thought him besotted. The dyrnik on guard out in the roadway also watched the young man through the bars of the gate in consternation, as though he thought him a fool. Along the paths of beaten earth or cement, which offered no chance for footprints, Rouletabille hurried silently. Around him he noted that the grass of the lawn had not been trodden. And then he paid no more attention to his steps. He seemed to study attentively the rosy color in the east, breathing the delicacy of dawning morning in the aisles, amid the silence of the earth, which still slumbered. Bareheaded, face thrown back, hands behind his back, eyes raised and fixed, he made a few steps, then suddenly stopped as if he had been given an electric shock. As soon as he seemed to have recovered from the shock, he turned around and went a few steps back to another path, into which he advanced straight ahead, his face high, with the same fixed look that he had had up to the time he so suddenly stopped, as if something or someone advised or warned him not to go further. He continually worked back toward the house, and thus he traversed all the paths that led from the villa, but in all these excursions he took pains not to place himself in the field of vision from Natacha's window, a restricted field because of its location just around an abutment of the building. To ascertain about this window he crept on all fours up to the garden edge that ran along the foot of the wall, and had sufficient proof that no one had jumped out that way. Then he went to rejoin Matrena in the veranda. "No one has come into the garden this morning," said he, "and no one has gone out of the villa into the garden. Now I am going to look inside the grounds. Wait here. I'll be back in 5 minutes." He went away, knocked discreetly on the window of the lodge, and waited some seconds. Ermolai came out and opened the gate for him.
Matrena moved to the threshold of the little sitting room and watched Natacha's door with horror. She felt her legs give under her, and she could not stand up under the diabolic thought of such a crime. Ah, that arm, reaching out, making its way with a little shining phial in its hand. Pains of Christ, what could there be in the damnable books over which Natacha and her companions pored that could make such abominable crimes possible? Ah, Natacha, Natacha! It was from her that she would have desired the answer, straining her almost to stifling on her rough bosom and strangling her with her own strong hand that she might not hear the response. Ah, Natacha, Natacha, whom she had loved so much! She sank to the floor, crept across the carpet to the door, and lay there, stretched like a beast, and buried her head in her arms while she wept over her daughter, Natacha, Natacha, whom she had cherished as her own child, and who did not hear her. Ah, what use that the little fellow had gone to search outside when the whole truth lay behind this door? Thinking of him, she was embarrassed lest he should find her in that animalistic posture, and she rose to her knees and worked her way over to the window and looked out upon the Neva. The angle of the slanting blinds let her see well enough what passed outside, and what she saw made her spring to her feet. Below her, the reporter was going through the same incomprehensible maneuvers that she had seen him do in the garden. 3 pathways led to the little road that ran along the wall of the villa by the bank of the Neva. The young man, still with his hands behind his back and with his face up, took them one after the other. In the first, he stopped at the first step. He didn't take more than 2 steps in the second. In the third, which cut obliquely toward the right and seemed to run to the bank nearest Krestowsky Ostrow, she saw him advance slowly at first, then more quickly among the small trees and hedges. Once only he stopped and looked closely at the trunk of a tree against which he seemed to pick out something invisible, and then he continued to the bank. There he sat down on a stone and appeared to reflect. Then suddenly he cast off his jacket and trousers, picked out a certain place in the bank across from him, finished undressing, and plunged into the stream. She saw at once that he swam like a porpoise, keeping beneath and showing his head from time to time, breathing, then diving below the surface again. He reached Krestowsky Ostrow in a clump of reeds. Then he disappeared. Below him, surrounded by trees, could be seen the red tiles of the villa which sheltered Boris and Michael. From that villa a person could see the window of the sitting room in General Trebassof's residence, but not what might occur along the bank of the river just below its walls. An isvotchick drove along the distant route of Krestowsky, conveying in his carriage a company of young officers and young women who had been feasting, who sang as they rode. Then deep silence ensued. Matrena's eyes searched for Rouletabille, but could not find him. How long was he going to stay hidden like that? She pressed her face against the chill window. What was she waiting for? She waited perhaps for someone to make a move on this side, for the door near her to open and the traitorous figure of the other to appear. A hand touched her carefully. She turned. Rouletabille was there, his face all scarred by red scratches, without collar or necktie, having hastily resumed his clothes. He appeared furious as he surprised her in his disarray. She let him lead her as though she were a child. He drew her to his room and closed the door. "Madam," he commenced, "it is impossible to work with you. Why in the world have you wept not 2 feet from your stepdaughter's door? You and your Koupriane. You commence to make me regret the Faubourg Poissonniere, you know. Your stepdaughter has certainly heard you. It is lucky that she attaches no importance at all to your nocturnal phantasmagorias, and that she has been used to them a long time. She has more sense than you, Mademoiselle Natacha has. She sleeps, or at least she pretends to sleep, which leaves everybody in peace. What reply will you give her if it happens that she asks you the reason today for your marching and countermarching up and down the sitting room, and complains that you kept her from sleeping?" Matrena only shook her old head. "No, no, she has not heard me. I was there like a shadow of myself. She will never hear me. No one hears a shadow." Rouletabille felt returning pity for her and spoke more gently. "In any case, it is necessary. You must understand that she should attach no more importance to what you have done tonight than to the things she knows of your doing other nights. It is not the first time, is it, that you have wandered in the sitting room? You understand me? And tomorrow, madam, embrace her as you always have." "No, not that," she moaned. "Never that. I could not." "Why not?" Matrena did not reply. She wept. He took her in his arms like a child consoling its mother. Don't cry, don't cry. All is not lost. Someone did leave the villa this morning."
"Oh, little domovoi, how is that? How is that? How did you find that out?"
"Since we didn't find anything inside, it was certainly necessary to find something outside."
"And you have found it?"
"Certainly."
"The Virgin protect you."
"She is with us. She will not desert us. I will even say that I believe she has a special guardianship over the isles. She watches over them from evening to morning."
"What are you saying?"
"Certainly. You don't know what we call in France the Watchers of the Virgin?"
"Oh, yes. They are the webs that dear little beasts of the good God spin between the trees, and that—"
"Exactly. You understand me, and you will understand further when you know that in the garden the first thing that struck me across the face as I went into it was these Watchers of the Virgin, spun by the dear little spiders of the good God. At first, when I felt them on my face, I said to myself, 'Hold on, no one has passed this way,' and so I went to search other places. The webs stopped me everywhere in the garden. But outside the garden they kept out of the way and let me pass undisturbed down a pathway which led to the Neva. So then I said to myself, 'Now, has the Virgin by accident overlooked her work in this pathway? Surely not. Someone has ruined it.' I found the shreds of them hanging to the bushes, and so I reached the river."
"And you threw yourself into the river, my dear angel. You swim like a little god."
"And I landed where the other landed. Yes, there were the reeds all freshly broken, and I slipped in among the bushes."
"Where to?"
"Up to the Villa Krestowsky, madame, where they both live."
"Ah, it was from there someone came?"
There was a silence between them. She questioned.
"Boris?"
"Someone who came from the villa and who returned there. Boris or Michael or another. They went and returned through the weeds. But in coming they used a boat. They returned by swimming." Her customary agitation reasserted itself. She demanded ardently,
"Are you sure that he came here and that he left here?"
"Yes, I am sure of it."
"How?"
"By the sitting room window."
"It is impossible, for we found it locked."
"It is possible if someone closed it behind him."
"Ah!"
She commenced to tremble again, and, falling back into her nightmarish horror, she no longer wasted fond expletives on her domovoi as on a dear little angel who had just rendered service 10 times more precious to her than life. While he listened patiently, she said brutally, "Why did you keep me from throwing myself on him, from rushing upon him as he opened the door? I would have, we would know." "No. At the least noise he would have closed the door. A turn of the key and he would have escaped forever. And he would have been warned."
"Careless boy! Why then, if you knew he was going to come, didn't you leave me in the bedroom and you watch below yourself?"
"Because so long as I was below he would not have come. He only comes when there is no one downstairs."
"Ah, Saints Peter and Paul, pity a poor woman! Who do you think it is, then? Who do you think it is? I can't think any more. Tell me that. You ought to know. You know everything. Come. Who? I demand the truth. Who? Still some agent of the committee, of the Central Committee? Still the Nihilists?"
"If it was only that," said Rouletabille quietly.
"You have sworn to drive me mad. What do you mean by your 'if it was only that'?"
Rouletabille, imperturbable, did not reply. "What have you done with the potion?" said he.
"The potion? The glass of the crime? I have locked it in my room, in the cupboard. Safe, safe."
"Ah, but madame, it is necessary to replace it where you took it from."
"What?"
"Yes, after having poured the poison into a phial, to wash the glass and fill it with another potion."
"You are right. You think of everything. If the general wakes and wants his potion, he must not be suspicious of anything, and he must be able to have his drink."
"It is not necessary that he should drink."
"Why, then, why have the drink there?"
"So that the person can be sure, madame, that if he has not drunk it is simply because he has not wished to. A pure chance, madame, that he is not poisoned. You understand me this time?"
"Oh, yes, yes. Oh, Christ! But how now, if the general wakes and wishes to drink his narcotic?"
"Tell him I forbid it. And here is another thing you must do. When someone comes into the general's chamber in the morning, you must quite openly and naturally throw out the potion, useless and vapid, you see, and so someone will have no right to be astonished that the general continues to enjoy excellent health."
"Yes, yes, little one. You are wiser than King Solomon. And what will I do with the phial of poison?"
"Bring it to me."
"Right away."
She went for it and returned 5 minutes later.
He is still asleep. I have put the glass on the table out of his reach. He will have to call me."
"Very good. Then push the door to, close it. We will have to talk things over."
"But if someone goes back up the servants' staircase?"
"Be easy about that. They think the general is poisoned already. It is the first carefree moment I have been able to enjoy in this house."
"When will you stop making me shake with horror, little demon? You keep your secret well, I must say. The general is sleeping better than if he really were poisoned. But what shall we do about Natacha? I dare ask you that, you and you alone."
"Nothing at all."
"How nothing?"
"We will watch her."
"Ah, yes, yes."
"Still, Matrena, you let me watch her by myself."
"Yes, yes, I promised you. I will not pay any attention to her. That is promised. That is promised. Do as you please. Why, just now, when I spoke of the Nihilist to you, did you say, 'If it were only that'? You believe, then, that she is not a Nihilist? She reads such things like on the barricades."
"Madame, madame, you think of nothing but Natacha. You have promised me not to watch her, promised me not to think about her."
"Why did you say, 'If it was only that'?"
"Because if there were only Nihilists in your affair, dear madame, it would be too simple, or rather it would have been more simple. Can you possibly believe, madame, that simply a Nihilist who was only a Nihilist, would take pains that his bomb exploded from a vase of flowers, that it would have mattered where, so long as it overwhelmed the general? Do you imagine that the bomb would have had less effect behind the door than in front of it? And the little cavity under the floor, do you believe that a genuine revolutionary, such as you have here in Russia, would amuse himself by penetrating to the villa only to draw out 2 nails from a board, when one happens to give him time between 2 visits to the dining room? Do you suppose that a revolutionary who wished to avenge the dead of Moscow, and who could succeed in getting so far as the door behind which General Trebassof slept, would amuse himself by making a little hole with a pin in order to draw back the bolt, and amuse himself by pouring poison into a glass? Why, in such a case, he would have thrown his bomb outright, whether it blew him up along with the villa, or he was arrested on the spot, or had to submit to the martyrdom of the dungeons in the fortress of Saints Peter and Paul, or be hung at Schlusselburg. Isn't that what always happens? That is the way he would have done, and not have acted like a hotel rat. Now, there is someone in your home, or who comes to your home, who acts like a hotel rat because he does not wish to be seen, because he does not wish to be discovered, because he does not wish to be taken in the act. Now, the moment that he fears nothing so much as to be taken in the act, so that he plays all these tricks of legerdemain, it is certain that his object lies beyond the act itself, beyond the bomb, beyond the poison. Why all this necessity for bombs of deferred explosion, for clockwork placed where it will be confused with other things, and not on a bare staircase forbidden to everybody, though you visit it 20 times a day?"
"But this man comes in as he pleases by day and by night. You don't answer. You know who he is, perhaps?"
"I know him, perhaps, but I am not sure who it is yet."
"You are not curious, little domovoi Doukh? A friend of the house, certainly, and who enters the house as he wishes by night, because someone opens the door for him, and who comes from the Krestowsky Villa, Boris or Michael. Ah, poor miserable Matrena! Why don't they kill poor Matrena? Their general, and they are soldiers who come at night to kill their general. Aided by whom? Do you believe that? You? Light of my eyes, you believe that? No, no, that is not possible. I want you to understand, Monsieur le Domovoi, that I am not able to believe anything so horrible. No, no, by Jesus Christ, who died on the cross and who searches our hearts, I do not believe that Boris, who, however, has very advanced ideas, I admit. It is necessary not to forget that. Very advanced, and who composes very advanced verses also, as I have always told him. I will not believe that Boris is capable of such a fearful crime. As to Michael, he is an honest man, and my daughter, my Natacha, is an honest girl. Everything looks very bad, truly, but I do not suspect either Michael or Boris, or my pure and beloved Natacha, even though she has made a translation into French of very advanced verses, certainly most improper for the daughter of a general. That is what lies at the bottom of my mind, the bottom of my heart. You have understood me perfectly, little angel of paradise. Ah, it is you the general owes his life to, that Matrena owes her life. Without you, this house would already be a coffin. How shall I ever reward you? You wish for nothing. I annoy you. You don't even listen to me. A coffin! we would all be in our coffins. Tell me what you desire. All that I have belongs to you."
"I desire to smoke a pipe."
"Ah, a pipe. Do you want some yellow perfumed tobacco that I receive every month from Constantinople, a treat right from the harem? I will get enough for you, if you like it, to smoke 10,000 pipes full."
"I prefer caporal," replied Rouletabille. "But you are right. It is not wise to suspect anybody. See, watch, wait. There is always time, once the game is caught, to say whether it is a hare or a wild boar. Listen to me, then, my good mamma. We must know first what is in the file. Where is it?"
"Here it is."
She drew it from her sleeve. He stowed it in his pocket. "You wish the general good appetite for me. I am going out. I will be back in 2 hours at the latest. And above all, don't let the general know anything. I am going to see one of my friends who lives in the Aptiekarski Periolek. Footnote: the little street of the apothecaries. End of footnote.
"Depend on me and get back quickly for love of me. My blood clogs in my heart when you are not here, dear servant of God."
She mounted to the general's room and came down at least 10 times to see if Rouletabille had not returned. 2 hours later he was around the villa as he had promised. She could not keep herself from running to meet him, for which she was scolded.
Be calm, be calm. Do you know what was in the file?"
"No." "Arsenate of soda, enough to kill 10 people."
"Holy Mary!"
"Be quiet. Go upstairs to the general." Feodor Feodorovitch was in charming humor. It was his first good night since the death of the youth of Moscow. He attributed it to his not having touched the narcotic, and resolved once more to give up the narcotic. A resolve Rouletabille and Matrena encouraged. During the conversation there was a knock at the door of Matrena's chamber. She ran to see who was there, and returned with Natacha, who wished to embrace her father. Her face showed traces of fatigue. Certainly she had not passed as good a night as her father, and the general reproached her for looking so downcast.
"It is true. I had dreadful dreams. But you, papa, did you sleep well? Did you take your narcotic?"
"No, no, I have not touched a drop of my potion."
"Yes, I see. Oh, well, that is all right. That is very good. Natural sleep must be coming back."
Matrena, as though hypnotized by Rouletabille, had taken the glass from the table and ostentatiously carried it to the dressing room to throw it out, and she delayed there to recover her self-possession. Natacha continued:
"You will see, papa, that you will be able to live just like everyone else finally. The great thing was to clear away the police, the atrocious police. Wasn't it, Monsieur Rouletabille?"
"I have always said, for myself, that I am entirely of Mademoiselle Natacha's mind. You can be entirely reassured now, and I shall leave you feeling reassured. Yes, I must think of getting my interviews done quickly and departing. Ah, well, I can only say what I think. Run things yourselves, and you will not run any danger. Besides, the general gets much better, and soon I shall see you all in France, I hope. I must thank you now for your friendly hospitality."
"Ah, but you are not going? You are not going?"
Matrena had already set herself to protest with all the strenuous torrent of words in her poor desolated heart, when a glance from the reporter cut short her despairing utterances. "I shall have to remain a week still in the city. I have engaged a chamber at the Hotel de France. It is necessary. I have so many people to see and to receive. I will come to make you a little visit from time to time." "You are then quite easy," demanded the general gravely, "at leaving me all alone?" "Entirely easy. And besides, I don't leave you all alone. I leave you with Madame Trebassof and Mademoiselle. I repeat, all 3 of you stay as I see you now. No more police, or, in any case, the fewest possible."
He is right, repeated
Natacha again. At this moment there were fresh knocks at the door of Matrena's chamber. It was Ermolai, who announced that His Excellency the Marshal of the Court, Count Keltsov, wished to see the general, acting for His Majesty.
"Go down and receive the count, Natacha. Tell him that your father will be downstairs in a moment."
Natacha and Rouletabille went down and found the count in the drawing room. He was a magnificent specimen, handsome and big as one of the Swiss Papal Guard. He seemed watchful in all directions and all among the furniture, and was quite evidently disquieted. He advanced immediately to meet the young lady, inquiring the news.
"It is all good news," replied Natacha. "Everybody here is splendid. The general is quite gay. But what news have you, Monsieur le Marechal? You appear preoccupied."
The marshal had pressed Rouletabille's hand. "And my grapes?" he demanded of Natacha.
"How your grapes? What grapes?" If you have not touched them, so much the better. I arrived here very anxious. I brought you yesterday from Castronicello some of the Emperor's grapes that Feodor Feodorovitch enjoyed so much. Now this morning I learned that the eldest son of Doucet, the French head gardener of the Imperial Conservatories at Krasnoy, had died from eating those grapes, which he had taken from those gathered for me to bring here. Imagine my dismay. I knew, however, that at the general's table grapes would not be eaten without having been washed, but I reproached myself for not having taken the precaution of leaving word that Doucet recommended that they be washed thoroughly. Still, I don't suppose it would matter. I couldn't see how my gift could be dangerous, but when I learned of little Doucet's death this morning, I jumped into the first train and came straight here." "But, Your Excellency," interrupted Natacha, "we have not seen your grapes." "Ah, they have not been served yet? All the better, thank goodness." "The Emperor's grapes are diseased, then?" interrogated Rouletabille. "Phylloxera pest has gotten into the conservatories?" "Nothing can stop it. Doucet told me. So he didn't want me to leave last evening until he had washed the grapes. Unfortunately, I was pressed for time and I took them as they were, without any idea that the mixture they spray on grapes to protect them was so deadly. It appears that in the vineyard country they have such accidents every year. They call it, I think, the mixture." "The Bordeaux mixture," was heard in Rouletabille's trembling voice. "And do you know what it is, Your Excellency, this Bordeaux mixture?" "Why, no." At this moment the general came down the stairs, clinging to the banister and supported by Matrena Petrovna. "Well," continued Rouletabille, watching Natacha, "the Bordeaux mixture which covered the grapes you brought the general yesterday was nothing more or less than arsenate of soda." "Ah, God!" cried Natacha. As for Matrena Petrovna, she uttered a low exclamation and let go the general, who almost fell down the staircase. Everybody rushed. The general laughed. Matrena, under the stringent look of Rouletabille, stammered that she had suddenly felt faint. At last they were all together in the veranda. The general settled back on his sofa and inquired: "Well now, were you just saying something, my dear Marshal, about some grapes you have brought me?" "Yes, indeed," said Natacha, quite frightened. "And what he said isn't pleasant at all. The son of Doucet, the court gardener, has just been poisoned by the same grapes that Monsieur le Marchal, it appears, brought you." "Where was this? Grapes? What grapes? I haven't seen any grapes," exclaimed Matrena. "I noticed you yesterday, Marshal, out in the garden, but you went away almost immediately, and I certainly was surprised that you did not come in. What is this story?" "Well, we must clear this matter up. It is absolutely necessary that we know what happened to those grapes." "Certainly," said Rouletabille. "They could cause a catastrophe." "If it has not happened already," fretted the marshal. "But how? Where are they? Whom did you give them to?" "I carried them in a white cardboard box, the first one that came to hand in Doucet's place. I came here the first time and didn't find you. I returned again with the box and the general was just lying down. I was pressed for my train and Michael Nikolaievitch and Boris Alexandrovitch were in the garden, so I asked them to execute my commission, and I laid the box down near them on the little garden table, telling them not to forget to tell you it was necessary to wash the grapes as Doucet expressly recommended." "But it is unbelievable! It is terrible!" quavered Matrena. "Where can the grapes be? We must know." "Absolutely," approved Rouletabille. "We must ask Boris and Michael," said Natacha. "Good God, surely they have not eaten them. Perhaps they are sick." "Here they are," said the general. All turned. Michael and Boris were coming up the steps. Rouletabille, who was in a shadowed corner under the main staircase, did not lose a single play of muscle on the two faces which for him were two problems to solve. Both faces were smiling, too smiling, perhaps. "Michael, Boris, come here," cried Feodor Feodorovitch. "What have you done with the grapes from Monsieur le Marechal?" They both looked at him upon this brusque interrogation, seemed not to understand, and then, suddenly recalling, they declared very naturally that they had left them on the garden table and had not thought about them. "You forgot my caution, then," said Count Kaltzoff severely. "What caution?" said Boris. "Oh, yes, the washing of the grapes. Doucet's caution." "Do you know what has happened to Doucet with those grapes? His eldest son is dead, poisoned. Do you understand now why we are anxious to know what has become of my grapes?" "But they ought to be out there on the table," said Michael. "No one can find them anywhere," declared Matrena, who no less than Rouletabille watched every change in the countenances of the two officers. "How did it happen that you went away yesterday evening without saying good bye, without seeing us, without troubling yourselves whether or not the general might need you?"
"Madam," said Michael coldly, in military fashion, as though he replied to his superior officer himself, "we have ample excuse to offer you and the general. It is necessary that we make an admission, and the general will pardon us, I'm sure. Boris and I, during the promenade, happened to quarrel. That quarrel was in full swing when we reached here, and we were discussing the way to end it most promptly when Monsieur le Marechal entered the garden. We must make that our excuse for giving divided attention to what he had to say. As soon as he was gone, we had only one thought: to get away from here, to settle our difference with arms in our hands." "Without speaking to me about it?" interrupted Trebassof. "I never will pardon that." "You fight at such a time when the general is threatened? It is as though you fought between yourselves in the face of the enemy. It is treason," added Matrena. "Madam," said Boris, "we did not fight. Someone pointed out our fault, and I offered my excuses to Michael Nikolaievitch, who generously accepted them. Is that not so, Michael Nikolaievitch?" "And who is this that pointed out your fault?" demanded the marshal. "Natacha." "Bravo, Natacha. Come embrace me, my daughter." The general pressed his daughter effusively to his broad chest. "And I hope you will not have further disputing," he cried, looking over Natacha's shoulder. "We promise you that, General," declared Boris. "Our lives belong to you." "You did well, my love. Let us all do as well. I have passed an excellent night, messieurs. Real sleep. I have had just one long sleep." "That is so," said Matrena slowly. "The general had no need of narcotic. He slept like a child and did not touch his potion." "And my leg is almost well."
"All the same, it is singular that those grapes should have disappeared," insisted the marshal, following his fixed idea. "Ermolai," called Matrena. The old servant appeared. "Yesterday evening, after these gentlemen had left the house, did you notice a small white box on the garden table?"
"No, Barinia."
"And the servants? Have any of them been sick? The dvornicks? The schwitzar? In the kitchens? No one sick? No? Go and see, then come and tell me." He returned, saying, "No one sick." Like the marshal, Matrena Petrovna and Feodor Feodorovitch looked at one another, repeating in French, "No one sick. That is strange." Rouletabille came forward and gave the only explanation that was plausible for the others. "But, General, that is not strange at all. The grapes have been stolen and eaten by some domestic, and if the servant has not been sick, it is simply that the grapes Monsieur le Marechal brought escaped the spraying of the Bordeaux mixture. That is the whole mystery." "The little fellow must be right," cried the delighted marshal. "He is always right, this little fellow," beamed Matrena, as proudly as though she had brought him into the world. But the little fellow, taking advantage of the greetings as Athanase Georgievitch and Ivan Petrovitch arrived, left the villa, gripping in his pocket the phial which held what is required to make grapes flourish or to kill a general who is in excellent health. When he had gone a few hundred steps toward the bridges one must cross to go into the city, he was overtaken by a panting dvornik, who brought him a letter that had just come by courier. The writing on the envelope was entirely unknown to him. He tore it open and read in excellent French: "Request to M. Joseph Rouletabille not to mix in matters that do not concern him. The second warning will be the last." It was signed, "The Central Revolutionary Committee." "So-ho!" said Rouletabille, slipping the paper into his pocket. "That's the line it takes, is it? Happily I have nothing more to occupy myself with at all. It is Koupriane's turn now. Now to go to Koupriane's." On this date, Rouletabille's notebook. Natacha to her father. "But you, Papa, have you had a good night? Did you take your narcotic?" "Fearful, and lest I confuse heaven and hell, I have no right to take any further notes." Footnote. As a matter of fact, after this day no more notes are found in Rouletabille's memorandum book. The last one is that above, bizarre and romantic, and necessary, as St. Clair, the Paris advocate and friend of Rouletabille, indicates opposite in the papers from which we have taken all the details of this story. End of footnote. End of chapter 7. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 8 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 8. The Little Chapel of the Guards.
Rouletabille took a long walk which led him to the Troitsky Bridge. Then, redescending the Naberjnia, he reached the Winter Palace. He seemed to have chased away all preoccupation and took a child's pleasure in the different aspects of the life that characterizes the city of the Great Peter. He stopped before the Winter Palace, walked slowly across the square where the prodigious monolith of the Alexander Column rises from its bronze socket, strolled between the palace and the colonnades, passed under an immense arch. Everything seemed cyclopean to him, and he never felt so tiny, so insignificant. None the less, he was happy in his insignificance. He was satisfied with himself in the presence of these colossal things. Everything pleased him this morning. The speed of the Isvos, the bickering humor of the Ostfotchiks, the elegance of the women, the fine presences of the officers and their easy naturalness under their uniforms, so opposed to the wooden posturing of the Berlin military men whom he had noticed at the Toulouse and in the Friedrichstrasse between two trains. Everything enchanted him, the costume even of the moujiks, vivid blouses, the red shirts over the trousers, the full legs and the boots up to the knees. Even the unfortunates who, in spite of the soft atmosphere, were muffled up in sheepskin coats, all impressed him favorably. Everything appeared to him original and congenial. Order reigned in the city. The guards were polite, decorative, and superb in bearing. The passers-by in that quarter talked gaily among themselves, often in French, and had manners as civilized as anywhere in the world. Where, then, was the Bear of the North? He had never seen bears so well licked. Was it this very city that only yesterday was in revolution? This was certainly the Alexander Park, where troops a few weeks before had fired on children who had sought refuge in the trees like sparrows. Was this the very pavement where the Cossacks had left so many bodies? Finally he saw before him the Nevsky Prospect, where the bullets rained like hail not long since upon a people dressed for festivities and very joyous. Nichevo, Nichevo, all that was so soon forgotten. They forgot yesterday as they forget tomorrow. The nihilists? Poets who imagined that a bomb could accomplish anything in that Babylon of the North more important than the noise of its explosion. Look at those people who pass. They have no more thought for the old attack than for those now preparing in the shadow of the traktirs. Happy men, full of serenity in this bright quarter, who move about their affairs and their pleasures in the purest air, the lightest, the most transparent on earth. No, no. No one knows the joy of mere breathing if he has not breathed the air there, the finest in the north of the world, which gives food and drink of beautiful white eau de vie and yellow pivot, and strikes the blood and makes one a beast vigorous and joyful and fatalistic, and mocks at the nihilists, and, as well, at the 10,000 eyes of the police staring from under the porches of houses, from under the skulls of dvornicks, all police, the dvornicks, all police, also the joyous concierges with extended hands. Ah, one mocks at it all in such air, provided one has roubles in one's pockets, plenty of roubles, and that one is not besotted by reading those extraordinary books that preach the happiness of all humanity to students, and to poor girl students too. Seat of the nihilists, all that. These poor little fellows and poor little girls who have their heads turned by lectures that they cannot digest. That is all the trouble, the digestion. The digestion is needed. Monsieurs the commercial travelers for champagne, who talk together importantly in the lobbies of the Grand Morskaya Hotel, and who have studied the Russian people even in the most distant cities where champagne is sold, will tell you that over any table of hors d'oeuvres, and will regulate the whole question of the revolution between two little glasses of vodka, swallowed properly, quickly, elbow up, at a single draught, in the Russian manner. Simply an affair of digestion, they tell you. Who is the fool that would dare compare a young gentleman who has well digested a bottle of champagne or two, and another young man who has poorly digested the lucubrations of, who shall we say? The lucubrations of the economists? The economists? The economists. Fools who compete which can make the most violent statements. Those who read them and don't understand them go off like a bomb. Your health, Nichevo. The world goes round still, doesn't it? Discussion, political, economic, revolutionary, and other in the room where they munch hors d'oeuvres. You will hear it all as you pass through the hotel to your chamber, young Rouletabille. Get quickly, now, to the home of Koupriane, if you don't wish to arrive there at luncheon time. Then you would have to put off these serious affairs until evening. The Department of Police. Massive entrance, heavily guarded, a great lobby, halls with swinging doors, many obsequious schwitzars on the lookout for tips, many poor creatures sitting against the walls on dirty benches, desks and clerks, brilliant boots, and epaulets of gay young officers who are telling tales of the aquarium with great relish. Monsieur Rouletabille. Ah, yes, please be seated. Delighted. Monsieur Koupriane will be very happy to receive you, but just at this moment he is at inspection. Yes, the inspection of the police dormitories in the barracks. We will take you there. His own idea. He doesn't neglect anything, does he? A great chief. Have you seen the police guard's dormitory? Admirable. The first dormitories of the world. We say that without wishing to offend France. We love France. A great nation. I will take you immediately to Monsieur Koupriane. I shall be delighted. I also, said Rouletabille, who put a rouble into the honorable functionary's hand. Permit me to precede you. Bows and salutes. For 2 roubles he would have walked obsequiously before him to the end of the world. These functionaries are admirable, thought Rouletabille as he was led to the barracks. He felt he had not paid too much for the services of a personage whose uniform was completely covered with lace. They tramped, they climbed, they descended. Stairways, corridors. Ah, the barracks at last. He seemed to have entered a convent. Beds very white, very narrow, and images of the Virgin and saints everywhere. Monastic neatness and the most absolute silence. Suddenly an order sounded in the corridor outside, and the police guard, who sprang from no one could tell where, stood to attention at the head of their beds. Koupriane and his aide appeared. Koupriane looked at everything closely, spoke to each man in turn, called them by their names, inquired about their needs, and the men stammered replies, not knowing what to answer, reddening like children. Koupriane observed Rouletabille. He dismissed his aide with a gesture. The inspection was over. He drew the young man into a little room just off the dormitory. Rouletabille, frightened, looked about him. He found himself in a chapel. This little chapel completed the effect of the guard's dormitory. It was all gilded, decorated in marvelous colors, thronged with little icons that bring happiness, and, naturally, with the portrait of the Tsar, the dear little father. You see, said Koupriane, smiling at Rouletabille's amazement, we deny them nothing. We give them their saints right here in their quarters. Closing the door, he drew a chair toward Rouletabille and motioned him to sit down. They sat before the little altar loaded with flowers, with colored paper and winged saints. We can talk here without being disturbed, he said. Yonder there is such a crowd of people waiting for me. I'm ready to listen. Monsieur, said Rouletabille, I have come to give you the report of my mission here and to terminate my connection with it. All that is left for clearing this obscure affair is to arrest the guilty person with which I have nothing to do. That concerns you. I simply inform you that someone tried to poison the general last night by pouring arsenate of soda into his sleeping potion, which I bring you in this phial, arsenate which was secured most probably by washing it from grapes brought to General Trebassoff by the marshal of the court, and which disappeared without anyone being able to say how. Ah, a family affair, a plot within the family. I told you so, murmured Koupriane. The affair at least has happened within the family, as you think, although the assassin came from outside. Contrary to what you may be able to believe, he does not live in the house. Then how does he get there? Demanded Koupriane. By the window of the room overlooking the Neva. He has often come that way, and that is the way he returns also, I am sure. It is there you can take him if you act with prudence. How do you know he often comes that way? You know the height of the window above the little roadway. To reach it he uses a water trough, whose iron rings are bent, and also the marks of a grappling iron that he carries with him and uses to hoist himself to the window are distinctly visible on the ironwork of the little balcony outside. The marks are quite obviously of different dates. But that window is closed. Someone opens it for him. Who, if you please? I have no desire to know. Yes, it necessarily is Natacha. I was sure that the Villa de Ils had its viper. I tell you, she doesn't dare leave her nest because she knows she is watched. Not one of her movements outside escapes us. She knows it. She has been warned. The last time she ventured outside alone was to go into the old quarters of Derunia. What has she to do in such a rotten quarter? I ask you that. And she turned in her tracks without seeing anyone, without knocking at a single door, because she saw that she was followed. She isn't able to get to see them outside, therefore she has to see them inside." "They are only one, and always the same one." "Are you sure?" "An examination of the marks on the wall and on the pipe doesn't leave any doubt of it. And it is always the same grappling iron that is used for the window." "The viper!" "Monsieur Koupriane, Mademoiselle Natacha seems to preoccupy you exceedingly. I did not come here to talk about Mademoiselle Natacha. I came to point out to you the route used by the man who comes to do the murder." Yes, it is she who opens the way." "I can't deny that." "The little demon. Why does she take him into her room at night? Do you think perhaps there is some love affair?" "I am sure of quite the opposite." "I too. Natacha is not a wanton. Natacha has no heart. She has only a brain, and it doesn't take long for a brain touched by nihilism to get so it won't hesitate at anything." Koupriane reflected a moment, while Rouletabille watched him in silence. "Have we solely to do with nihilism?" resumed Koupriane. "Everything you tell me inclines me more and more to my idea, a family affair, purely in the family. You know, don't you, that upon the general's death Natacha will be immensely rich?" "Yes, I know of it," replied Rouletabille in a voice that sounded singular to the ear of the Chief of Police and which made him raise his head. "What do you know?" "I? Nothing," replied the reporter, this time in a firmer tone. "I ought, however, to say this to you. I am sure that we are dealing with nihilism." "What makes you believe it?" "This," and Rouletabille handed Koupriane the message that he had received that same morning. Oh," cried Koupriane. "You are under watch. Look out." "I have nothing to fear. I am not bothering myself about anything further. Yes, we have an affair of the revolutionaries, but not of the usual kind. The way they are going about it isn't like one of their young men that the Central Committee arms with a bomb and who is sacrificed in advance." "Where are the tracks that you have traced?" "Right up to the Krestowsky Villa." Koupriane bounded from his chair. "Occupied by Boris? Parbleu! Now we have them. I see it all now. Boris, another cracked brain, and he is engaged. If he plays the part of the revolutionaries, the affair would work out big for him." "That villa," said Rouletabille quietly, "is also occupied by Michael Korosakoff." "He is the most loyal, the most reliable soldier of the Tsar." "No one is ever sure of anything, my dear Monsieur Koupriane." "Oh, I am sure of a man like that." "No man is ever sure of any man, my dear Monsieur Koupriane." "I am in every case for those I employ." "You are wrong." "What do you say?" "Something that can serve you in the enterprise you are going to undertake, because I trust you can catch the murderer right in his nest. To do that, I'll not conceal from you that I think your agents will have to be enormously clever. They will have to watch the datcha des Iles at night, without anyone possibly suspecting it. No more maroon coats with false astrakhan trimmings, but Apaches on the war trail, who blend themselves with the ground, with the trees, with the stones in the roadway. But among those Apaches don't send that agent of your Secret Service who watched the window while the assassin climbed to it." "What?" "Why, these climbs that you can read the proofs of on the wall and on the iron forgings of the balcony went on while your agents night and day were watching the villa. Have you noticed, monsieur, that it was always the same agent who took the post at night behind the villa under the window? General Trebassof's book, in which he kept a statement of the exact disposal of each of your men during the period of siege, was most instructive on that point. The other posts changed in turn, but the same agent, when he was among the guard, demanded always that same post, which was not disputed by anybody, since it is no fun to pass the hours of the night behind a wall in an empty field. The others much preferred to roll away the time watching in the villa or in front of the lodge, where vodka and Crimean wine, kvass and pivo, kirsch and chi never ran short. That agent's name is Touman." "Touman? Impossible. He is one of the best agents from Q. He was recommended by Gunzovsky." Rouletabille chuckled. Yes, grumbled the Chief of Police. "Someone always laughs when his name is mentioned." Koupriane had turned red. He rose, opened the door, gave a long direction in Russian, and returned to his chair. "Now," said he, "go ahead and tell me all the details of the poison and the grapes the marshal of the court brought. I'm listening." Rouletabille told him very briefly and without drawing any deductions all that we already know. He ended his account as a man dressed in a maroon coat with false astrakhan was introduced. It was the same man Rouletabille had met in General Trebassof's drawing room and who spoke French. Two gendarmes were behind him. The door had been closed. Koupriane turned toward the man in the coat. "Touman," he said, "I want to talk to you. You are a traitor and I have proof. You can confess to me and I will give you 1,000 roubles and you can take yourself off to be hanged somewhere else." The man's eyes shrank, but he recovered himself quickly. He replied in Russian. "Speak French, I order it," commanded Koupriane. "I answer, Your Excellency," said Touman firmly, "that I don't know what Your Excellency means." "I mean that you have helped a man get into the Trebassof villa by night when you were on guard under the window of the little sitting room. You see that there is no use deceiving us any longer. I play with you frankly, good play, good money. The name of that man and you have 1,000 roubles." "I'm ready to swear on the icon of—" "Don't perjure yourself." "I have always loyally served—" "The name of that man." "I still don't know yet what Your Excellency means." "Oh, you understand me," replied Koupriane, who visibly held in an anger that threatened to break forth any moment. "A man got into the house while you were watching." "I never saw anything. After all, it is possible. There were some very dark nights. I went back and forth." "You are not a fool. The name of that man." "I assure you, Excellency—" "Strip him." "What are you going to do?" cried Rouletabille. But already the two guards had thrown themselves on Touman and had drawn off his coat and shirt. The man was bare to the waist. "What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" "Leave them alone," said Koupriane, roughly pushing Rouletabille back. Seizing a whip which hung at the waist of the guards, he struck Touman a blow across the shoulders that drew blood. Touman, mad with the outrage and the pain, shouted, "Yes, it is true. I brag of it." Koupriane did not restrain his rage. He showered the unhappy man with blows, having thrown Rouletabille to the end of the room when he tried to interfere. And while he proceeded with the punishment, the chief of police hurled at the agent who had betrayed him an accompaniment of fearful threats, promising him that before he was hanged he should rot in the bottommost dungeon of Peter and Paul, in the slimy pits lying under the Neva. Touman, between the two guards who held him, and who sometimes received blows on the rebound that were not intended for them, never uttered a complaint. Outside the invectives of Koupriane there was heard only the swish of the cords and the cries of Rouletabille, who continued to protest that it was abominable, and called the chief of police a savage. Finally the savage stopped. Gouts of blood had spattered all about. "Monsieur," said Rouletabille, who supported himself against the wall, "I shall complain to the Tsar." "You are right," Koupriane replied, "but I feel relieved now. You can't imagine the harm this man can have done to us in the weeks he has been here." Touman, across whose shoulders they had thrown his coat, and who lay now across a chair, found strength to look up and say, "It is true. You can't do me as much harm as I have done you, whether you think so or not. All the harm that can be done me by you and yours is already accomplished. My name is not Touman, but Matiev. Listen, I had a son that was the light of my eyes. Neither my son nor I had ever been concerned with politics. I was employed in Moscow. My son was a student. During the Red Week we went out, my son and I, to see a little of what was happening over in the Presnia quarter. They said everybody had been killed over there. We passed before the Presnia gate. Soldiers called to us to stop because they wished to search us. We opened our coats. The soldiers saw my son's student waistcoat and set up a cry. They unbuttoned the vest, drew a notebook out of his pocket, and they found a workman's song in it that had been published in the Signal. The soldiers didn't know how to read. They believed the paper was a proclamation, and they arrested my son. I demanded to be arrested with him. They pushed me away. I ran to the governor's house. Trebassof had me thrust away from his door with blows from the butt ends of his Cossacks' guns. And as I persisted, they kept me locked up all that night and the morning of the next day. At noon I was set free. I demanded my son, and they replied they didn't know what I was talking about. But a soldier that I recognized as having arrested my son the evening before pointed out a van that was passing, covered with a tarpaulin and surrounded by Cossacks. "Your son is there," he said. "They are taking him to the graves." Mad with despair, I ran after the van. It went to the outskirts of Goulontrine cemetery. There I saw in the white snow a huge grave, wide, deep.
I shall see it to my last minute. 2 vans had already stopped near the hole. Each van held 13 corpses. The vans were dumped into the trench and the soldiers commenced to sort the bodies into rows of 6. I watched for my son. At last I recognized him in a body that half hung over the edge of the trench. Horrors of suffering were stamped in the expression of his face. I threw myself beside him. I said that I was his father. They let me embrace him a last time and count his wounds. He had 14. Someone had stolen the gold chain that hung about his neck and held the picture of his mother, who died the year before. I whispered into his ear. I swore to avenge him. 48 hours later, I had placed myself at the disposition of the Revolutionary Committee. A week had not passed before Tuman, whom, it seems, I resemble, and who was one of the Secret Service agents in Q, was assassinated in the train that was taking him to St. Petersburg. The assassination was kept a secret. I received all his papers and I took his place with you. I was doomed beforehand, and I asked nothing better so long as I might last until after the execution of Trebassof. Ah, how I longed to kill him with my own hands. But another had already been assigned the duty, and my role was to help him. And do you suppose I am going to tell you the name of that other? Never! And if you discover that other as you have discovered me, another will come, and another, until Trebassof has paid for his crimes. That is all I have to say to you, Koupriane. As for you, my little fellow," added he, turning to Rouletabille, "I wouldn't give much for your bones. Neither of you will last long. That is my consolation." Koupriane had not interrupted the man. He looked at him in silence, sadly. "You know, my poor man, you will be hanged now?" he said. "No," growled Rouletabille. "Monsieur Koupriane, I'll bet you my purse that he will not be hanged." "And why not?" demanded the Chief of Police, while, upon a sign from him, they took away the false Tuman. "Because it is I who denounced him." "What a reason! And what would you like me to do?" "Guard him for me alone, do you understand?" "In exchange for what?" "In exchange for the life of General Trebassof, if I must put it that way." "Eh? The life of General Trebassof? You speak as if it belonged to you, as if you could dispose of it." Rouletabille laid his hand on Koupriane's arm. "Perhaps that's so," said he. "Would you like me to tell you one thing, Monsieur Rouletabille? It is that General Trebassof's life, after what has just escaped the lips of this Tuman, who is not Tuman, isn't worth any more than yours if you remain here. Since you are disposed not to do anything more in this affair, take the train, monsieur. Take the train and go." Rouletabille walked back and forth, very much worked up. Then suddenly he stopped short. "Impossible," he said. "It is impossible. I cannot. I am not able to go yet." "Why?" "Good God, Monsieur Koupriane, because I have to interview the President of the Duma yet, and complete my little inquiry into the politics of the cadets." "Oh, indeed." Koupriane looked at him with a sour grin. "What are you going to do with that man?" demanded Rouletabille. "Have him fixed up first." "And then?" "Then take him before the judges." "That is to say, the gallows?" "Certainly." "Monsieur Koupriane, I offer it to you again, life for life. Give me the life of that poor devil, and I promise you General Trebassof's." "Explain yourself." "Not at all. Do you promise me that you will maintain silence about the case of that man, and that you will not touch a hair of his head?" Koupriane looked at Rouletabille as he had looked at him during the altercation they had on the edge of the gulf. He decided the same way this time. "Very well," said he. "You have my word, the poor devil." "You are a brave man, Monsieur Koupriane, but a little quick with the whip." "What would you expect? One's work teaches that." "Good morning. No, don't trouble to show me out. I am compromised enough already," said Rouletabille, laughing. "Au revoir, and good luck. Get to work interviewing the President of the Duma," added Koupriane knowingly, with a great laugh. But Rouletabille was already gone. "That lad," said the Chief of Police aloud to himself, "hasn't told me a bit of what he knows." End of Chapter 8. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 9 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 9. Annouchka. "And now it's between us two, Natacha," murmured Rouletabille as soon as he was outside.
He hailed the first carriage that passed and gave the address of the Dacha des Iles. When he got in he held his head between his hands. His face burned, his jaws were set. But by a prodigious effort of his will he resumed almost instantly his calm, his self-control. As he went back across the Neva, across the bridge where he had felt so elated a little while before, and saw the Isles again, he sighed heavily. I thought I had got it all over with, so far as I was concerned, and now I don't know where it will stop. His eyes grew dark for a moment with somber thoughts, and the vision of the lady in black rose before him. Then he shook his head, filled his pipe, lighted it, dried a tear that had been caused by doubtless a little smoke in his eye, and stopped sentimentalizing. A quarter of an hour later he gave a true Russian nobleman's fist blow in the back to the coachman as an intimation that they had reached the Trebassof villa. A charming picture was before him. They were all lunching gaily in the garden around the table in the summer house. He was astonished, however, at not seeing Natacha with them. Boris Morazov and Michael Korsakoff were there. Rouletabille did not wish to be seen. He made a sign to Ermolai, who was passing through the garden and who hurried to meet him at the gate. "The Barinia," said the reporter in a low voice, with his finger to his lips to warn the faithful attendant to caution. In 2 minutes Matrena Petrovna joined Rouletabille in the lodge. "Well, where is Natacha?" he demanded hurriedly, as she kissed his hands, quite as though she had made an idol of him. "She has gone away. Yes, out. Oh, I did not keep her. I did not try to hold her back. Her expression frightened me. You can understand, my little angel. My, you are impatient. What is it about? How do we stand? What have you decided? I am your slave. Command me, command me. The keys of the villa?" "Yes, give me a key to the veranda. You must have several. I must be able to get into the house tonight if it becomes necessary." She drew a key from her gown, gave it to the young man, and said a few words in Russian to Ermolai to enforce upon him that he must obey the little domovoi doukh in anything, day or night. "Now tell me where Natacha has gone." "Boris's parents came to see us a little while ago, to inquire after the general. They have taken Natacha away with them, as they often have done. Natacha went with them readily enough. Little domovoi, listen to me, listen to Matrena Petrovna. Anyone would have said she was expecting it." "Then she has gone to lunch at their house?" "Doubtless, unless they have gone to a cafe. I don't know. Boris's father likes to have the family lunch at the Bark when it is fine. Calm yourself, little domovoi. What ails you? Bad news, eh? Any bad news?" "No, no, everything is all right. Quick, the address of Boris's family." "The house at the corner of La Place Saint Isaac and La Rue de la Poste." "Good, thank you. Adieu." He started for the Place Saint Isaac and picked up an interpreter at the Grand Morskaya Hotel on the way. It might be useful to have him. At the Place Saint Isaac he learned the Morazovs and Natacha Trebassof had gone by train for luncheon at Bergalow, one of the nearby stations in Finland. "That is all," said he, and added apart to himself, "and perhaps that is not true." He paid the coachman and the interpreter and lunched at the Brasserie de Vienne nearby. He left there a half hour later, much calmer. He took his way to the Grand Morskaya Hotel, went inside and asked the schwitzar, "Can you give me the address of Mademoiselle Annouchka?" "The singer of the Krestowski?" "That is who I mean." "She had luncheon here. She has just gone away with the prince." Without any curiosity as to which prince, Rouletabille cursed his luck and again asked for her address. "Why, she lives in an apartment just across the way." Rouletabille, feeling better, crossed the street, followed by the interpreter that he had engaged. Across the way he learned on the landing of the first floor that Mademoiselle Annouchka was away for the day. He descended, still followed by his interpreter, and recalling how someone had told him that in Russia it was always profitable to be generous, he gave 5 roubles to the interpreter and asked him for some information about Mademoiselle Annouchka's life in St. Petersburg. The interpreter whispered, "She arrived a week ago, but has not spent a single night in her apartment over there." He pointed to the house they had just left and added, "Merely her address for the police." "Yes, yes," said Rouletabille, "I understand. She sings this evening, doesn't she?" "Monsieur, it will be a wonderful debut." "Yes, yes, I know. Thanks." All these frustrations in the things he had undertaken that day, instead of disheartening him, plunged him deep into hard thinking.
He returned, his hands in his pockets, whistling softly to the Place St. Isaac, walked around the church, keeping an eye on the house at the corner, investigated the monument, went inside, examined all its details, came out marveling, and finally went once again to the residence of the Morazoffs, was told that they had not yet returned from the Finland town, then went and shut himself in his room at the hotel, where he smoked a dozen pipes of tobacco. He emerged from his cloud of smoke at dinner time. At 10 that evening he stepped out of his carriage before the Krestowski. The establishment of Krestowski, which looms among the aisles as much as the aquarium does, is neither a theater, nor a music hall, nor a café concert, nor a restaurant, nor a public garden. It is all of these, and some other things besides. Summer theater, winter theater, open-air theater, hall for spectacles, scenic mountain, exercise ground, diversions of all sorts, garden promenades, cafés, restaurants, private dining rooms, everything is combined here that can amuse, charm, lead to the wildest orgies, or provide those who never think of sleep till toward 3 or 4 o'clock of a morning the means to await the dawn with patience. The most celebrated companies of the old and the new world play there amid an enthusiasm that is steadily maintained by the foresight of the managers. Russian and foreign dancers, and above all the French chanteuses, the little dolls of the café concerts, so long as they are young, bright, and elegantly dressed, may meet their fortune there. If there is no such luck, they are sure at least to find every evening some old beau, and often some officer, who willingly pays 25 roubles for the sole pleasure of having a demoiselle born on the banks of the Seine for his companion at the supper table. After their turn at singing, these women display their graces and their eager smiles in the promenades of the garden, or among the tables where the champagne drinkers sit. The headliners, naturally, are not driven to this wearying perambulation, but can go away to their rest if they are so inclined. However, the management is appreciative if they accept the invitation of some dignitary of the army, of administration, or of finance, who seeks the honor of hearing from the chanteuse in a private room with a company of friends not disposed to melancholy, the bohemian songs of the Vieux de Revnia. They sing, they loll, they talk of Paris, and above all they drink. If sometimes the little fete ends rather roughly, it is the friendly and affectionate champagne that is to blame, but usually the orgies remain quite innocent, of a character that certainly might trouble the temperance societies, but need not make Monsieur le Sénateur Berenger feel involved. A war whose powder fumes reeked still, a revolution whose last defeated growls had not died away at the period of these events, had not at all diminished the nightly gaieties of Krestowski. Many of the young men who displayed their uniforms that evening and called their Nichevo along the brilliantly lighted paths of the public gardens, or filled the open-air tables, or drank vodka at the buffets, or admired the figures of the wandering soubrettes, had come here on the eve of their departure for the war, and had returned with the same childlike enchanted smile, the same ideal of futile joy, and kissed their passing comrades as gaily as ever. Some of them had a sleeve lying limp now, or walked with a crutch, or even on a wooden leg, but it was, all the same, Nichevo. The crowd this evening was denser than ordinarily, because there was the chance to hear Annouchka again for the first time since the somber days of Moscow. The students were ready to give her an ovation, and no one opposed it, because, after all, if she sang now it was because the police were willing at last. If the Tsar's government had granted her her life, it was not in order to compel her to die of hunger. Each earned a livelihood as was possible. Annouchka only knew how to sing and dance, so she must sing and dance. When Rouletabille entered the Krestowski Gardens, Annouchka had commenced her number, which ended with a tremendous Rusalka. Surrounded by a chorus of male and female dancers in the national dress, and with red boots, striking tambourines with their fingers, then suddenly taking a rigid pose to let the young woman's voice, which was of rather ordinary register, come out, Annouchka had centered the attention of the immense audience upon herself. All the other parts of the establishment were deserted. The tables had been removed, and a panting crowd pressed about the open-air theater. Rouletabille stood up on his chair at the moment tumultuous bravos sounded from a group of students. Annouchka bowed toward them, seeming to ignore the rest of the audience, which had not dared declare itself yet. She sang the old peasant songs, arranged to present-day taste, and interspersed them with dances.
They had an enormous success, because she gave her whole soul to them and sang with her voice sometimes caressing, sometimes menacing, and sometimes magnificently desperate, giving much significance to words which on paper had not aroused the suspicions of the censor. The taste of the day was obviously still a taste for the Revolution, which retained its influence on the banks of the Neva. What she was doing was certainly very bold, and apparently she realized how audacious she was, because with great adroitness she would bring out immediately after some dangerous phrase a patriotic couplet which everybody was anxious to applaud. She succeeded by such means in appealing to all the divergent groups of her audience, and secured a complete triumph for herself. The students, the revolutionaries, the radicals, and the cadets acclaimed the singer, glorifying not only her art, but also, and beyond everything else, the sister of the engineer Volkowsky, who had been doomed to perish with her brother by the bullets of the Semenovsky regiment. The friends of the court, on their side, could not forget that it was she who, in front of the Kremlin, had struck aside the arm of Konstantin Kokharoff, ordered by the Central Revolutionary Committee to assassinate the Grand Duke Peter Alexandrovitch as he drove up to the governor's house in his sleigh. The bomb burst 10 feet away, killing Konstantin Kokharoff himself. It may be that before death came he had time to hear Annouchka cry to him, "Wretch, you were told to kill the prince, not to assassinate his children." As it happened, Peter Alexandrovitch held on his knees the two little princesses, 7 and 8 years old. The court had wished to recompense her for that heroic act. Annouchka had spit at the envoy of the chief of police, who called to speak to her of money. At the Hermitage in Moscow, where she sang then, some of her admirers had warned her of possible reprisals on the part of the revolutionaries. But the revolutionaries gave her assurance at once that she had nothing to fear. They approved her act and let her know that they now counted on her to kill the Grand Duke some time when he was alone, which had made Annouchka laugh. She was an enfant terrible, whose friends no one knew, who passed for very wise, and whose lines of intrigue were inscrutable. She enjoyed making her hosts in the private supper rooms quake over their meal. One day she had said bluntly to one of the most powerful tchinovniks of Moscow, "You, my friend, you are president of the Black Hundred. Your fate is sealed. Yesterday you were condemned to death by the delegates of the Central Committee at Presnia. Say your prayers." The man reached for champagne. He never finished his glass. The dvornicks carried him out stricken with apoplexy. Since the time she saved the little Grand Duchesses, the police had orders to allow her to act and talk as she pleased. She had been mixed up in the deepest plots against the government. Those who lent the slightest countenance to such plottings and were not of the police simply disappeared. Their friends dared not even ask for news of them. The only thing not in doubt about them was that they were at hard labor somewhere in the mines of the Ural Mountains. At the moment of the revolution, Annouchka had a brother who was an engineer on the Kasan-Moscow line. This Volkowsky was one of the leaders on the strike committee. The authorities had an eye on him. The revolution started. He, with the help of his sister, accomplished one of those formidable acts which will carry their memory as heroes to the farthest posterity. Their work accomplished, they were taken by Trebassof's soldiers. Both were condemned to death. Volkowsky was executed first, and the sister was taking her turn when an officer of the government arrived on horseback to stop the firing. The Tsar, informed of her intended fate, had sent a pardon by telegram. After that she disappeared. She was supposed to have gone on some tour across Europe, as was her habit, for she spoke all the languages like a true Bohemian. Now she had reappeared in all her joyous glory at Krestowski. It was certain, however, that she had not forgotten her brother. Gossips said that if the government and the police showed themselves so long enduring, they found it to their interest to do so. The open, apparent life Annouchka led was less troublesome to them than her hidden activities would be. The lesser police who surrounded the chief of the St. Petersburg Secret Service, the famous Gunsovsky, had meaning smiles when the matter was discussed. Among them Annouchka had the ignoble nickname "Stool Pigeon." Rouletabille must have been well aware of all these particulars concerning Annouchka, for he betrayed no astonishment at the great interest and the strong emotions she aroused. From the corner where he was, he could see only a bit of the stage, and he was standing on tiptoes to see the singer when he felt his coat pulled. He turned. It was the jolly advocate, well known for his gastronomic feats, Athanase Georgevitch, along with the jolly imperial councilor, Ivan Petrovitch, who motioned him to climb down. "Come with us, we have a box."
Rouletabille did not need urging, and he was soon installed in the front of a box where he could see the stage and the public both. Just then the curtain fell on the first part of Annouchka's performance. The friends were soon rejoined by Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff, the great timber merchant, who came from behind the scenes. "I've been to see the beautiful Anato," announced the Lithuanian with a great satisfied laugh. "Tell me the news. All the girls are sulking over Annouchka's success." "Who dragged you into the Anato's dressing room, then?" demanded Athanase. "Oh, Gonsovsky himself, my dear. He is very amateurish, you know." "What? Do you knock around with Gonsovsky?" "On my word, I tell you, dear friends, he isn't a bad acquaintance. He did me a little service at Bakou last year. A good acquaintance in these times of public trouble." "You're in the oil business now, are you?" "Oh, yes, a little of everything for a livelihood. I have a little well down Bakou way, nothing big, and a little house, a very small one for my small business." "What a monopolist Thaddeus is," declared Athanase Georgevitch, hitting him a formidable slap on the thigh with his enormous hand. "Gonsovsky has come himself to keep an eye on Annouchka's debut, eh? Only he goes into Anato's dressing room, the rogue." "Oh, he doesn't trouble himself. Do you know who he is to have supper with? With Annouchka, my dears, and we are invited." "How's that?" inquired the jovial councilor. "It seems Gonsovsky influenced the minister to permit Annouchka's performance by declaring he would be responsible for it all. He required from Annouchka solely that she have supper with him on the evening of her debut." "And Annouchka consented?" "That was the condition, it seems. For that matter, they say that Annouchka and Gonsovsky don't get along so badly together. Gonsovsky has done Annouchka many a good turn. They say he is in love with her." "He has an air of an umbrella merchant," snorted Athanase Georgevitch. "Have you seen him at close range?" inquired Ivan. "I have dined at his house, though it is nothing to boast of, on my word." "That is what he said," replied Thaddeus. "When he knew we were here together, he said to me, 'Bring him. He is a charming fellow who plies a great fork. And bring that dear man Ivan Petrovitch, and all your friends.'" "Oh, I only dined at his house," grumbled Athanase, "because there was a favor he was going to do me." "He does services for everybody, that man," observed Ivan Petrovitch. Of course, he ought to," retorted Athanase. "What is a chief of secret police for if not to do things for everybody? For everybody, my dear friends, and a little for himself besides. A chief of secret service has to be in with everybody and his father, as La Fontaine says, if you know that author, if he wants to hold his place. You know what I mean." Athanase laughed loudly, glad of the chance to show how French he could be in his allusions, and looked at Rouletabille to see if he had been able to catch the tone of the conversation. But Rouletabille was too much occupied in watching a profile wrapped in a mantilla of black lace in the Spanish fashion to repay Athanase's performance with a knowing smile. "You certainly have naive notions. You think a chief of secret police should be an ogre," replied the advocate, as he nodded here and there to his friends. "Why, certainly not. He needs to be a sheep in a place like that, a thorough sheep. Gonsovsky is soft as a sheep. The time I dined with him he had mutton, streaked with fat. He is just like that. I am sure he has many layers of fat. When you shake hands you feel as though you had grabbed a piece of fat. My word! And when he eats he wags his jaw fattishly. His head is like that, too, bald, you know, with a cranium like fresh lard. He speaks softly and looks at you like a kid looking to its mother for a juicy meal." "But why, it is Natacha," murmured the lips of the young man. "Certainly it is Natacha, Natacha herself," exclaimed Ivan Petrovitch, who had used his glasses the better to see whom the young French journalist was looking at. "Ah, the dear child, she has wanted to see Annouchka for a long time." "What, Natacha? So it is, so it is. Natacha, Natacha," said the others. "And with Boris Mourazoff's parents." "But Boris is not there," sniggered Thaddeus to Hitchnikoff. "Oh, he can't be far away. If he was there, we would see Michael Korsakoff, too. They keep close on each other's heels." "How has she happened to leave the general? She said she couldn't bear to be away from him." "Except to see Annouchka," replied Ivan. "She wanted to see her, and talked so much about it when I was there that even Feodor Feodorovitch was rather scandalized at her, and Matrena Petrovna reproved her downright rudely. But what a girl wishes the gods bring about. That's the way." "That's so, I know," put in Athanase. "Ivan Petrovitch is right. Natacha hasn't been able to hold herself in since she read that Annouchka was coming to make her debut in Krestowski. She said that she wasn't going to die without having seen the great artist." Her father had almost drawn her away from that crowd, affirmed Ivan. And that was as it should be. She must have fixed up this affair with Boris and his parents. Yes, Feodor certainly isn't aware that his daughter's idea was to applaud the heroine of Kasan Station. She is certainly made of stern stuff, my word, said Athanase. Natasha, you must remember, is a student, said Thaddeus, shaking his head. A true student. They have misfortunes like that now in so many families. I recall, apropos of what Ivan said just now, how today she asked Michael Korsakoff, before me, to let her know where Annouchka would sing. More yet, she said she wished to speak to that artist if it were possible. Michael frowned on that idea even before me, but Michael couldn't refuse her any more than the others. He can reach Annouchka easier than anyone else. You remember it was he who rode hard and arrived on time with the pardon for that beautiful witch. She ought not to forget him if she cared for her life. Anyone who knows Michael Nikolaevich knows that he did his duty promptly, announced Athanase Georgevitch crisply. But he would not have gone a step further to save Annouchka. Even now he won't compromise his career by being seen at the home of a woman who is never from under the eyes of Gunsovsky's agents and who hasn't been named stool pigeon for nothing. Then why do we go to supper tonight with Annouchka? Asked Ivan. That's not the same thing. We are invited by Gunsovsky himself. Don't forget that if stories concerning it drift about some day, my friends, said Thaddeus. For that matter, Thaddeus, I accept the invitation of the honorable chief of our admirable secret service because I don't wish to slight him. I have dined at his house already. By sitting opposite him at a public table here, I feel that I return that politeness. What do you say to that? Since you have dined with him well, tell us what kind of a man he is aside from his faddish qualities, said the curious councillor. So many things are said about him. He certainly seems to be a man it is better to stand in with than to fall out with. So I accept his invitation. How could you manage to refuse it anyway? When he first offered me hospitality, explained the advocate, I didn't even know him. I never had been near him. One day a police agent came and invited me to dinner by command, or at least I understood it wasn't wise to refuse the invitation, as you said, Ivan Petrovitch. When I went to his house, I thought I was entering a fortress, and inside I thought it must be an umbrella shop. There were umbrellas everywhere, and galoshes. True, it was a day of pouring rain. I was struck by there being no guard with a big revolver in the antechamber. He had a little timid Switzar there, who took my umbrella, murmuring "Barine" and bowing over and over again. He conducted me through very ordinary rooms, quite unguarded, to an average sitting room of a common kind. We dined with Madame Gunsovsky, who appeared fattish like her husband, and 3 or 4 men whom I had never seen anywhere. One servant waited on us. My word. At dessert, Gunsovsky took me aside and told me I was unwise to argue that way. I asked him what he meant by that. He took my hands between his fat hands and repeated, "No, no, it is not wise to argue like that." I couldn't draw anything else out of him. For that matter, I understood him, and, you know, since that day I have cut out certain side passages unnecessary in my general law pleadings that had been giving me a reputation for rather too free opinions in the papers. None of that at my age. Ah, the great Gunsovsky. Over our coffee I asked him if he didn't find the country in pretty strenuous times. He replied that he looked forward with impatience to the month of May, when he could go for a rest to a little property with a small garden that he had bought at Asnières, near Paris. When he spoke of their house in the country, Madame Gunsovsky heaved a sigh of longing for those simple country joys. The month of May brought tears to her eyes. Husband and wife looked at one another with real tenderness. They had not the air of thinking for one second, tomorrow or the day after, before our country happiness comes, we may find ourselves stripped of everything. No, they were sure of their happy vacation, and nothing seemed able to disquiet them under their fat. Gunsovsky has done everybody so many services that no one really wishes him ill, poor man. Besides, have you noticed, my dear old friends, that no one ever tries to work harm to chiefs of secret police? One goes after heads of police, prefects of police, ministers, grand dukes, and even higher. But the chiefs of secret police are never attacked. They can promenade tranquilly in the streets or in the gardens of Krestowsky, or breathe the pure air of the Finland country, or even the country around Paris. They have done so many little favors for this one and that here and there that no one wishes to do them the least injury. Each person always thinks, too, that others have been less well served than he. That is the secret of the thing, my friends. That is the secret. What do you say?" The others said,
The good Gunsovsky, he knows. Certainly accept his supper. With Annouchka it will be fun." "Messieurs," said Rouletabille, who continued to make discoveries in the audience, "do you know that officer who is seated at the end of a row down there in the orchestra seats? See, he is getting up." "He? Why, that is Prince Galitch, who was one of the richest lords of the North Country. Now he is practically ruined." "Thanks, gentlemen. Certainly it is he. I know him," said Rouletabille, seating himself and mastering his emotion. "They say he is a great admirer of Annouchka," hazarded Thaddeus. Then he walked away from the box. "The prince has been ruined by women," said Athanase Georgevitch, who pretended to know the entire chronicle of gallantries in the Empire. "He has also been on good terms with Gunsovsky," continued Thaddeus. "He passes at court, though, for an unreliable. He once made a long visit to Tolstoy." "Bah! Gunsovsky must have rendered some signal service to that imprudent prince," concluded Athanase. "But for yourself, Thaddeus, you haven't said what you did with Gunsovsky at Bakou." Rouletabille did not lose a word of what was being said around him, although he never lost sight of the profile hidden in the black mantle, nor of Prince Galitch, his personal enemy. Footnote: as told in The Lady in Black. End of footnote. Who reappeared, it seemed to him, at a very critical moment. "I was returning from Balanki in a drojki," said Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff, "and I was drawing near Bakou, having seen the debris of my oil shafts that had been burned by the Tartars, when I met Gunsovsky on the road, who, with two of his friends, found themselves badly off with one of the wheels of their carriage broken. I stopped. He explained to me that he had a Tartar coachman, and that his coachman had seen an Armenian on the road before him, could find nothing better to do than run full tilt into the Armenian's equipage. He had reached over and taken the reins from him, but a wheel of the carriage was broken." Rouletabille quivered, because he caught a glance of communication between Prince Galitch and Natacha, who was leaning over the edge of her box. "So I offered to take Gunsovsky and his friends into my carriage, and we rode all together to Bakou after Gunsovsky, who always wishes to do a service, as Athanase Georgevitch says, had warned his Tartar coachman not to finish the Armenian. Prince Galitch, at the moment the orchestra commenced the introductory music for Annouchka's new number, took advantage of all eyes being turned toward the rising curtain to pass near Natacha's seat. This time he did not look at Natacha, but Rouletabille was sure that his lips had moved as he went by her. Thaddeus continued: "It is necessary to explain that at Bakou my little house is one of the first before you reach the quay. I had some Armenian employees there. When arrived, what do you suppose I saw? A file of soldiers with cannon, yes, with a cannon, on my word, turned against my house, and an officer saying quietly, 'There it is, fire!' Rouletabille made yet another discovery, three discoveries. Nearby, standing back of Natacha's seat, was a figure not unknown to the young reporter, and there, in one of the orchestra chairs, were two other men whose faces he had seen that same morning in Koupriane's barracks. Here was where a memory for faces stood him in good stead. He saw that he was not the only person keeping close watch on Natacha. "When I heard what the officer said," Thaddeus went on, "I nearly dropped out of the drojki. I hurried to the police commissioner. He explained the affair promptly, and I was quick to understand. During my absence, one of my Armenian employees had fired at a Tartar who was passing. For that matter, he had killed him. The governor was informed and had ordered the house to be bombarded for an example, as had been done with several others. I found Gunsovsky and told him the trouble in 2 words. He said it wasn't necessary for him to interfere in the affair, that I had only to talk to the officer. 'Give him a good present, 100 roubles, and he will leave your house.' I went back to the officer and took him aside. He said he wanted to do anything that he could for me, but that the order was positive to bombard the house. I reported his answer to Gunsovsky, who told me, 'Tell him then to turn the muzzle of the cannon the other way and bombard the building of the chemist across the way. Then he can always say that he mistook which house was intended.' I did that, and he had them turn the cannon. They bombarded the chemist's place, and I got out of the whole thing for the 100 roubles. Gunsovsky, the good fellow, may be a great lump of fat and be like an umbrella merchant, but I have always been grateful to him from the bottom of my heart, you can understand, Athanase Georgevitch." "What reputation has Prince Galitch at the court?" inquired Rouletabille all at once. Oh," laughed the others. "Since he went so openly to visit Tolstoy, he doesn't go to the court any more." "And his opinions? What are his opinions?" "Oh, the opinions of everybody are so mixed nowadays. Nobody knows." Ivan Petrovitch said,
He passes among some people as very advanced and very much compromised."
"Yet they don't bother him?" inquired Rouletabille.
"Pooh, pooh," replied the gay councilor of empire. "It is rather he who tries to mix with them."
Thaddeus stooped down and said, "They say he can't be reached because of the hold he has over a certain great personage in the court, and it would be a scandal, a great scandal." "Be quiet, Thaddeus," interrupted Athanase Georgevitch roughly. "It is easy to see that you are lately from the provinces to speak so recklessly, but if you go on this way I shall leave."
"Athanase Georgevitch is right. Hang on to your mouth, Thaddeus," counseled Ivan Petrovitch. The talkers all grew silent, for the curtain was rising. In the audience there were mysterious allusions being made to this second number of Annouchka, but no one seemed able to say what it was to be, and it was, as a matter of fact, very simple. After the whirlwind of dances and choruses and all the splendor with which she had been accompanied the first time, Annouchka appeared as a poor Russian peasant in a scene representing the barren steppes, and very simply she sank to her knees and recited her evening prayers. Annouchka was singularly beautiful. Her aquiline nose, with sensitive nostrils, the clean-cut outline of her eyebrows, the look that now was almost tender, now menacing, always unusual, her pale, rounded cheeks, and the entire expression of her face showed clearly the strength of new ideas, spontaneity, deep resolution, and above all, passion. The prayer was passionate. She had an admirable contralto voice which affected the audience strangely from its very first notes. She asked God for daily bread for everyone in the immense Russian land, daily bread for the flesh and for the spirit, and she stirred the tears of everyone there, to whichever party they belonged. And when, as her last note sped across the desolate steppe and she rose and walked toward the miserable hut, frantic bravos from a delirious audience told her the prodigious emotions she had aroused. Little Rouletabille, who, not understanding the words, nevertheless caught the spirit of that prayer, wept. Everybody wept. Ivan Petrovitch, Athanase Georgevitch, Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff were standing up, stamping their feet and clapping their hands like enthusiastic boys. The students, who could be easily distinguished by the uniform green edging they wore on their coats, uttered insensate cries. And suddenly there rose the first strains of the national hymn. There was hesitation at first, a wavering, but not for long. Those who had been dreading some counter-demonstration realized that no objection could possibly be raised to a prayer for the Tsar. All heads uncovered, and the Bodji Tara Krari mounted unanimously toward the stars. Through his tears the young reporter never gave up his close watch on Natacha. She had half risen, and sinking back, leaned on the edge of the box. She called time and again, a name that Rouletabille could not hear in the uproar, but that he felt sure was Annouchka, Annouchka. "The reckless girl," murmured Rouletabille, and profiting by the general excitement, he left the box without being noticed. He made his way through the crowd toward Natacha, whom he had sought futilely since morning. The audience, after clamoring in vain for a repetition of the prayer by Annouchka, commenced to disperse, and the reporter was swept along with them for a few moments. When he reached the range of boxes, he saw that Natacha and the family she had been with were gone. He looked on all sides without seeing the object of his search, and like a madman commenced to run through the passages, when a sudden idea struck his blood cold. He inquired where the exit for the artists was, and as soon as it was pointed out, he hurried there. He was not mistaken. In the front line of the crowd that waited to see Annouchka come out, he recognized Natacha, with her head enveloped in the black mantle so that none could see her face. Besides, this corner of the garden was in half gloom. The police barred the way. He could not approach as near Natacha as he wished. He set himself to slip like a serpent through the crowd. He was not separated from Natacha by more than 4 or 5 persons when a great jostling commenced. Annouchka was coming out. Cries rose, "Annouchka! Annouchka!" Rouletabille threw himself on his knees, and on all fours succeeded in sticking his head through into the way kept by the police for Annouchka's passage. There, wrapped in a great red mantle, his hat on his arm, was a man Rouletabille immediately recognized. It was Prince Galitch. They were hurrying to escape the impeding pressure of the crowd, but Annouchka, as she passed near Natacha, stopped just a second, a movement that did not escape Rouletabille, and turning toward her said just the one word, "Caracho." Then she passed on. Rouletabille got up and forced his way back, having once more lost Natacha. He searched for her. He ran to the carriageway and arrived just in time to see her seated in a carriage with the Morozov family.
The carriage started at once in the direction of the Dacha des Iles. The young man remained standing there, thinking. He made a gesture as though he were ready now to let luck take its course. "In the end," said he, "it will be better so, perhaps." And then to himself, "Now to supper, my boy." He turned in his tracks and soon was established in the glaring light of the restaurant. Officers standing, glass in hand, were saluting from table to table and waving 1,000 compliments with grace that was almost feminine. He heard his name called joyously and recognized the voice of Ivan Petrovitch. The three boon companions were seated over a bottle of champagne resting in its ice bath and were being served with tiny plates while they waited for the supper hour, which was now near. Rouletabille yielded to their invitation readily enough and accompanied them when the head waiter informed Thaddeus that the gentlemen were desired in a private room. They went to the first floor and were ushered into a large apartment whose balcony opened on the hall of the Winter Theater, empty now. But the apartment was already occupied. Before a table covered with a shining service, Gounsovski did the honors. He received them like a servant, with his head down, an obsequious smile, his back bent, bowing several times as each of the guests were presented to him. Athanase had described him accurately enough, a mannequin in fat. Under the vast bent brow one could hardly see his eyes behind the blue glasses that seemed always ready to fall as he inclined too far his fat head with its timid and yet all-powerful glance. When he spoke in his falsetto voice, his chin dropped in a fold over his collar, and he had a steady gesture with the thumb and index finger of his right hand to retain the glasses from sliding down his short, thick nose. Behind him there was the fine, haughty silhouette of Prince Galitch. He had been invited by Annouchka, for she had consented to risk this supper only in company with 3 or 4 of her friends, officers who could not be further compromised by this affair, as they were already under the eye of the Okrana secret police, despite their high birth. Gounsovski had seen them come with a sinister chuckle and had lavished upon them his marks of devotion. He loved Annouchka. It would have sufficed to have surprised just once the jealous glance he sent from beneath his great blue glasses when he gazed at the singer to have understood the sentiments that actuated him in the presence of the beautiful daughter of the Black Land. Annouchka was seated, or rather she lounged, Oriental fashion, on the sofa which ran along the wall behind the table. She paid attention to no one. Her attitude was forbidding, even hostile. She indifferently allowed her marvelous black hair that fell in 2 tresses over her shoulder to be caressed by the perfumed hands of the beautiful Onoto, who had heard her this evening for the first time and had thrown herself with enthusiasm into her arms after the last number. Onoto was an artist too, and the pique she felt at first over Annouchka's success could not last after the emotion aroused by the evening prayer before the hut. "Come to supper," Annouchka had said to her. "With whom?" inquired the Spanish artist. "With Gounsovski." "Never." "Do come. You will help me pay my debt, and perhaps he will be useful to you as well. He is useful to everybody." Rouletabille had been monopolized at once by Prince Galitch, who took him into a corner and said, "What are you doing here?" "Do I inconvenience you?" asked the boy. The other assumed the amused smile of the great lord. "While there is still time," he said, "believe me, you ought to start to quit this country. Haven't you had sufficient notice?" "Yes," replied the reporter, "and you can dispense with any further notice from this time on." He turned his back. "Why, it is the little Frenchman from the Trebassof villa," commenced the falsetto voice of Gounsovski, as he pushed a seat toward the young man and begged him to sit between him and Athanase Georgevitch, who was already busy with the hors d'oeuvres. "How do you do, monsieur?" said the beautiful grave voice of Annouchka. Rouletabille saluted. "I see that I am in a country of acquaintances," he said, without appearing disturbed. He addressed a lively compliment to Annouchka, who threw him a kiss. "Rouletabille!" cried la belle Onoto. "Why, then he is the little fellow who solved the mystery of the Yellow Room." "Himself." "What are you doing here?" "He came to save the life of the General Trebassof," sniggered Gounsovski. "He is certainly a brave little young man." "The police know everything," said Rouletabille coldly, and he asked for champagne, which he never drank. The champagne commenced its work. While Thaddeus and the officers told each other stories of Bakou or paid compliments to the women, Gounsovski, who was through with raillery, leaned toward Rouletabille and gave that young man fatherly counsel with great unction.
You have undertaken, young man, a noble task, and one all the more difficult because General Trebassof is condemned not only by his enemies, but still more by the ignorance of Koupriane. Understand me thoroughly. Koupriane is my friend and a man whom I esteem very highly. He is good, brave as a warrior, but I wouldn't give a kopeck for his police. He has mixed in our affairs lately by creating his own secret police, but I don't wish to meddle with that. It amuses us. It's the new style, anyway. Everybody wants his secret police nowadays. And yourself, young man, what, after all, are you doing here? Reporting? No. Police work? That is our business and your business. I wish you good luck, but I don't expect it. Remember that if you need any help, I will give it to you willingly. I love to be of service, and I don't wish any harm to befall you." "You are very kind, monsieur," was all Rouletabille replied, and he called again for champagne. Several times Gounsovski addressed remarks to Annouchka, who concerned herself with her meal and had little answer for him. "Do you know who applauded you most this evening?" "No," said Annouchka indifferently. "The daughter of General Trebassof." "Yes, that is true, on my word," cried Ivan Petrovitch. "Yes, yes, Natacha was there," joined the other friends from the datcha des Iles. "For me, I saw her weep," said Rouletabille, looking at Annouchka fixedly. But Annouchka replied in an icy tone: "I do not know her." "She is unlucky in having a father," Prince Galitch commenced. "Prince, no politics, or let me take my leave," clucked Gounsovski. "Your health, dear Annouchka." "Your health, Gounsovski, but you have no worry about that." "Why?" demanded Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff in equivocal fashion. "Because he is too useful to the government," cried Ivan Petrovitch. "No," replied Annouchka, "to the revolutionaries." All broke out laughing. Gounsovski recovered his slipping glasses by his usual quick movement and sniggered softly, insinuatingly, like fat boiling in the pot. "So they say, and it is my strength." "His system is excellent," said the prince. "As he is in with everybody, everybody is in with the police without knowing it." They say, Athanase was choking over a little piece of toast that he had soaked in his soup. "They say that he has driven away all the hooligans and even the beggars of the Church of Kasan." Thereupon they commenced to tell stories of the hooligans, street thieves who since the recent political troubles had infested St. Petersburg and whom nobody could get rid of without paying for it. Athanase Georgevitch said, "There are hooligans that ought to have existed even if they never have. One of them stopped a young girl before Varsovie Station. The girl, frightened, immediately held out her purse to him with 2 roubles and 50 kopecks in it. The hooligan took it all. 'Goodness!' cried she. 'I have nothing now to take my train with.' 'How much is it?' asked the hooligan. 60 kopecks. 60 kopecks? Why didn't you say so?' And the bandit, hanging on to the 2 roubles, returned the 50 kopeck piece to the trembling child and added a 10 kopeck piece out of his own pocket. "Something quite as funny happened to me 2 winters ago at Moscow," said La Belle Onoto. "I had just stepped out of the door when I was stopped by a hooligan. 'Give me 20 kopecks,' said the hooligan. I was so frightened that I couldn't get my purse open. 'Quicker,' said he. Finally I gave him 20 kopecks. 'Now,' said he then, 'kiss my hand.' And I had to kiss it because he held his knife in the other." "Oh, they are quick with their knives," said Thaddeus. "As I was leaving the Gastinvador once, I was stopped by a hooligan who stuck a huge carving knife under my nose. 'You can have it for 1.5 roubles,' he said. You can believe that I bought it without any haggling. And it was a very good bargain. It was worth at least 3 roubles. Your health, Bella Onoto." "I always take my revolver when I go out," said Athanase. "It is more prudent. I say this before the police, but I would rather be arrested by the police than stabbed by the hooligans." "There is no place any more to buy revolvers," declared Ivan Petrovitch. "All such places are closed." Gounsovski settled his glasses, rubbed his fat hands, and said, "There are some still at my locksmith's place. The proof is that today in the Little Kaniouche my locksmith, whose name is Smith, went into the house of the grocer at the corner and wished to sell him a revolver. It was a Browning. 'An arm of the greatest reliability,' he said to him, 'which never misses fire and works very easily.' Having pronounced these words, the locksmith tried his revolver and lodged a ball in the grocer's lung. The grocer is dead, but before he died he bought the revolver. 'You are right,' he said to the locksmith, 'it is a terrible weapon.' And then he died." The others laughed heartily. They thought it very funny. Decidedly this great Gounsovski always had a funny story. Who would not like to be his friend?
Annouchka had deigned to smile. Gounsovski, in recognition, extended his hand to her like a mendicant. The young woman touched it with the end of her fingers, as if she were placing a 20-kopeck piece in the hand of a hooligan, and withdrew from it with disgust. Then the doors opened for the Bohemians. Their swarthy troop soon filled the room. Every evening men and women in their native costumes came from old Derevnia, where they lived all together in a sort of ancient patriarchal community, with customs that had not changed for centuries. They scattered about in the places of pleasure, in the fashionable restaurants, where they gathered large sums, for it was a fashionable luxury to have them sing at the end of suppers, and everyone showered money on them in order not to be behind the others. They accompanied on guzlas, on castanets, on tambourines, and sang the old airs, doleful and languorous, or excitable and breathless as the flight of the earliest nomads in the beginnings of the world. When they had entered, those present made place for them, and Rouletabille, who for some moments had been showing marks of fatigue and of a giddiness natural enough in a young man who isn't in the habit of drinking the finest champagnes, profited by the diversion to get a corner of the sofa not far from Prince Galitch, who occupied the place at Annouchka's right. "Look, Rouletabille is asleep," remarked la belle Onoto. "Poor boy," said Annouchka, and turning toward Gounsovski, "Aren't you soon going to get him out of our way? I heard some of our brethren the other day speaking in a way that would cause pain to those who care about his health." "Oh, that," said Gounsovski, shaking his head, "is an affair I have nothing to do with. Apply to Koupriane. Your health, belle Annouchka." But the Bohemians swept some opening chords for their songs, and the singers took everybody's attention, everybody excepting Prince Galitch and Annouchka, who, half turned toward one another, exchanged some words on the edge of all this musical uproar. As for Rouletabille, he certainly must have been sleeping soundly not to have been waked by all that noise, melodious as it was. It is true that he had apparently drunk a good deal, and as everyone knows, in Russia drink lays out those who can't stand it. When the Bohemians had sung 3 times, Gounsovski made a sign that they might go to charm some other ears, and slipped into the hands of the chief of the band a 25-ruble note. But Onoto wished to give her mite, and a regular collection commenced. Each one threw rubles into the plate held out by a little swarthy Bohemian girl with crow-black hair, carelessly combed, falling over her forehead, her eyes and face, in so droll a fashion that one would have said the little thing was a weeping willow soaked in ink. The plate reached Prince Galitch, who futilely searched his pockets. "Bah," he said, with a lordly air, "I have no money, but here is my pocketbook. I will give it to you for a souvenir of me, Katharina." Thaddeus and Athanase exclaimed at the generosity of the prince, but Annouchka said, "The prince does as he should, for my friends can never sufficiently repay the hospitality that the little thing gave me in her dirty hut when I was hiding, while your famous department was deciding what to do about me, my dear Gounsovski." "Eh," replied Gounsovski, "I let you know all that you had to do was to take a fine apartment in the city." Annouchka spat on the ground like a teamster, and Gounsovski from yellow turned green. "But why did you hide yourself that way, Annouchka?" asked Onoto, as she caressed the beautiful tresses of the singer. "You know I have been condemned to death, and then pardoned. I had been able to leave Moscow, and I hadn't any desire to be retaken here and sent to taste the joys of Siberia." "But why were you condemned to death?" "Why, she doesn't know anything!" exclaimed the others. "Good Lord, I'm just back from London and Paris. How should I know anything? But to have been condemned to death, that must have been amusing." "Very amusing," said Annouchka icily. "And if you have a brother whom you love, Onoto, think how much more amusing it must be to have him shot before you." "Oh, my love, forgive me." "So you may know and not give any pain to your Annouchka in the future, I will tell you, madam, what happened to our dear friend," said Prince Galitch. "We would do better to drive away such terrible memories," ventured Gounsovski, lifting his eyelashes behind his glasses, but he bent his head as Annouchka sent him a blazing glance. "Speak, Galitch." The prince did as she said. "Annouchka had a brother, Vlasov, an engineer in the Kassin line, whom the strike committee had ordered to take out a train as the only means of escape for the leaders of the revolutionary troops when Trebasov's soldiers, aided by the Semenowsky regiment, had become masters of the city. The last resistance took place at the station. It was necessary to get started. All the ways were guarded by the military. There were soldiers everywhere. Vlasov said to his comrades, 'I will save you,' and his comrades saw him mount the engine with a woman. That woman was, well, there she sits. Vlasov's fireman had been killed the evening before on a barricade. It was Annouchka who took his place. They busied themselves and the train started like a shot. On that curved line, discovered at once, easy to attack, under a shower of bullets, Vlasov developed a speed of 90 versts an hour. He ran the indicator up to the explosion point. The lady over there continued to pile coal into the furnace. The danger came to be less from the military and more from an explosion at any moment. In the midst of the balls, Vlasov kept his usual coolness. He sped not only with the firebox open, but with the forced draft. It was a miracle that the engine was not smashed against the curve of the embankment. But they got past. Not a man was hurt. Only a woman was wounded. She got a ball in the chest. "There!" cried Annouchka. With a magnificent gesture she flung open her white and heaving chest and put her finger on a scar that Gunsovsky, whose fat began to melt in heavy drops of sweat about his temples, dared not look at. 15 days later, continued the prince, Vlasov entered an inn at Lubetsky. He didn't know it was full of soldiers. His face never altered. They searched him. They found a revolver and papers on him. They knew whom they had to do with. He was a good prize. Vlasov was taken to Moscow and condemned to be shot. His sister, wounded as she was, learned of his arrest and joined him. "I do not wish," she said to him, "to leave you to die alone." She also was condemned. Before the execution, the soldiers offered to bandage their eyes, but both refused, saying they preferred to meet death face to face. The orders were to shoot all the other condemned revolutionaries first, then Vlasov, then his sister. It was in vain that Vlasov asked to die last. Their comrades in execution sank to their knees, bleeding from their death wounds. Vlasov embraced his sister and walked to the place of death. There he addressed the soldiers. "Now you have to carry out your duty according to the oath you have taken. Fulfill it honestly as I have fulfilled mine. Captain, give the order." The volley sounded. Vlasov remained erect, his arms crossed on his breast, safe and sound. Not a ball had touched him. The soldiers did not wish to fire at him. He had to summon them again to fulfill their duty and obey their chief. Then they fired again and he fell. He looked at his sister with his eyes full of horrible suffering. Seeing that he lived, and wishing to appear charitable, the captain, upon Annouchka's prayers, approached and cut short his sufferings by firing a revolver into his ear. Now it was Annouchka's turn. She knelt by the body of her brother, kissed his bloody lips, rose and said, "I am ready." As the guns were raised, an officer came running bearing the pardon of the Tsar. She did not wish it, and she whom they had not bound when she was to die had to be restrained when she learned she was to live. Prince Galitch, among the anguished silence of all there, started to add some words of comment to his sinister recital, but Annouchka interrupted. "The story is ended," said she. "Not a word, Prince. If I asked you to tell it in all its horror, if I wished you to bring back to us the atrocious moment of my brother's death, it is so that the monsieur," her fingers pointed to Gunsovsky, "shall know well, once and for all, that if I have submitted for some hours now to this promiscuous company that has been imposed upon me, now that I have paid the debt by accepting this abominable supper, I have nothing more to do with this purveyor of bagnios and of hangman's ropes who is here." "She is mad," he muttered. "She is mad. What has come over her? What has happened? Only today she was so amiable." And he stuttered desolately with an embarrassed laugh. "Ah, the women, the women. Now what have I done to her?" "What have you done to me, wretch? Where are Bilachoff, Bartowsky, and Strassov, and Pierre Slutch, all the comrades who swore with me to revenge my brother? Where are they? On what gallows did you have them hung? What mine have you buried them in? And still you follow your slavish task. And my friends, my other friends, the poor comrades of my artist life, the inoffensive young men who have not committed any other crime than to see me too often when I was lively, and who believed they could talk freely in my dressing room. Where are they? Why have they left me one by one? Why have they disappeared? It is you, wretch, who watched them, who spied on them, making me, I haven't any doubt, your horrible accomplice, mixing me up in your beastly work, you dog. You knew what they call me. You have known it for a long time, and you may well laugh over it. But I never knew until this evening. I never learned until this evening all I owed to you. Stool pigeon. Stool pigeon. I. Horror. Ah, you dog, you dog. Your mother, when you were brought into the world, your mother." Here she hurled at him the most offensive insult that a Russian can offer a man of that race. She trembled and sobbed with rage, spat in fury, and stood up ready to go, wrapped in her mantle like a great red flag. She was the statue of hate and vengeance. She was horrible and terrible. She was beautiful. At the final supreme insult, Gunsovsky started and rose to his feet as though he had received an actual blow in the face. He did not look at Annouchka, but fixed his eyes on Prince Galitch. His finger pointed him out. "There is the man," he hissed, "who has told you all these fine things." "Yes, it is I," said the prince tranquilly. "Caracho!" barked Gunsovsky, instantaneously regaining his coolness. "Ah, yes, but you'll not touch him," clamored the spirited girl of the Black Land. "You are not strong enough for that." "I know that monsieur has many friends at court," agreed the chief of Secret Service with an ominous calm. "I don't wish ill to monsieur. You speak, madam, of the way some of your friends have had to be sacrificed. I hope that someday you will be better informed and that you will understand I saved all of them I could." "Let us go," murmured Annouchka. "I shall spit in his face." "Yes, all I could," replied the other with his habitual gesture of hanging onto his glasses. "And I shall continue to do so. I promise you not to say anything more disagreeable to the prince than as regards his little friend, the Bohemian Katrina, whom he has treated so generously just now, doubtless because Boris Murazov pays her too little for the errands she runs each morning to the villa of Kristowski Ostrov." At these words, the prince and Annouchka both changed countenance. Their anger rose. Annouchka turned her head as though to arrange the folds of her cloak. Galitch contented himself with shrugging his shoulders impatiently and murmuring, "Still some other abomination that you are concocting, monsieur, and that we don't know how to reply to." After which he bowed to the supper party, took Annouchka's arm, and had her move before him. Gunsovsky bowed, almost bent in two. When he rose, he saw before him the three astounded and horrified figures of Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff, Ivan Petrovitch, and Athanase Georgevitch. "Messieurs," he said to them, in a colorless voice which seemed not to belong to him, "the time has come for us to part. I need not say that we have supped as friends, and that if you wish it to be so, we can forget everything that has been said here." The three others, frightened, at once protested their discretion. He added roughly this time, "Service of the Tsar," and the three stammered, "God save the Tsar," after which he saw them to the door. When the door had closed after them, he said, "My little Annouchka, you mustn't reckon without me." He hurried toward the sofa where Rouletabille was lying forgotten, and gave him a tap on the shoulder. "Come, get up. Don't act as though you were asleep. Not an instant to lose. They are going to carry through the Trebassof affair this evening." Rouletabille was already on his legs. "Oh, monsieur," said he, "I didn't want you to tell me that. Thanks all the same, and good evening." He went out. Gunsovsky rang. A servant appeared. "Tell them they may now open all the rooms on this corridor. I'll not hold them any longer." Thus had Gunsovsky kept himself protected. Left alone, the head of the Secret Service wiped his brow and drank a great glass of iced water, which he emptied at a draught. Then he said, "Koupriane will have his work cut out for him this evening. I wish him good luck. As to them, whatever happens, I wash my hands of them." And he rubbed his hands. End of chapter 9. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 10 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 10. A Drama in the Night. At the door of the Krestowski, Rouletabille, who was in a hurry for a conveyance, jumped into an open carriage where La Belle Onoto was already seated. The dancer caught him on her knees. "To Eliaguine, as fast as you can," cried the reporter for all explanation. "Scan, scan, quickly, quickly," repeated Onoto. She was accompanied by a vague sort of person to whom neither of them paid the least attention. "What a supper! You waked up at last, did you?" quizzed the actress. But Rouletabille, standing up behind the enormous coachman, urged the horses and directed the route of the carriage. They bolted along through the night at a dizzy pace. At the corner of a bridge he ordered the horses stopped, thanked his companions, and disappeared. What a country, caramba!" said the Spanish artist. The carriage waited a few minutes, then turned back toward the city. Rouletabille got down the embankment and slowly, taking infinite precautions not to reveal his presence by making the least noise, made his way to where the river is widest. Seen through the blackness of the night, the blacker mass of the Trebassof villa loomed like an enormous blot. He stopped. Then he glided like a snake through the reeds, the grass, the ferns. He was at the back of the villa, near the river, not far from the little path where he had discovered the passage of the assassin, thanks to the broken cobwebs. At that moment the moon rose, and the birch trees, which just before had been like great black staffs, now became white tapers which seemed to brighten that sinister solitude. The reporter wished to profit at once by the sudden luminance to learn if his movements had been noticed and if the approaches to the villa on that side were guarded. He picked up a small pebble and threw it some distance from him along the path. At the unexpected noise, 3 or 4 shadowy heads were outlined suddenly in the white light of the moon, but disappeared at once, lost again in the dark tufts of grass. He had gained his information. The reporter's acute ear caught a gliding in his direction, a slight swish of twigs. Then all at once a shadow grew by his side and he felt the cold of a revolver barrel on his temple. He said, "Koupriane," and at once a hand seized his and pressed it. The night had become black again. He murmured, "How is it you are here in person?" The Prefect of Police whispered in his ear, "I have been informed that something will happen to night. Natacha went to Krestowsky and exchanged some words with Annouchka there. Prince Galitch is involved, and it is an affair of state." "Natacha has returned?" inquired Rouletabille. "Yes, a long time ago. She ought to be in bed. In any case, she is pretending to be abed. The light from her chamber, in the window over the garden, has been put out." "Have you warned Matrena Petrovna?" "Yes, I have let her know that she must keep on the sharp lookout to night." "That's a mistake. I shouldn't have told her anything. She will take such extra precautions that the others will be instantly warned." "I have told her that she should not go to the ground floor at all this night, and that she must not leave the general's chamber." "That is perfect, if she will obey you." "You see, I have profited by all your information. I have followed your instructions. The road from Krestowsky is under surveillance." "Perhaps too much. How are you planning?" "We will let them enter. I don't know whom I have to deal with. I want to strike a sure blow. I shall take him in the act. No more doubt after this. You trust me." "Adieu." "Where are you going?" "To bed. I have paid my debt to my host. I have the right to some repose now. Good luck." But Koupriane had seized his hand. "Listen." With a little attention they detected a light stroke on the water. If a boat was moving at this time for this bank of the Neva and wished to remain hidden, the right moment had certainly been chosen. A great black cloud covered the moon. The wind was light. The boat would have time to get from one bank to the other without being discovered. Rouletabille waited no longer. On all fours he ran like a beast, rapidly and silently, and rose behind the wall of the villa, where he made a turn, reached the gate, aroused the dvornicks, and demanded Ermolai, who opened the gate for him. "The Barinia?" he said. Ermolai pointed his finger to the bedroom floor. "Caracho." Rouletabille was already across the garden and had hoisted himself by his fingers to the window of Natacha's chamber, where he listened. He plainly heard Natacha walking about in the dark chamber. He fell back lightly onto his feet, mounted the veranda steps and opened the door, then closed it so lightly that Ermolai, who watched him from outside not 2 feet away, did not hear the slightest grinding of the hinges. Inside the villa, Rouletabille advanced on tiptoe. He found the door of the drawing room open. The door of the sitting room had not been closed, or else had been reopened. He turned in his tracks, felt in the dark for a chair, and sat down with his hand on his revolver in his pocket, waiting for the events that would not delay long now. Above he heard distinctly from time to time the movements of Matrena Petrovna, and this would evidently give a sense of security to those who needed to have the ground floor free this night. Rouletabille imagined the doors of the rooms on the ground floor had been left open, so that it would be easier for those who would be below to hear what was happening upstairs. And perhaps he was not wrong. Suddenly there was a vertical bar of pale light from the sitting room that overlooked the Neva. He deduced 2 things. First, that the window was already slightly open, then that the moon was out from the clouds again. The bar of light died almost instantly, but Rouletabille's eyes, now used to the obscurity, still distinguished the open line of the window. There the shade was less deep. Suddenly he felt the blood pound at his temples. For the line of the open window grew larger, increased, and the shadow of a man gradually rose on the balcony. Rouletabille drew his revolver. The man stood up immediately behind one of the shutters and struck a light blow on the glass. Placed as he was now, he could be seen no more. His shadow mixed with the shadow of the shutter. At the noise on the glass, Natacha's door had opened cautiously, and she entered the sitting room. On tiptoe she went quickly to the window and opened it. The man entered. The little light that by now was commencing to dawn was enough to show Rouletabille that Natacha still wore the toilette in which he had seen her that same evening at Krestowski. As for the man, he tried in vain to identify him. He was only a dark mass wrapped in a mantle. He leaned over and kissed Natacha's hand. She said only one word: "Scan!" quickly. But she had no more than said it before, under a vigorous attack, the shutters and the two halves of the window were thrown wide, and silent shadows jumped rapidly onto the balcony and sprang into the villa. Natacha uttered a shrill cry, in which Rouletabille believed still he heard more of despair than terror, and the shadows threw themselves on the man. But he, at the first alarm, had thrown himself upon the carpet and had slipped from them between their legs. He regained the balcony and jumped from it as the others turned toward him. At least, it was so that Rouletabille believed he saw the mysterious struggle go in the half-light, amid most impressive silence, after the frightened cry of Natacha's. The whole affair had lasted only a few seconds, and the man was still hanging over the balcony, when from the bottom of the hall a new person sprang. It was Matrena Petrovna. Warned by Koupriane that something would happen that night, and foreseeing that it would happen on the ground floor, where she was forbidden to be, she had found nothing better to do than to make her faithful maid go secretly to the bedroom floor, with orders to walk about there all night, to make all think she herself was near the general, while she remained below, hidden in the dining room. Matrena Petrovna now threw herself out onto the balcony, crying in Russian, "Shoot! Shoot!" In just that moment the man was hesitating whether to risk the jump and perhaps break his neck, or descend less rapidly by the gutter pipe. A policeman fired and missed him, and the man, after firing back and wounding the policeman, disappeared. It was still too far from dawn for them to see clearly what happened below, where the barking of Brownings alone was heard, and there could be nothing more sinister than the revolver shots, unaccompanied by cries, in the mists of the morning. The man, before he disappeared, had had only time by a quick kick to throw down one of the two ladders which had been used by the police in climbing. Down the other one all the police in a bunch, even to the wounded one, went sliding, falling, rising, running after the shadow, which fled still, discharging the Browning steadily. Other shadows rose from the river bank, hovering in the mist. Suddenly Koupriane's voice was heard shouting orders, calling upon his agents to take the quarry alive or dead. From the balcony Matrena Petrovna cried out also like a savage, and Rouletabille tried in vain to keep her quiet. She was delirious at the thought: the other might escape yet. She fired a revolver, she also, into the group, not knowing whom she might wound. Rouletabille grabbed her arm, and as she turned on him angrily, she observed Natacha, who, leaning until she almost fell over the balcony, her lips trembling with delirious utterance, followed as well as she could the progress of the struggle, trying to understand what happened below, under the trees, near the Neva, where the tumult by now extended. Matrena Petrovna pulled her back by the arms. Then she took her by the neck and threw her into the drawing room in a heap. When she had almost strangled her stepdaughter, Matrena Petrovna saw that the general was there. He appeared in the pale glimmerings of dawn like a spectre. By what miracle had Feodor Feodorovitch been able to descend the stairs and reach there? How had it been brought about? She saw him tremble with anger or with wretchedness under the folds of the soldier's cape that floated about him. He demanded in a hoarse voice: "What is it?" Matrena Petrovna threw herself at his feet, made the orthodox sign of the cross as if she wished to summon God to witness, and then, pointing to Natacha, she denounced his daughter to her husband as she would have pointed her out to a judge. "The one, Feodor Feodorovitch, who has wished more than once to assassinate you, and who this night has opened the datcha to your assassin, is your daughter." The general held himself up by his two hands against the wall, and, looking at Matrena and Natacha, who were now both on the floor before him like suppliants, he said to Matrena: "It is you who assassinate me?"
Me? By the living God!" babbled Matrena Petrovna desperately. "If I had been able to keep this from you, Jesus would have been good. But I say no more to crucify you. Feodor Feodorovitch, question your daughter, and if what I have said is not true, kill me as a lying evil beast. I will say thank you, and I will die happier than if what I have said is true. Ah, I long to be dead. Kill me." Feodor Feodorovitch pushed her back with his stick as one would push a worm in his path. Without saying anything further, she rose from her knees and looked with her haggard eyes, with her crazed face, at Rouletabille, who grasped her arm. If she had had her hands still free, she would not have hesitated a second in wreaking justice upon herself under this bitter fate of alienating Feodor. And it seemed frightful to Rouletabille that he should be present at one of those horrible family dramas, the issue of which in the wild times of Peter the Great would have sent the general to the hangman either as a father or as a husband. The general did not deign even to consider for any length of time Matrena's delirium. He said to his daughter, who shook with sobs on the floor, "Rise, Natacha Feodorovna." And Feodor's daughter understood that her father never would believe in her guilt. She drew herself up toward him and kissed his hands like a happy slave. At this moment repeated blows shook the veranda door. Matrena, the watchdog, anxious to die after Feodor's reproach, but still at her post, ran toward what she believed to be a new danger. But she recognized Koupriane's voice, which called on her to open. She let him in herself. "What is it?" she implored. "Well, he is dead." A cry answered him. Natacha had heard. "But who? Who?" questioned Matrena breathlessly. Koupriane went over to Feodor and grasped his hands. "General," he said, "there was a man who had sworn your ruin and who was made an instrument by your enemies. We have just killed that man." "Do I know him?" demanded Feodor. "He is one of your friends. You have treated him like a son." "His name?" "Ask your daughter, General." Feodor turned to Natacha, who burned Koupriane with her gaze, trying to learn what this news was he brought, the truth or a ruse. "You know the man who wished to kill me, Natacha?" "No," she replied to her father in accents of perfect fury. "No, I don't know any such man." "Mademoiselle," said Koupriane in a firm, terribly hostile voice, "you have yourself with your own hands opened that window tonight, and you have opened it to him many other times besides. While everyone else here does his duty and watches that no person shall be able to enter at night the house where sleeps General Trebassof, governor of Moscow, condemned to death by the Central Revolutionary Committee, now reunited at Presnia, this is what you do. It is you who introduced the enemy into this place. Answer, Natacha. Tell me, yes or no, whether you have let anybody into this house by night." "Father, it is true."
Feodor roared like a lion. "His name!"
"Monsieur will tell you himself," said Natacha in a voice thick with terror, and she pointed to Koupriane. "Why does he not tell you himself the name of that person? He must know it if the man is dead."
"And if the man is not dead," replied Feodor, who visibly held on to himself, "if that man whom you helped to enter my house this night has succeeded in escaping, as you seem to hope, will you tell us his name?"
"I could not tell it, Father."
"And if I prayed you to do so?" Natacha desperately shook her head. "And if I order you?"
"You can kill me, Father, but I will not pronounce that name."
"Wretch!" He raised his stick toward her. Thus Ivan the Terrible had killed his son with a blow of his boar spear. But Natacha, instead of bowing her head beneath the blow that menaced her, turned toward Koupriane and threw at him in accents of triumph. "He is not dead. If you had succeeded in taking him dead or alive, you would already have his name." Koupriane took 2 steps toward her, put his hand on her shoulder, and said, "Michael Nikolaievitch." "Michael Korsakoff," cried the general. Matrena Petrovna, as if revolted by that suggestion, stood upright to repeat, "Michael Korsakoff." The general could not believe his ears and was about to protest when he noticed that his daughter had turned away and was trying to flee to her room. He stopped her with a terrible gesture. "Natacha, you are going to tell us what Michael Korsakoff came here to do tonight."
"Feodor Feodorovitch, he came to poison you."
It was Matrena who spoke now, and whom nothing could have kept silent, for she saw in Natacha's attempt at flight the most sinister confession. Like a vengeful fury, she told over with cries and terrible gestures what she had experienced, as if once more stretched before her the hand armed with the poison, the mysterious hand above the pillow of her poor invalid, her dear, rigorous tyrant. She told him about the preceding night and all her terrors, and from her lips, by her voluble staccato utterance, that ominous recital had grotesque emphasis. Finally she told all that she had done, she and the little Frenchman, in order not to betray their suspicions to the other, in order to take finally in their own trap all those who for so many days and nights schemed for the death of Feodor Feodorovitch. As she ended, she pointed out Rouletabille to Feodor and cried, "There is the one who has saved you!" Natacha, as she listened to this tragic recital, restrained herself several times in order not to interrupt, and Rouletabille, who was watching her closely, saw that she had to use almost superhuman efforts in order to achieve that. All the horror of what seemed to be to her, as well as Feodor, a revelation of Michael's crime did not subdue her, but seemed, on the contrary, to restore to her in full force all the life that a few seconds earlier had fled from her. Matrena had hardly finished her cry, "There is the one who has saved you," before Natacha cried in her turn, facing the reporter with a look full of the most frightful hate, "This is the one who has been the death of an innocent man." She turned to her father. "Ah, Papa, let me say that Michael Nikolaievitch, who came here this evening, I admit, and whom, it is true, I let into the house, that Michael Nikolaievitch did not come here yesterday, and that the man who has tried to poison you is certainly someone else." At these words Rouletabille turned pale, but he did not let himself lose self-control. He replied simply, "No, mademoiselle, it was the same man." And Koupriane felt compelled to add, "Anyway, we have found the proof of Michael Nikolaievitch's relations with the revolutionaries." "Where have you found that?" questioned the young girl, turning toward the Chief of Police a face ravished with anguish. "At Krestowsky, mademoiselle." She looked a long time at him, as though she would penetrate to the bottom of his thoughts. "What proofs?" she implored. "A correspondence which we have placed under seal." "Was it addressed to him? What kind of correspondence?" "If it interests you, we will open it before you." My God," she gasped. "Where have you found this correspondence? Where? Tell me where." "I will tell you. At the villa, in his chamber. We forced the lock of his bureau." She seemed to breathe again, but her father took her brutally by the arm. "Come, Natacha, you are going to tell us what that man was doing here tonight." "In her chamber," cried Matrena Petrovna. Natacha turned toward Matrena. "What do you believe, then? Tell me now." "And I? What ought I to believe?" muttered Feodor. "You have not told me yet. You did not know that man had relations with my enemies. You are innocent of that, perhaps. I wish to think so. I wish it, in the name of heaven I wish it. But why did you receive him? Why? Why did you bring him in here as a robber or as a..." "Oh, Papa, you know that I love Boris, that I love him with all my heart, and that I would never belong to anyone but him." Then speak!" The young girl had reached the crisis. "Ah, Father, do not question me. You above all, do not question me now. I can say nothing. There is nothing I can tell you, excepting that I am sure, you understand, that Michael Nikolaievitch did not come here last night." "He did come," insisted Rouletabille in a slightly troubled voice. "He came here with poison. He came here to poison your father, Natacha," moaned Matrena Petrovna, who twined her hands in gestures of sincere and naive tragedy. "And I," replied the daughter of Feodor ardently, with an accent of conviction which made everyone there vibrate, and particularly Rouletabille, "and I tell you that it was not he, that it could not possibly be he. I swear to you it was another." "But then this other, did you let him in as well?" said Koupriane. "Ah, yes. It was I. It was I who left the window and blinds open. Yes, it was I who did that. But I did not wait for the other who came to assassinate. As to Michael Nikolaievitch, I swear to you, my father, by all that is most sacred in heaven and on earth, that he could not have committed the crime that you say. And now kill me, for there's nothing more I can say." "The poison," replied Koupriane coldly. "The poison that he poured into the general's potions was that arsenate of soda which was on the grapes that the marshal of the court brought here. Those grapes were left by the marshal, who warned Michael Nikolaievitch and Boris Alexandrovitch to wash them. The grapes disappeared. If Michael is innocent, do you accuse Boris?" Natacha, who seemed to have suddenly lost all power for defending herself, moaned, begged, railed, seemed dying. No, don't accuse Boris. He has nothing to do with it. Don't accuse Michael. Don't accuse anyone so long as you don't know. But these two are innocent. Believe me. Ah, how shall I say it? How shall I persuade you? I am not able to say anything to you, and you have killed Michael. Ah, what have you done? What have you done?" "We have suppressed a man," said the icy voice of Koupriane, "who was merely the agent for the base deeds of nihilism." She succeeded in recovering a new energy that in her depths of despair they would have supposed impossible. She shook her fists at Koupriane. "It is not true! It is not true! These are slanders, infamies, the inventions of the police. Papers devised to incriminate him. There is nothing at all of what you said you found at his house. It is not possible. It is not true." "Where are those papers?" demanded the curt voice of Feodor. "Bring them here at once, Koupriane. I wish to see them." Koupriane was slightly troubled, and this did not escape Natacha, who cried: "Yes, yes, let him give us them. Let him bring them if he has them. But he hasn't," she clamored with a savage joy. "He has nothing. You can see, papa, that he has nothing. He would already have brought them out. He has nothing. I tell you he has nothing. Ah, he has nothing. He has nothing." And she threw herself on the floor, weeping, sobbing. "He has nothing. He has nothing." She seemed to weep for joy. "Is that true?" demanded Feodor Feodorovitch with his most somber manner. "Is it true, Koupriane, that you have nothing?" "It is true, General, that we have found nothing. Everything had already been carried away." But Natacha uttered a veritable torrent of glee. "He has nothing, yet he accuses him of being allied with the revolutionaries. Why? Why? Because I let him in? But am I a revolutionary? Tell me, have I sworn to kill papa? I? Ah, he doesn't know what to say. You see for yourself, papa, he is silent. He has lied. He has lied." "Why have you made this false statement, Koupriane?" "Oh, we have suspected Michael for some time, and truly, after what has just happened, we cannot have any doubt." "Yes, but you declared that you had papers, and you have not. That is abominable procedure, Koupriane," replied Feodor sternly. "I have heard you condemn such expedients many times. General, we are sure you hear, we are absolutely sure that the man who tried to poison you yesterday and the man today who is dead are one and the same." "And what reason have you for being so sure? It is necessary to tell it," insisted the general, who trembled with distress and impatience.
"Yes, let him tell now."
"Ask monsieur," asked Koupriane. They all turned to Rouletabille. The reporter replied, affecting a coolness that perhaps he did not entirely feel: "I am able to state to you, as I already have before Monsieur le Prefect of Police, that one, and only one person has left the traces of his various climbings on the wall and on the balcony."
"Idiot!" interrupted Natacha with a passionate disdain for the young man. "And that satisfies you?"
The general roughly seized the reporter's wrist. "Listen to me, monsieur. A man came here this night. That concerns only me. No one has any right to be astonished excepting myself. I make it my own affair, an affair between my daughter and me. But you have just told us that you are sure that man is an assassin. Then, you see, that calls for something else. Proofs are necessary, and I want proofs at once. You speak of traces. Very well, we will go and examine those traces together. And I wish for your sake, monsieur, that I shall be as convinced by them as you are." Rouletabille quietly disengaged his wrist and replied with perfect calm: "Now, monsieur, I am no longer able to prove anything to you." "Why?" "Because the ladders of the police agents have wiped out all my proofs, monsieur." "So now there remains for us only your word, only your belief in yourself. And if you are mistaken?"
"He would never admit it, papa," cried Natacha. "Ah, it is he who deserves the fate Michael Nikolaievitch has met just now. Isn't it so? Don't you know it? And that will be your eternal remorse. Isn't there something that always keeps you from admitting that you are mistaken? You have had an innocent man killed. Now you know well enough, you know well that I would not have admitted Michael Nikolaievitch here if I had believed he was capable of wishing to poison my father."
"Mademoiselle," replied Rouletabille, not lowering his eyes under Natacha's thunderous regard, "I am sure of that." He said it in such a tone that Natacha continued to look at him with incomprehensible anguish in her eyes. Ah, the baffling of those two regards, the mute scene between those two young people, one of whom wished to make himself understood, and the other afraid beyond all other things of being thoroughly understood. Natacha murmured:
"How he looks at me! See, he is the demon. Yes, yes, the little domovoi, the little domovoi. But look out, poor wretch, you don't know what you have done."
She turned brusquely towards Koupriane.
"Where is the body of Michael Nikolaievitch?" said she. "I wish to see it. I must see it."
Feodor Feodorovitch had fallen as though asleep upon a chair. Matrena Petrovna dared not approach him. The giant appeared hurt to the death, disheartened forever. What neither bombs nor bullets nor poison had been able to do, the single idea of his daughter's cooperation in the work of horror plotted about him, or rather the impossibility he faced of understanding Natacha's attitude, her mysterious conduct, the chaos of her explanations, her insensate cries, her protestations of innocence, her accusations, her menaces, her prayers and all her disorder, the avowed fact of her share in that tragic nocturnal adventure where Michael Nikolaievitch found his death, had knocked over Feodor Feodorovitch like a straw. One instant he sought refuge in some vague hope that Koupriane was less assured than he pretended of the orderly's guilt, but that, after all, was only a detail of no importance in his eyes. What alone mattered was the significance of Natacha's act, and the unhappy girl seemed not to be concerned over what he would think of it. She was there to fight against Koupriane, Rouletabille and Matrena Petrovna defending her Michael Nikolaievitch, while he, the father, after having failed to overawe her just now, was there in a corner suffering agonizedly. Koupriane walked over to him and said: "Listen to me carefully, Feodor Feodorovitch. He who speaks to you is head of the police by the will of the Tsar and your friend by the grace of God. If you do not demand before us, who are acquainted with all that has happened and who know how to keep any necessary secret, if you do not demand of your daughter the reason for her conduct with Michael Nikolaievitch, and if she does not tell you in all sincerity, there is nothing more for me to do here. My men have already been ordered away from this house as unworthy to guard the most loyal subject of His Majesty. I have not protested, but now I in my turn ask you to prove to me that the most dangerous enemy you have had in your house is not your daughter." These words, which summed up the horrible situation, came as a relief to Feodor. Yes, they must know. Koupriane was right. She must speak. He ordered his daughter to tell everything, everything. Natacha fixed Koupriane again with her look of hatred to the death, turned from him and repeated in a firm voice: "I have nothing to say." "There is the accomplice of your assassins," growled Koupriane then, his arm extended. Natacha uttered a cry like a wounded beast and fell at her father's feet. She gathered them within her supplicating arms. She pressed them to her breasts. She sobbed from the bottom of her heart, and he, not comprehending, let her lie there, distant, hostile, somber. Then she moaned distractedly and wept bitterly, and the dramatic atmosphere in which she thus suddenly enveloped Feodor made it all sound like those cries of an earlier time when the all-powerful, punishing father appeared in the women's apartments to punish the culpable ones. "My father, dear father, look at me, look at me. Have pity on me, and do not require me to speak when I must be silent forever. And believe me, do not believe these men. Do not believe Matrena Petrovna. Am I not your daughter, your very own daughter, your Natacha Feodorovna? I cannot make things clear to you. No, no, by the Holy Virgin Mother of Jesus, I cannot explain. By the holy ikons, it is because I must not. By my mother, whom I have not known and whose place you have taken, oh, my father, ask me nothing more. Ask me nothing more, but take me in your arms as you did when I was little. Embrace me, dear father. Love me. I never have had such need to be loved. Love me. I am miserable. Unfortunate me, who cannot even kill myself before your eyes to prove my innocence and my love. Papa, papa, what will your arms be for in the days left you to live, if you no longer wish to press me to your heart? Papa, papa." She laid her head on Feodor's knees. Her hair had come down and hung about her in a magnificent, disorderly mass of black. "Look in my eyes, look in my eyes. See how they love you. Batouchka, Batouchka, my dear Batouchka." Then Feodor wept. His great tears fell upon Natacha's tears. He raised her head and demanded simply in a broken voice: "You can tell me nothing now? But when will you tell me?" Natacha lifted her eyes to his. Then her look went past him toward heaven, and from her lips came just one word in a sob: "Never." Matrena Petrovna, Koupriane and the reporter shuddered before the high and terrible thing that happened then. Feodor had taken his daughter's face between his hands. He looked long at those eyes, raised toward heaven, the mouth which had just uttered the word "never," then slowly his rude lips went to the tortured, quivering lips of the girl. He held her close. She raised her head wildly, triumphantly, and cried with arm extended toward Matrena Petrovna: "He believes me! He believes me! And you would have believed me also if you had been my real mother." Her head fell back and she dropped unconscious to the floor. Feodor fell to his knees, tending her, deploring her, motioning the others out of the room. "Go away, all of you! All! You too, Matrena Petrovna! Go away!" They disappeared, terrified by his savage gesture. In the little dacha across the river at Krestowski there was a body. Secret Service agents guarded it while they waited for their chief. Michael Nikolaievitch had come there to die, and the police had reached him just at his last breath. They were behind him as, with the death rattle in his throat, he pulled himself into his chamber and fell in a heap. Katharina the Bohemian was there. She bent her quick-witted, puzzled head over his death agony. The police swarmed everywhere, ransacking, forcing locks, pulling drawers from the bureau and tables, emptying the cupboards. Their search took in everything, even to ripping the mattresses and not respecting the rooms of Boris Mourazoff, who was away this night. They searched thoroughly, but they found absolutely nothing they were looking for in Michael's rooms. But they accumulated a multitude of publications that belonged to Boris: Western books, essays on political economy, a history of the French Revolution, and verses that a man ought to hang for. They put them all under seal. During the search, Michael died in Katharina's arms. She had held him close after opening his clothes over the chest, doubtless to make his last breaths easier. The unfortunate officer had received a bullet at the back of the head just after he had plunged into the Neva from the rear of the Trebassof dacha and started to swim across. It was a miracle that he had managed to keep going. Doubtless he hoped to die in peace if only he could reach his own house. He apparently had believed he could manage that once he had broken through his human bloodhounds. He did not know he was recognized and his place of retreat therefore known. Now the police had gone from cellar to garret. Koupriane came from the Trebassof villa and joined them. Rouletabille followed him. The reporter could not stand the sight of that body, that still had a lingering warmth, of the great open eyes that seemed to stare at him, reproaching him for his violent death. He turned away in distaste and perhaps a little in fright. Koupriane caught the movement. "Regrets?" he queried. "Yes," said Rouletabille. "A death always must be regretted. None the less, he was a criminal. But I am sincerely sorry he died before he had been driven to confess, even though we are sure of it." "Being in the pay of the Nihilists, you mean? That is still your opinion?" asked Koupriane. "Yes." "You know that nothing has been found here in his rooms. The only compromising papers that have been found belong to Boris Mourazoff." "Why do you say that?" "Oh, nothing." Koupriane questioned his men further. They replied categorically, no, nothing had been found that directly incriminated anybody, and suddenly Rouletabille noted that the conversation of the police and their chief had grown more animated. Koupriane had become angry and was violently reproaching them. They excused themselves with vivid gesture and rapid speech. Koupriane started away. Rouletabille followed him. What had happened? As he came up behind Koupriane, he asked the question. In a few curt words, still hurrying on, Koupriane told the reporter he had just learned that the police had left the little Bohemian Katharina alone for a moment with the expiring officer. Katharina acted as housekeeper for Michael and Boris. She knew the secrets of them both. The first thing any novice should have known was to keep a constant eye upon her, and now no one knew where she was. She must be searched for and found at once, for she had opened Michael's shirt, and therein probably lay the reason that no papers were found on the corpse when the police searched it. The absence of papers, of a portfolio, was not natural. The chase commenced in the rosy dawn of the Isles. Already blood-like tints were on the horizon. Some of the police cried that they had the trail. They ran under the trees, because it was almost certain she had taken the narrow path leading to the bridge that joins Krestowski to Kameny Ostrow. Some indications discovered by the police who swarmed to right and left of the path confirmed this hypothesis. And no carriage in sight. They all ran on, Koupriane among the first. Rouletabille kept at his heels, but he did not pass him. Suddenly there were cries and calls among the police. One pointed out something below, gliding upon the sloping descent. It was little Katharina. She flew like the wind, but in a distracted course. She had reached Kameny Ostrow on the west bank. "Oh, for a carriage horse!" clamored Koupriane, who had left his turnout at Eliaguine. "The proof is there. It is the final proof of everything that is escaping us." Dawn was enough advanced now to show the ground clearly. Katharina was easily discernible as she reached the Eliaguine bridge. There she was in Eliaguine Ostrow. What was she doing there? Was she going to the Trebassof villa? What would she have to say to them? No, she swerved to the right. The police raced behind her. She was still far ahead and seemed untiring. Then she disappeared among the trees, in the thicket, keeping still to the right. Koupriane gave a cry of joy. Going that way, she must be taken. He gave some breathless orders for the island to be barred. She could not escape now. She could not escape. But where was she going? Koupriane knew that island better than anybody. He took a short cut to reach the other side, toward which Katharina seemed to be heading, and all at once he nearly fell over the girl, who gave a squawk of surprise and rushed away, seeming all arms and legs. "Stop or I fire!" cried Koupriane, and he drew his revolver, but a hand grabbed it from him. "Not that," said Rouletabille, as he threw the revolver far from them. Koupriane swore at him and resumed the chase. His fury multiplied his strength, his agility. He almost reached Katharina, who was almost out of breath, but Rouletabille threw himself into the chief's arms and they rolled together upon the grass. When Koupriane rose, it was to see Katharina mounting in mad haste the stairs that led to the Barque, the floating restaurant of the Strielka. Cursing Rouletabille, but believing his prey easily captured now, the chief in his turn hurried to the Barque, into which Katharina had disappeared. He reached the bottom of the stairs. On the top step, about to descend from the festive place, the form of Prince Galitch appeared. Koupriane received the sight like a blow, stopping him short in his ascent. Galitch had an exultant air which Koupriane did not mistake. Evidently he had arrived too late. He felt the certainty of it in profound discouragement. And this appearance of the prince on the Barque explained convincingly enough the reason for Katharina's flight there. If the Bohemian had filched the papers or the portfolio from the dead, it was the prince now who had them in his pocket. Koupriane, as he saw the police about to pass him, trembled. The prince saluted him and ironically amused himself by inquiring, "Well, well, how do you do, my dear Monsieur Koupriane? Your Excellency has risen in good time this morning, it seems to me, or else it is I who start for bed too late." "Prince," said Koupriane, "my men are in pursuit of a little Bohemian named Katharina, well known in the restaurants where she sings. We have seen her go into the Barque. Have you met her by any chance?" "Good Lord, Monsieur Koupriane, I am not the concierge of the Barque, and I have not noticed anything at all, and nobody. Besides, I am naturally a little sleepy. Pardon me." "Prince, it is not possible that you have not seen Katharina." "Oh, Monsieur the Prefect of Police, if I had seen her, I would not tell you about it, since you are pursuing her. Do you take me for one of your bloodhounds? They say that you have them in all classes, but I insist that I haven't enlisted yet. You have made a mistake, Monsieur Koupriane." The prince saluted again, but Koupriane still stood in his way. "Prince, consider that this matter is very serious. Michael Nikolaievitch, General Trebassof's orderly, is dead, and this little girl has stolen his papers from his body. All persons who have spoken with Katharina will be under suspicion. This is an affair of state, monsieur, which may reach very far. Can you swear to me that you have not seen, that you have not spoken with Katharina?" The prince looked at Koupriane so insolently that the Prefect turned pale with rage. Ah, if he were able, if he only dared, but such men as this were beyond him. Galitch walked past him without a word of answer and ordered the schwitzar to call him a carriage. "Very well," said Koupriane. "I will make my report to the Tsar." Galitch turned. He was as pale as Koupriane. "In that case, monsieur," said he, "don't forget to add that I am His Majesty's most humble servant." The carriage drew up. The prince stepped in. Koupriane watched him roll away, raging at heart and with his fists doubled. Just then his men came up. "Go search," he said roughly, pointing into the Barque. They scattered through the establishment, entering all the rooms. Cries of irritation and of protest arose. Those lingering after the latest of late suppers were not pleased at this invasion of the police. Everybody had to rise while the police looked under the tables, the benches, the long tablecloths. They went into the pantries and down into the hold. No sign of Katharina. Suddenly Koupriane, who leaned against a netting and looked vaguely out upon the horizon, waiting for the outcome of the search, got a start. Yonder, far away on the other side of the river, between a little wood and the Staria Derevnia, a light boat drew to the shore and a little black spot jumped from it like a flea. Koupriane recognized the little black spot as Katharina. She was safe. Now he could not reach her. It would be useless to search the maze of the Bohemian quarter, where her country people lived in full control, with customs and privileges that had never been infringed. The entire Bohemian population of the capital would have risen against him. It was Prince Galitch who had made him fail. One of his men came to him. "No luck," said he. "We have not found Katharina, but she has been here nevertheless. She met Prince Galitch for just a minute and gave him something, then went over the other side into a canoe." Very well, and the Prefect shrugged his shoulders. I was sure of it. He felt more and more exasperated. He went down along the river edge, and the first person he saw was Rouletabille, who waited for him without any impatience, seated philosophically on a bench. "I was looking for you," cried the Prefect. "We have failed. By your fault. If you had not thrown yourself into my arms—" "I did it on purpose," declared the reporter. "What? What is that you say? You did it on purpose?" Koupriane choked with rage. "Your Excellency," said Rouletabille, taking him by the arm, "calm yourself. They are watching us. Come along and have a cup of tea at Cubat's place. Easy now, as though we were out for a walk." "Will you explain to me?" "No, no, Your Excellency. Remember that I have promised you General Trebassof's life in exchange for your prisoners. Very well, by throwing myself into your arms and keeping you from reaching Katharina, I saved the general's life. It is very simple." "Are you laughing at me? Do you think you can mock me?" But the Prefect saw quickly that Rouletabille was not fooling and had no mockery in his manner. "Monsieur," he insisted, "since you speak seriously, I certainly wish to understand." "It is useless," said Rouletabille. "It is very necessary that you should not understand." "But at least—" "No, no, I can't tell you anything." "Well, then, will you tell me something to explain your unbelievable conduct?" Rouletabille stopped in his tracks and declared solemnly: "Monsieur Koupriane, recall that Natacha Feodorovna, as she raised her lovely eyes to heaven, replied to her father, when he also wished to understand, 'Never.'" End of Chapter 10. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 11 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 11. The Poison Continues. At 10 o'clock that morning, Rouletabille went to the Trebassov villa, which had its guard of secret agents again, a double guard, because Koupriane was sure the Nihilists would not delay in avenging Michael's death. Rouletabille was met by Ermolai, who would not allow him to enter. The faithful servant uttered some explanation in Russian, which the young man did not understand, or, rather, Rouletabille understood perfectly from his manner that henceforth the door of the villa was closed to him. In vain he insisted on seeing the general, Matrena Petrovna, and Mademoiselle Natacha. Ermolai made no reply but "Niet, niet, niet." The reporter turned away without having seen anyone, and walked away deeply depressed. He went afoot clear into the city, a long promenade during which his brain surged with the darkest forebodings. As he passed by the Department of Police, he resolved to see Koupriane again. He went in, gave his name, and was ushered at once to the Chief of Police, whom he found bent over a long report that he was reading through with noticeable agitation. "Gounsovski has sent me this," he said in a rough voice, pointing to the report. "Gounsovski, to do me a service, desires me to know that he is fully aware of all that happened at the Trebassov dacha last night. He warns me that the revolutionaries have decided to get through with the general at once, and that 2 of them have been given the mission to enter the dacha in any way possible. They will have bombs upon their bodies and will blow the bombs and themselves up together as soon as they are beside the general. Who are the 2 victims designated for this horrible vengeance, and who have light-heartedly accepted such a death for themselves as well as for the general? That is what we don't know. That is what we would have known, perhaps, if you had not prevented me from seizing the papers that Prince Galitch has now." Koupriane finished, turning hostilely toward Rouletabille. Rouletabille had turned pale. "Don't regret what happened to the papers," he said. "It is I who tell you not to. But what you say does not surprise me. They must believe that Natacha has betrayed them." "Ah, then you admit at last that she really is their accomplice?" "I haven't said that, and I don't admit it. But I know what I mean, and you can't. Only know this one thing, that at the present moment I am the only person able to save you in this horrible situation. To do that I must see Natacha at once. Make her understand this, while I wait at my hotel for word. I'll not leave it." Rouletabille saluted Koupriane and went out. 2 days passed, during which Rouletabille did not receive any word from either Natacha or Koupriane, and tried in vain to see them. He made a trip for a few hours to Finland, going as far as Pergalovo, an isolated town said to be frequented by the revolutionaries, then returned, much disturbed, to his hotel, after having written a last letter to Natacha imploring an interview. The minutes passed very slowly for him in the hotel's vestibule, where he had seemed to have taken up a definite residence. Installed on a bench, he seemed to have become part of the hotel staff, and more than one traveler took him for an interpreter. Others thought he was an agent of the secret police, appointed to study the faces of those arriving and departing. What was he waiting for, then? Was it for Annouchka to return for a luncheon or dinner in that place that she sometimes frequented? And did he at the same time keep watch upon Annouchka's apartments just across the way? If that was so, he could only bewail his luck, for Annouchka did not appear either at her apartments or the hotel, or at the Krestowsky establishment, which had been obliged to suppress her performance. Rouletabille naturally thought, in the latter connection, that some vengeance by Gounsovski lay back of this, since the head of the secret police could hardly forget the way he had been treated. The reporter could see already the poor singer, in spite of all her safeguards in the favor of the imperial family, on the road to the Siberian steppes or the dungeons of Schlüsselburg. "My, what a country!" he murmured. But his thoughts soon quit Annouchka and returned to the object of his main preoccupation. He waited for only one thing, and for that as soon as possible, to have a private interview with Natacha. He had written her 10 letters in 2 days, but they all remained unanswered. It was an answer that he waited for so patiently in the vestibule of the hotel, so patiently but so nervously, so feverishly. When the postman entered, poor Rouletabille's heart beat rapidly. On that answer he waited for depended the formidable part he meant to play before quitting Russia. He had accomplished nothing up to now, unless he could play his part in this later development. But the letter did not come. The postman left, and the schwitzar, after examining all the mail, made him a negative sign. Ah, the servants who entered, and the errand boys, how he looked at them! But they never came to him. Finally, at 6 o'clock in the evening of the second day, a man in a frock coat with a false astrakhan collar came in and handed the concierge a letter for Joseph Rouletabille. The reporter jumped up. Before the man was out the door, he had torn open the letter and read it. The letter was not from Natacha, it was from Gounsovski. This is what it said: "My dear Monsieur Joseph Rouletabille, if it will not inconvenience you, I wish you would come and dine with me today. I will look for you within 2 hours. Madame Gounsovski will be pleased to make your acquaintance. Believe me, your devoted Gounsovski." Rouletabille considered and decided. "I will go. He ought to have wind of what is being plotted, and as for me, I don't know where Annouchka has gone. I have more to learn from him than he has from me. Besides, as Athanase Georgevitch said, one may regret not accepting the head of the Okrana's pleasant invitation." From 6 o'clock to 7 he still waited vainly for Natacha's response. At 7 o'clock he decided to dress for the dinner. Just as he rose, a messenger arrived. There was still another letter for Joseph Rouletabille. This time it was from Natacha, who wrote him: "General Trebassof and my stepmother will be very happy to have you come to dinner today. As for myself, monsieur, you will pardon me the order which has closed to you for a number of days a dwelling where you have rendered services which I shall not forget all my life." The letter ended with a vague, polite formula. With the letter in his hand, the reporter sat in thought. He seemed to be asking himself, "Is it fish or flesh?" Was it a letter of thanks or of menace? That was what he could not decide. Well, he would soon know, for he had decided to accept the invitation. Anything that brought him and Natacha into communication at the moment was a thing of capital importance to him. Half an hour later he gave the address of the villa to an ishvotchik, and soon he stepped out before the gate where Ermolai seemed to be waiting for him. Rouletabille was so occupied by thought of the conversation he was going to have with Natacha that he had completely forgotten the excellent Monsieur Gounsovski and his invitation. The reporter found Koupriane's agents making a close-linked chain around the grounds, and each watching the other. Matrena had not wished any agent to be in the house. He showed Koupriane's pass and entered.
Ermolai ushered Rouletabille in with shining face. He seemed glad to have him there again. He bowed low before him and uttered many compliments, of which the reporter did not understand a word. Rouletabille passed on, entered the garden, and saw Matrena Petrovna there walking with her stepdaughter. They seemed on the best of terms with each other. The grounds wore an air of tranquillity, and the residents seemed to have totally forgotten the somber tragedy of the other night. Matrena and Natacha came smilingly up to the young man, who inquired after the general. They both turned and pointed out Feodor Feodorovitch, who waved to him from the height of the kiosk, where it seemed the table had been spread. They were going to dine out of doors this fine night. "Everything goes very well indeed, dear little domovoi," said Matrena. "How glad it is to see you, and thank you. If you only knew how I suffered in your absence, I who know how unjust my daughter was to you. But dear Natacha knows now what she owes you. She doesn't doubt your word now, nor your clear intelligence, little angel. Michael Nikolaievitch was a monster, and he was punished as he deserved. You know the police have proof now that he was one of the Central Revolutionary Committee's most dangerous agents. And he, an officer. Whom can we trust now?"
"And Monsieur Boris Mourazoff, have you seen him since?" inquired Rouletabille.
"Boris called to see us today, to say good bye, but we did not receive him under the orders of the police. Natacha has written to tell him of Koupriane's orders. We have received letters from him. He is quitting St. Petersburg."
"What for?"
"Well, after the frightful bloody scene in his little house, when he learned how Michael Nikolaievitch had found his death, and after he himself had undergone a severe grilling from the police, and when he learned the police had sacked his library and gone through his papers, he resigned, and has resolved to live from now on out in the country, without seeing anyone, like the philosopher and poet he is. So far as I am concerned, I think he is doing absolutely right. When a young man is a poet, it is useless to live like a soldier. Someone has said that, I don't know the name now, and when one has ideas that may upset other people, surely they ought to live in solitude."
Rouletabille looked at Natacha, who was as pale as her white gown, and who added no word to her mother's outburst. They had drawn near the kiosk. Rouletabille saluted the general, who called to him to come up, and, when the young man extended his hand, he drew him abruptly nearer and embraced him. To show Rouletabille how active he was getting again, Feodor Feodorovitch marched up and down the kiosk with only the aid of a stick. He went and came with a sort of wild, furious gaiety. "They haven't got me yet, the dogs. They haven't got me. And one," he was thinking of Michael, "who saw me every day was here just for that. Very well. I ask you where he is now. And yet here I am. An attack. I'm always here. But with a good eye, and I begin to have a good leg. We shall see. Why, I recollect how, when I was at Tiflis, there was an insurrection in the Caucasus. We fought. Several times I could feel the swish of bullets past my hair. My comrades fell around me like flies. But nothing happened to me, not a thing. And here now. They will not get me. They will not get me. You know how they plan to come to me, as living bombs. Yes, they have decided on that. I can't press a friend's hand any more without the fear of seeing him explode. What do you think of that? But they won't tell me. Come, drink my health. A small glass of vodka for an appetizer. You see, young man, we are going to have zakouskis here. What a marvelous panorama. You can see everything from here. If the enemy comes," he added with a singular loud laugh, "we can't fail to detect them." Certainly the kiosk did rise high above the garden and was completely detached, no wall being near. They had a clear view. No branches of trees hung over the roof, and no tree hid the view. The rustic table of rough wood was covered with a sort of cloth and was spread with zakouskis. It was a meal under the open sky, a seat and a glass in the clear azure. The evening could not have been softer and clearer. And, as the general felt so gay, the repast would have promised to be most agreeable if Rouletabille had not noticed that Matrena Petrovna and Natacha were uneasy and downcast. The reporter soon saw, too, that all the general's joviality was a little excessive. Any one would have said that Feodor Feodorovitch spoke to distract himself, to keep himself from thinking. There was sufficient excuse for him after the outrageous drama of the other night. Rouletabille noticed further that the general never looked at his daughter, even when he spoke to her. There was too formidable a mystery lying between them for restraint not to increase day by day. Rouletabille involuntarily shook his head, saddened by all he saw. His movement was surprised by Matrena Petrovna, who pressed his hand in silence. "Well now," said the general. "Well now, my children, where is the vodka?" Among all the bottles which graced the table, the general looked in vain for his flask of vodka. How in the world could he dine if he did not prepare for that important act by the rapid absorption of 2 or 3 little glasses of white wine, between 2 or 3 sandwiches of caviar?
"Ermolai must have left it in the wine chest," said Matrena.
The wine closet was in the dining room. She rose to go there, but Natacha hurried before her down the little flight of steps, crying,
"Stay there, Mamma. I will go."
"Don't you bother either. I know where it is," cried Rouletabille, and hurried after Natacha. She did not stop. The 2 young people arrived in the dining room at the same time. They were there alone, as Rouletabille had foreseen. He stopped Natacha and planted himself in front of her.
"Why, mademoiselle, did you not answer me earlier?"
"Because I don't wish to have any conversation with you."
"If that was so, you would not have come here, where you were sure I would follow." She hesitated with an emotion that would have been incomprehensible to all others, perhaps, but was not to Rouletabille.
"Well, yes, I wish to say this to you. Don't write to me any more. Don't speak to me. Don't see me. Go away from here, monsieur, go away. They will have your life. And if you have found out anything, forget it. Ah, on the head of your mother, forget it, or you are lost. That is what I wish to tell you. And now, you go."
She grasped his hand in a quick, sympathetic movement that she seemed instantly to regret.
"You go away," she repeated.
Rouletabille still held his place before her. She turned from him. She did not wish to hear anything further. "Mademoiselle," said he, "you are watched closer than ever. Who will take Michael Nikolaievitch's place?"
"Madman, be silent. Hush."
"I am here." He said this with such simple bravery that tears sprang to her eyes.
"Dear man, poor man, dear brave man."
She did not know what to say. Her emotion checked all utterance, but it was necessary for her to enable him to understand that there was nothing he could do to help her in her sad straits.
"No, if they knew what you had just said, what you have proposed now, you would be dead tomorrow. Don't let them suspect. And above all, don't try to see me any more. Go back to papa at once. We have been here too long. What if they learn of it? And they learn everything. They are everywhere and have ears everywhere."
"Mademoiselle, just one word more, a single word. Do you doubt now that Michael tried to poison your father?"
"Ah, I wish to believe it. I wish to. I wish to believe it for your sake, my poor boy."
Rouletabille desired something besides
"I wish to believe it for your sake, poor boy."
He was far from being satisfied. She saw him turn pale. She tried to reassure him while her trembling hands raised the lid of the wine chest.
"What makes me think you are right is that I have decided myself that only one and the same person, as you said, climbed to the window of the little balcony. Yes, no one can doubt that. And you have reasoned well."
But he persisted still. "And yet, in spite of that, you were not entirely sure, since you say, 'I wish to believe it, my poor boy.'"
"Monsieur Rouletabille, someone might have tried to poison my father and not have come by way of the window."
"No, that is impossible."
"Nothing is impossible to them."
And she turned her head away again.
Why?"
she said, with her voice entirely changed and quite indifferent, as if she wished to be merely the daughter of the house in conversation with the young man.
"The vodka is not in the wine chest, after all. What has Ermolai done with it, then?"
She ran over to the buffet and found the flask.
"Oh, here it is. Papa shan't be without it, after all."
Rouletabille was already into the garden again. "If that is the only doubt she has," he said to himself, "I can reassure her. No one could come excepting by the window, and only one came that way." The young girl had rejoined him, bringing the flask. They crossed the garden together to the general, who was whiling away the time as he waited for his vodka, explaining to Matrena Petrovna the nature of the Constitution. He had spilt a box of matches on the table and arranged them carefully. "Here," he cried to Natacha and Rouletabille, "come here, and I will explain to you as well what this Constitution amounts to." The young people leaned over his demonstration curiously, and all eyes in the kiosk were intent on the matches. "You see that match?" said Feodor Feodorovitch. "It is the Emperor. And this other match is the Empress. This one is the Tsarevitch. And that one is the Grand Duke Alexander, and these are the other Grand Dukes. Now here are the ministers, and there the principal governors, and then the generals. These here are the bishops." The whole box of matches was used up, and each match was in its place, as is the way in an empire where proper etiquette prevails in government and the social order. "Well," continued the general, "do you want to know, Matrena Petrovna, what a constitution is? There, that is the constitution." The general, with a swoop of his hand, mixed all the matches. Rouletabille laughed, but the good Matrena said, "I don't understand, Feodor." "Find the emperor now." Then Matrena understood. She laughed heartily. She laughed violently, and Natasha laughed also. Delighted with his success, Fyodor Feodorovitch took up one of the little glasses that Natasha had filled with the vodka she brought. "Listen, my children," said he. "We are going to commence the zakouskis. Koupriane ought to have been here before this." Saying this, holding still the little glass in his hand, he felt in his pocket with the other for his watch, and drew out a magnificent large watch whose ticking was easily heard. "Ah, the watch has come back from the repairer," Rouletabille remarked smilingly to Matrena Petrovna. "It looks like a splendid one." "It has very fine works," said the general. "It was bequeathed to me by my grandfather. It marks the seconds and the phases of the moon and sounds the hours and half-hours." Rouletabille bent over the watch, admiring it. "You expect Monsieur Koupriane for dinner?" inquired the young man, still examining the watch. "Yes, but since he is so late, we'll not delay any longer. Your healths, my children," said the general, as Rouletabille handed him back the watch and he put it in his pocket. "Your health, Feodor Feodorovitch," replied Matrena Petrovna with her usual tenderness. Rouletabille and Natasha only touched their lips to the vodka, but Feodor Feodorovitch and Matrena drank theirs in the Russian fashion, head back and all at a draught, draining it to the bottom and flinging the contents to the back of the throat. They had no more performed this gesture when the general uttered an oath and tried to expel what he had drained so heartily. Matrena Petrovna spat violently also, looking with horror at her husband. "What is it? What has someone put in the vodka?" cried Feodor. "What has someone put in the vodka?" repeated Matrena Petrovna in a thick voice, her eyes almost starting from her head. The two young people threw themselves upon the unfortunates. Feodor's face had an expression of atrocious suffering. "We are poisoned!" cried the general, in the midst of his chokings. "I'm burning inside!" Almost mad, Natasha took her father's head in her hands. She cried to him, "Vomit, papa, vomit!" "We must find an emetic," cried Rouletabille, holding on to the general, who had almost slipped from his arms. Matrena Petrovna, whose gagging noises were violent, hurried down the steps of the kiosk, crossed the garden as though wildfire were behind her, and bounded into the veranda. During this time the general succeeded in easing himself, thanks to Rouletabille, who had thrust a spoon to the root of his tongue. Natasha could do nothing but cry, "My God, my God, my God!" Feodor held on to his stomach, still crying, "I'm burning! I'm burning!" The scene was frightfully tragic and funny at the same time. To add to the burlesque, the general's watch in his pocket struck 8 o'clock. Feodor Feodorovitch stood up in a final supreme effort. "Oh, it is horrible!" Matrena Petrovna showed a red, almost violet face as she came back. She distorted it, she choked, her mouth twitched, but she brought something, a little packet that she waved and from which, tremblingly, frightenedly, she shook a powder into the first 2 empty glasses, which were on her side of the table and were those she and the general had drained. She still had strength to fill them with water, while Rouletabille was almost overcome by the general, whom he still had in his arms, and Natasha concerned herself with nothing but her father, leaning over him as though to follow the progress of the terrible poison, to read in his eyes if it was to be life or death. "Ipecac!" cried Matrena Petrovna, and she made the general drink it. She did not drink until after him. The heroic woman must have exerted superhuman force to go herself to find the saving antidote in her medicine chest, even while the agony pervaded her vitals. Some minutes later both could be considered saved. The servants, Ermolai at their head, were clustered about. Most of them had been at the lodge, and they had not, it appeared, heard the beginning of the affair, the cries of Natasha and Rouletabille. Koupriane arrived just then. It was he who worked with Natasha in getting the two to bed. Then he directed one of his agents to go for the nearest doctors they could find. This done, the prefect of police went toward the kiosk where he had left Rouletabille. But Rouletabille was not to be found, and the flask of vodka and glasses from which they had drunk were gone also. Ermolai was nearby, and he inquired of the servant for the young Frenchman. Ermolai replied that he had just gone away carrying the flask and the glasses. Koupriane swore.
He shook Ermolai and even started to give him a blow with the fist for permitting such a thing to happen before his eyes without making a protest. Ermolai, who had his own haughtiness, dodged Koupriane's fist and replied that he had wished to prevent the young Frenchman, but the reporter had shown him a police paper on which Koupriane himself had declared in advance that he, the young Frenchman, was to do anything he pleased. End of chapter 11. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 12 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 12. Pere Alexis. Koupriane jumped into his carriage and hurried toward St. Petersburg. On the way he spoke to 3 agents who only he knew were posted in the neighborhood of Eliaguine. They told him the route Rouletabille had taken. The reporter had certainly returned into the city. He hurried toward Troitsky Bridge. There, at the corner of the Naberjnaya, Koupriane saw the reporter in a hired conveyance. Rouletabille was pounding his coachman on the back, Russian fashion, to make him go faster, and was calling with all his strength one of the few words he had had time to learn: "Naleva, Naleva," to the left. The driver was forced to understand at last, for there was no other way to turn than to the left. If he had turned to the right, Naprava, he would have driven into the river. The conveyance clattered over the pointed flints of a neighborhood that led to a little street, Aptekarsky Peroluk, at the corner of the Catherine Canal. This alley of pharmacists, as a matter of fact, contained no pharmacists, but there was a curious sign of a herbarium, where Rouletabille made the driver stop. As the carriage rolled under the arch, Rouletabille recognized Koupriane. He did not wait, but cried to him: "Ah, here you are! All right, follow me." He still had the flask and the glasses in his hands. Koupriane couldn't help noticing how strange he looked. He passed through a court with him and into a squalid shop. "What?" said Koupriane. "Do you know Pere Alexis?" They were in the midst of a curious litter. Clusters of dried herbs hung from the ceiling, and all among them were clumps of old boots, shriveled skins, battered pans, scrap iron, sheepskins, useless touloupes, and on the floor musty old clothes, moth-eaten furs, and sheepskin coats that even a moujik of the swamps would not have deigned to wear. Here and there were old teeth, ragged finery, dilapidated hats, and jars of strange herbs ranged upon some rickety shelving. Between the set of scales on the counter and a heap of little blocks of wood used for figuring the counts of this singular business were ungilded ikons, oxidized silver crosses, and Byzantine pictures representing scenes from the Old and New Testaments. Jars of alcohol, with what seemed to be the skeletons of frogs swimming in them, filled what space was left. In a corner of this large, murky room, under the vault of mossed stone, a small altar stood, and the light burned in a hanging glass of oil before the holy images. A man was praying before the altar. He wore the costume of old Russia, the caftan of green cloth, buttoned at the shoulder and tucked in at the waist by a narrow belt. He had a bushy beard, and his hair fell to his shoulders. When he had finished his prayer, he rose, perceived Rouletabille, and came over to take his hand. He spoke French to the reporter. "Well, here you are again, lad. Do you bring poison again today? This will end by being found out. And the police?" Just then he discerned Koupriane's form in the shadow, drew close to make out who it was, and fell to his knees as he saw who it was. Rouletabille tried to raise him, but he insisted on prostrating himself. He was sure the Prefect of Police had come to his house to hang him. Finally he was reassured by Rouletabille's positive assertions and the great chief's robust laugh. The Prefect wished to know how the young man came to be acquainted with the alchemist of the police. Rouletabille told him in a few words. Maître Alexis in his youth went to France afoot to study pharmacy because of his enthusiasm for chemistry. But he always remained countrified, very much a Russian peasant, a semi-oriental bear, and did not achieve his degree. He took some certificates, but the examinations were too much for him.
For 50 years he lived miserably as a pharmacist's assistant in the back of a disreputable shop in the Notre Dame quarter. The proprietor of the place was implicated in the famous affair of the gold ingots, which started Rouletabille's reputation, and was arrested along with his assistant, Alexis. It was Rouletabille who proved clear as day that poor Alexis was innocent, and that he had never been cognizant of his master's evil ways, being absorbed in the depths of his laboratory and trying to work out a naive alchemy which fascinated him, though the world of chemistry had passed it by centuries ago. At the trial Alexis was acquitted, but found himself in the street. He shed what tears remained in his body upon the neck of the reporter, assuring him of paradise if he got him back to his own country, because he desired only the one thing more of life, that he might see his birthland before he died. Rouletabille advanced the necessary means and sent him to St. Petersburg. There he was picked up at the end of 2 days by the police in a petty gambling game and thrown into prison, where he promptly had a chance to show his talents. He cured some of his companions in misery and even some of the guards. A guard who had an injured leg, whose healing he had despaired of, was cured by Alexis. Then there was found to be no actual charge against him. They set him free, and, moreover, they interested themselves in him. They found meager employment for him in the Shtukin Dvor, an immense popular bazaar. He accumulated a few roubles and installed himself on his own account at the back of a court in the Aptierkarsky Peruluk, where he gradually piled up a heap of old odds and ends that no one wanted even in the Shtukin Dvor. But he was happy, because behind his shop he had installed a little laboratory where he continued, for his pleasure, his experiments in alchemy and his study of plants. He still proposed to write a book that he had already spoken of in France to Rouletabille, to prove the truth of empiric treatment of medicinal herbs, the science of alchemy, and the ancient experiments in sorcery. Between times he continued to cure anyone who applied to him, and the police in particular. The police guards protected him and used him. He had splendid plasters for them after the scandal, as they called the October riots. So when the doctors of the quarter tried to prosecute him for illegal practice, a deputation of police guards went to Koupriane, who took the responsibility and discontinued proceedings against him. They regarded him as under protection of the saints, and Alexis soon came to be regarded himself as something of a holy man. He never failed every Christmas and Easter to send his finest images to Rouletabille, wishing him all prosperity and saying that if ever he came to St. Petersburg he should be happy to receive him at Aptierkarsky Peruluk, where he was established in honest labor. Pere Alexis, like all the true saints, was a modest man. When Alexis had recovered a little from his emotion, Rouletabille said to him: "Pere Alexis, I do bring you poison again, but you have nothing to fear, for His Excellency, the Chief of Police, is with me. Here is what we want you to do. You must tell us what poison these 4 glasses have held, and what poison is still in this flask and this little phial."
"What is that little phial?" demanded Koupriane, as he saw Rouletabille pull a small stoppered bottle out of his pocket.
The reporter replied: "I have put into this bottle the vodka that was poured into Natacha's glass and mine, and that we barely touched."
"Someone has tried to poison you!" exclaimed Pere Alexis.
"No, not me," replied Rouletabille in bored fashion. "Don't think about that. Simply do what I tell you. Then analyze these 2 napkins as well." And he drew from his coat 2 soiled napkins. "Well," said Koupriane, "you have thought of everything." "They are the napkins the general and his wife used." "Yes, yes, I understand that," said the Chief of Police. "And you, Alexis, do you understand?" asked the reporter. "When can we have the result of your analysis?"
"In an hour at the latest."
"Very well," said Koupriane. "Now I need not tell you to hold your tongue. I am going to leave one of my men here. You will write us a note that you will seal, and he will bring it to headquarters. Sure you understand? In an hour?"
"In an hour, Excellency."
They went out, and Alexis followed them, bowing to the floor. Koupriane had Rouletabille get into his carriage. The young man did as he was told. One would have said he did not know where he was or what he did. He made no reply to the chief's questions. "This Pere Alexander," resumed Koupriane, "is a character, really quite a figure, and a bit of a schemer, I should say. He has seen how Father John of Kronstadt succeeded, and he says to himself, Since the sailors had their Father John of Kronstadt, why shouldn't the police guard have their Father Alexis of Aptiekarski Perelouk?" But Rouletabille did not reply at all, and Koupriane wound up by demanding what was the matter with him. "The matter is," replied Rouletabille, unable longer to conceal his anguish, "that the poison continues." "Does that astonish you?" returned Koupriane. "It doesn't me." Rouletabille looked at him and shook his head. His lips trembled as he said: "I know what you think. It is abominable. But the thing I have done certainly is more abominable still." "What have you done, then, Monsieur Rouletabille?" "Perhaps I have caused the death of an innocent man." "So long as you aren't sure of it, you had better not fret about it, my dear friend." "It is enough that the doubt has risen," said the reporter, "almost to kill me." And he heaved so gloomy a sigh that the excellent Monsieur Koupriane felt pity for the lad. He tapped him on the knee. "Come, come, young man, you ought to know one thing by this time. You can't make omelettes without breaking eggs, as they say, I think, in Paris." Rouletabille turned away from him with horror in his heart. If there should be another, someone besides Michael, if it was another hand than his that appeared to Matrena and him in the mysterious night, if Michael Nikolaievitch had been innocent, well, he would kill himself, that was all. And those horrible words that he had exchanged with Natacha rose in his memory, singing in his ears as though they would deafen him. "Do you doubt still," he had asked her, "that Michael tried to poison your father?" And Natacha had replied: "I wish to believe it. I wish to believe it for your sake, my poor boy." And then he recalled her other words, still more frightful now. "Couldn't someone have tried to poison my father and not come by the window?" He had faced such a hypothesis with assurance then, but now that the poison continued within the house where he believed himself so fully aware of all people and things, continued now that Michael Nikolaievitch was dead, where did it come from, this poison? And what was it? Pere Alexis would hurry his analysis if he had any regard for poor Rouletabille. For Rouletabille to doubt, and in an affair where already there was one man dead through his agency, was torment worse than death. When they arrived at police headquarters, Rouletabille jumped from Koupriane's carriage and, without saying a word, hailed an empty isvotchick that was passing. He had himself driven back to Pere Alexis. His doubt mastered his will. He could not bear to wait away. Under the arch of Aptiekarski Perelouk he saw once more the man Koupriane had placed there with the order to bring him Alexis's message. The man looked at him in astonishment. Rouletabille crossed the court and entered the dingy old room once more. Pere Alexis was not there, naturally, engaged as he was in his laboratory. But a person whom he did not recognize at first sight attracted the reporter's attention. In the half light of the shop a melancholy shadow leaned over the ikons on the counter. It was only when he straightened up with a deep sigh, and a little light, deflected and yellow from passing through window panes that had known no touch of cleaning since they were placed there, fell faintly on the face, that Rouletabille ascertained he was face to face with Boris Mourazoff. It was indeed he, the erstwhile brilliant officer whose elegance and charm the reporter had admired as he saw him at beautiful Natacha's feet in the datcha at Eliaguine. Now, no more in uniform, he had thrown over his bowed shoulders a wretched coat whose sleeves swayed listlessly at his sides, in accord with his mood of languid desperation. A felt hat with the rim turned down hid a little the misery in his face. In these few days, these not many hours, how he was changed! But even as he was, he still concerned Rouletabille. What was he doing there? Was he not going to go away, perhaps? He had picked up an ikon from the counter and carried it over to the window to examine its oxidized silver, giving such close attention to it that the reporter hoped he might reach the door of the laboratory without being noticed. He already had his hand on the knob of that door, which was behind the counter, when he heard his name called. "It is you, Monsieur Rouletabille," said the low, sad voice of Boris. "What has brought you here, then?" "Well, well, Monsieur Boris Mourazoff, unless I'm mistaken. I certainly didn't expect to find you here in Pere Alexis' place." "Why not, Monsieur Rouletabille? One can find anything here in Pere Alexis' stock. See, here are two old ikons in wood, carved with sculptures which came direct from Athos and can't be equaled, I assure you, either at Gostiny Dvor nor even at Stukine Dvor." Yes, that is possible," said Rouletabille impatiently. "Are you an amateur of such things?" he added in order to say something. "Oh, like anybody else. But I was going to tell you, Monsieur Rouletabille, I have resigned my commission. I have resolved to retire from the world. I am going on a long voyage." Rouletabille thought, "Why not have gone at once? And before going, I have come here to supply myself with some little gifts to send those of my friends I particularly care for. Although now, my dear Monsieur Rouletabille, I don't care much for anything." "You look desolate enough, monsieur." Boris sighed like a child. "How could it be otherwise?" he said. "I loved and I believed myself beloved, but it proved to be nothing, alas." "Sometimes one only imagines things," said Rouletabille, keeping his hand on the door. "Oh, yes," said the other, growing more and more melancholy. "So a man suffers. He is his own tormentor. He himself makes the wheel on which, like his own executioner, he binds himself." "It is not necessary, monsieur. It is not necessary," counseled the reporter. "Listen," implored Boris in a voice that showed tears were not far away. "You are still a child, but you can see things. Do you believe Natacha loves me?" "I am sure of it, Monsieur Boris. I am sure of it." "I am sure of it, too, but I don't know what to think now. She has let me go without trying to detain me, without a word of hope." "And where are you going like that?" "I am returning to the Orel country, where I first saw her." "That is good, very good, Monsieur Boris. At least there you are sure to see her again. She goes there every year with her parents for a few weeks. It is a detail you haven't overlooked, doubtless." "Certainly I haven't. I will tell you that that prospect decided my place of retreat." "See? God gives me nothing, but He opens His treasures and each takes what he can." "Yes, yes. And Mademoiselle Natacha, does she know it is to Orel you have decided to retire?" "I have no reason for concealing it from her, Monsieur Rouletabille." "So far so good. You needn't feel so desolate, my dear Monsieur Boris. All is not lost. I will say even that I see a future for you, full of hope." "Ah, if you are able to say that truthfully, I am happy indeed to have met you. I will never forget this rope you have flung me when all the waters seemed closing over my head. What do you advise, then?" "I advise you to go to Orel, monsieur, and as quickly as possible." "Very well. You must have reasons for saying that. I obey you, monsieur, and go." As Boris started toward the entrance arch, Rouletabille slipped into the laboratory. Old Alexis was bent over his retorts. A wretched lamp barely lighted his obscure work. He turned at the noise the reporter made.
"Ah, you, lad."
"Well?"
"Oh, nothing so quick. Still, I have already analyzed the two napkins, you know."
"Yes. The stains? Tell me, for the love of God."
"Well, my boy, it is arsenate of soda again."
Rouletabille, stricken to the heart, uttered a low cry and everything seemed to dance around him. Pere Alexis, in the midst of all the strange laboratory instruments, seemed Satan himself, and he repulsed the kindly arms stretched forth to sustain him. In the gloom, where danced here and there the little blue flames from the crucibles, lively as flickering tongues, he believed he saw Michael Nikolaievitch's ghost come to cry, "The arsenate of soda continues, and I am dead." He fell against the door, which swung open, and he rolled as far as the counter and struck his face against it. The shock that might well have been fatal brought him out of his intense nightmare and made him instantly himself again. He rose, jumped over the heap of boots and folderols, and leaped to the court. There Boris grabbed him by his coat. Rouletabille turned, furious. "What do you want? You haven't started for the Orel yet?" "Monsieur, I am going, but I will be very grateful if you will take these things yourself to Natacha." He showed him, still with despairing mien, the two ikons from Mount Athos, and Rouletabille took them from him, thrust them in his pocket, and hurried on, crying, "I understand." Outside, Rouletabille tried to get hold of himself, to recover his coolness a little. Was it possible that he had made a mortal error? Alas, alas, how could he doubt it now? The arsenate of soda continued. He made a superhuman effort to ward off the horror of that, even momentarily, the death of innocent Michael Nikolaievitch, and to think of nothing except the immediate consequences, which must be carefully considered if he wished to avoid some new catastrophe. Ah, the assassin was not discouraged. And that time, what a piece of work he had tried! What a hecatomb, if he had succeeded! The general, Matrena Petrovna, Natacha, and Rouletabille himself, who almost regretted, so far as he was concerned, that it had not succeeded. And Koupriane, who should have been there for the luncheon. What a bag for the Nihilists!
That was it, that was it. Rouletabille understood now why they had not hesitated to poison everybody at once. Koupriane was among them. Michael Nikolaievitch would have been avenged. The attempt had failed this time, but what might they not expect now? From the moment he believed Michael Nikolaievitch no longer guilty, as he had imagined, Rouletabille fell into a bottomless abyss. Where should he go? After a few moments he made the circuit of the rotunda, which serves as the market for this quarter and is the finest ornament of Aptekarsky Pereoulok. He made the circuit without knowing it, without stopping for anything, without seeing or understanding anything. As a broken-winded horse makes its way in the treadmill, so he walked around with the thought that he also was lost in a treadmill that led him nowhere. Rouletabille was no longer Rouletabille. End of chapter 12. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 13 of The Secret of the Night by Gaston Leroux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 13. The Living Bombs. At random, because now he could only act at random, he returned to the datcha. Great disorder reigned there. The guard had been doubled. The general's friends, summoned by Trebassof, surrounded the two poisoned sufferers and filled the house with their bustling devotion and their protestations of affection. However, an insignificant doctor from the common quarter of the Vasily Ostrow, brought by the police, reassured everybody. The police had not found the general's household physician at home, but promised the immediate arrival of two specialists, whom they had found instead. In the meantime, they had picked up on the way this little doctor, who was gay and talkative as a magpie. He had enough to do looking after Matrena Petrovna, who had been so sick that her husband, Feodor Feodorovitch, still trembled, for the first time in his life, as the excellent Ivan Petrovitch said. The reporter was astonished at not finding Natacha either in Matrena's apartment or Feodor's. He asked Matrena where her stepdaughter was. Matrena turned a frightened face toward him. When they were alone, she said: "We do not know where she is. Almost as soon as you left, she disappeared, and no one has seen her since. The general has asked for her several times. I have had to tell him Koupriane took her with him to learn the details from her of what happened." "She is not with Koupriane," said Rouletabille. "Where is she? This disappearance is more than strange at the moment we were dying, when her father... Oh, God, leave me, my child. I am stifling. I am stifling." Rouletabille called the temporary doctor and withdrew from the chamber. He had come with the idea of inspecting the house room by room, corner by corner, to make sure whether or not any possibility of entrance existed that he had not noticed before, an entrance would-be poisoners were continuing to use. But now a new fact confronted him and overshadowed everything: the disappearance of Natacha. How he lamented his ignorance of the Russian language, and not one of Koupriane's men knew French. He might draw something out of Ermolai. Ermolai said he had seen Natacha just outside the gate for a moment, looking up and down the road. Then he had been called to the general, and so knew nothing further. That was all the reporter could gather from the gestures rather than the words of the old servant. An additional difficulty now was that twilight drew on, and it was impossible for the reporter to discern Natacha's footprints. Was it true that the young girl had fled at such a moment, immediately after the poisoning, before she knew whether her father and mother were entirely out of danger? If Natacha were innocent, as Rouletabille still wished to believe, such an attitude was simply incomprehensible. And the girl could not but be aware she would increase Koupriane's suspicions. The reporter had a vital reason for seeing her immediately, a vital reason for all concerned, above all in this moment when the Nihilists were culminating their plans, a vital reason for her and for him, equally menaced with death, to talk with her and to renew the propositions he had made a few minutes before the poisoning, and which she had not wished to hear him talk about, in fearful pity for him or in defiance of him. Where was Natacha? He thought maybe she was trying to rejoin Annouchka, and there were reasons for that, both if she were innocent and if she were guilty. But where was Annouchka?
Who could say? Gounsovski, perhaps. Rouletabille jumped into an isvo, returning from the point empty, and gave Gounsovski's address. He deigned then to recall that he had been invited that same day to dine with the Gounsovskis. They would no longer be expecting him. He blamed himself. They received him, but they had long since finished dinner. Monsieur and Madame Gounsovski were playing a game of draughts under the lamp. Rouletabille, as he entered the drawing room, recognized the shining, fattish, bald head of the terrible man. Gounsovski came to him, bowing, obsequious, his fat hands held out. He was presented to Madame Gounsovski, who was besprinkled with jewels over her black silk gown. She had a muddy skin and magnificent eyes. She also was tentatively effusive.
"We waited for you, monsieur,"
she said, smirking timidly, with the careful charm of a woman a little along in years who relies still on infantine graces. As the recreant young man offered his apologies,
"Oh, we know you are much occupied, Monsieur Rouletabille. My husband said that to me only a moment ago, but he knew you would come finally. In the end, one always accepts my husband's invitation."
She said this with a fat smile of importance. Rouletabille turned cold at this last phrase. He felt actual fear in the presence of these two figures, so atrociously commonplace, in their horrible, decent little drawing room. Madame continued:
"But you have had rather a bad dinner already, through that dreadful affair at General Trebassof's. Come into the dining room."
"Ah, so someone has told you," said Rouletabille. "No, no, thanks. I don't need anything more. You know what has happened?"
"If you had come to dinner, perhaps nothing would have happened at all, you know," said Gounsovski tranquilly, seating himself on the cushions and considering his game of draughts through his glasses. "Anyway, congratulations to Koupriane for being away from there through his fear."
For Gounsovski there was only Koupriane. The life or death of Trebassof did not occupy his mind. Only the acts and movements of the Prefect of Police had power to move him. He ordered a waiting maid, who glided into the apartment without making more noise than a shadow, to bring a small stand loaded with zakouskis and bottles of champagne close to the game table, and he moved one of his pawns, saying:
"You will permit me? This move is mine. I don't wish to lose it."
Rouletabille ventured to lay his hand on the oily, hairy fist which extended from a dubious cuff. "What is this you tell me? How could you have foreseen it?"
"It was easy to foresee everything," replied Gounsovski, offering cigars. "To foresee everything from the moment Matiew's place was filled by Priemkof."
"Well?" questioned Rouletabille, recalling with some inquietude the sight of the whipping in the guards' chapel.
"Well, this Priemkof, between ourselves," and he bent close to the reporter's ear, "is no better as a police guard for Koupriane than Matiew himself. Very dangerous. So when I learned that he took Matiew's place at the Datcha des Iles, I thought there was sure to be some unfortunate happening. But it was no affair of mine, was it? Koupriane would have been able to say to me, 'Mind your own business.' I had gone far enough in warning him of the living bombs. They had been denounced to us by the same agency that enabled us to seize the two living bombs, women if you please, who were going to the military tribunal at Kronstadt after the rebellion in the fleet. Let him recall that. That ought to make him reflect. I am a brave man. I know he speaks ill of me, but I don't wish him any harm. The interests of the Empire before all else between us. I wouldn't talk to you as I do if I didn't know the Tsar honors you with his favor. Then I invited you to dinner. As one dines, one talks, but you did not come. And while you were dining down there and while Priemkof was on guard at the datcha, that annoying affair Madame Gounsovski has spoken about happened." Rouletabille had not sat down, in spite of Madame Gounsovski's insistences. He took the box of cigars brusquely out of the hand of the chief of the secret police, who had continued tendering them, for this detail of hospitality only annoyed his mood, which had been dark enough for hours and was now deepened by what the other had just said. He comprehended only one thing, that a man named Priemkof, whom he had never heard spoken of, as determined as Matiew to destroy the general, had been entrusted by Koupriane with the guard of the Datcha des Iles. It was necessary to warn Koupriane instantly. "How is it that you have not done so already yourself, Monsieur Gounsovski? Why wait to speak about it to me? It is unimaginable." "Pardon, pardon," said Gounsovski, smiling softly behind his goggles. "It is not the same thing."
No, no, it is not the same thing, seconded the lady with the black silk, brilliant jewels, and flabby chin. We speak here to a friend in the course of a dinner talk, to a friend who is not of the police. We never denounce anybody." "We must tell you, but sit down now," Gounsovski still insisted, lighting his cigar. "Be reasonable. They have just tried to poison him, so they will take time to breathe before they try something else. Then, too, this poison makes me think that they may have given up the idea of living bombs. Then, after all, what is to be will be." "Yes, yes," approved the ample dame. "The police never have been able to prevent what was bound to happen. But speaking of this Priemkov, it remains between us, eh? Between just us?" "Yes, we must tell you now," Gounsovski slipped in softly, "that it will be much better not to let Koupriane know that you got the information from me. Because then, you understand, he would not believe you, or rather he would not believe me. That is why we take these precautions of dining and smoking a cigar. We speak of one thing and another, and you do as you please with what we say. But to make them useful, it is absolutely necessary, I repeat, to be silent about their source." As he said that, Gounsovski gave Rouletabille a piercing glance through his goggles, the first time Rouletabille had seen such a look in his eyes. He never would have suspected him capable of such fire. "Priemkov," continued Gounsovski in a low voice, using his handkerchief vigorously, "was employed here in my home, and we separated on bad terms, through his fault, it is necessary to say. Then he got into Koupriane's confidence by saying the worst he could of us, my dear little monsieur." "But what could he say? Servants' stories, my dear little monsieur," repeated the fat dame, and rolled her great magnificent black eyes furiously. "Stories that have been treated as they deserved at court, certainly. Madame Daquin, the wife of His Majesty's head cook, whom you certainly know, and the nephew of the second maid of honor to the Empress, who stands very well with his aunt, have told us so. Servants' stories that might have ruined us, but have not produced any effect on His Majesty, for whom we would give our lives, Christ knows. Well, you understand now that if you were to say to Koupriane, 'Господин Gounsovski has spoken ill of me to Priemkov,' he would not care to hear a word further. Still, Priemkov is in the scheme for the living bombs, that is all I can tell you. At least he was before the affair of the poisoning. That poisoning is certainly very astonishing, between us. It does not appear to have come from without, whereas the living bombs will have to come from without. And Priemkov is mixed up in it." "Yes, yes," approved Madame Gounsovski again. "He is committed to it. There have been stories about him, too. Other people as well as he can tell tales. It isn't hard to do. He has got to make some showing now, if he is to keep in with Annouchka's clique." "Koupriane, our dear Koupriane," interrupted Gounsovski, slightly troubled at hearing his wife pronounce Annouchka's name. "Koupriane ought to be able to understand that this time Priemkov must bring things off, or he is definitely ruined." "Priemkov knows it well enough," replied Madame, as she refilled the glasses. "But Koupriane doesn't know it. That is all we can tell you. Is it enough? All the rest is mere gossip." It certainly was enough for Rouletabille. He had had enough of it. This idle gossip and these living bombs. These pinchbecks, these whispering tale-tellers in their bourgeois countrified setting. These politico-police combinations whose grotesque side was always uppermost, while the terrible side, the Siberian aspect, prisons, black holes, hangings, disappearances, exiles and deaths and martyrdoms remained so jealously hidden that no one ever spoke of them. All that weight of horror between a good cigar and a little glass of anisette, monsieur, if you won't take champagne. Still, he had to drink before he left, touch glasses in a health, promise to come again whenever he wished. The house was open to him. Rouletabille knew it was open to anybody who had a tale to tell, something that would send some other person to prison or to death and oblivion. No guard at the entrance to check a visitor. Men entered Gounsovski's house as the house of a friend, and he was always ready to do you a service, certainly. He accompanied the reporter to the stairs. Rouletabille was just about to risk speaking of Annouchka to him in order to approach the subject of Natacha, when Gounsovski said suddenly, with a singular smile, "By the way, do you still believe in Natacha Trebassof?" "I shall believe in her until my death," Rouletabille thrust back. "But I admit to you that at this moment I don't know where she has gone." "Watch the Bay of Lachtka, and come to tell me tomorrow if you will believe in her ways," replied Gounsovski, confidentially, with a horrid sort of laugh that made the reporter hurry down the stairs. And now here was Priemkof to look after. Priemkof after Mathieu. It seemed to the young man that he had to contend against all the revolutionaries, not only, but all the Russian police as well, and Gounsovski himself, and Koupriane. Everybody, everybody. But most urgent was Priemkof and his living bombs. What a strange and almost incomprehensible and harassing adventure this was between Nihilism and the Russian police. Koupriane and Gounsovski both employed a man they knew to be a revolutionary and the friend of revolutionaries. Nihilism, on its side, considered this man of the police force as one of its own agents. In his turn, this man, in order to maintain his perilous equilibrium, had to do work for both the police and the revolutionaries, and accept whatever either gave him to do as it came, because it was necessary he should give them assurances of his fidelity. Only imbeciles like Gapon let themselves be hanged or ended by being executed like a Zeph because of their awkward slips. But a Priemkof playing both branches of the police had a good chance of living a long time, and a Gounsovski would die tranquilly in his bed with all the solaces of religion. However, the young hearts, hot with sincerity, sheathed with dynamite, are mysteriously moved in the atrocious darkness of Holy Russia, and they do not know where they will be sent, and it is all one to them, because all they ask is to die in a mad spiritual delirium of hate and love, living bombs. Footnote: in the trial after the revolt at Kronstadt, 2 young women were charged with wearing bombs as false bosoms. End of footnote. At the corner of Aptekarsky Pereoulok, Rouletabille came in the way of Koupriane, who was leaving for Pere Alexis's place, and seeing the reporter, stopped his carriage and called that he was going immediately to the datcha. "Have you seen Pere Alexis?" "Yes," said Koupriane, "and this time I have it on you. What I told you, what I foresaw has happened. But have you any news of the sufferers? Apropos, rather a curious thing has happened. I met Kister in the Nevsky just now." "The physician?" "Yes, one of Trebassof's physicians, whom I had sent an inspector to his house to fetch to the datcha, as well as his usual associate, Dr. Litchkof. Well, neither Litchkof nor he had been summoned. They didn't know anything had happened at the datcha. They had not seen my inspector. I hope he has met some other doctor on the way, and, in view of the urgency, has taken him to the datcha." "That is what has happened," replied Rouletabille, who had turned very pale. "Still, it is strange these gentlemen had not been notified, because at the datcha the Trebassofs were told that the general's usual doctors were not at home, and so the police had summoned 2 others who would arrive at once." Koupriane jumped up into the carriage. "But Kister and Litchkof had not left their houses. Kister, who had met Litchkof, said so. What does this mean?" "Can you tell me," asked Rouletabille, ready now for the thunderclap that his question invited, "the name of the inspector you ordered to bring them?" "Priemkof, a man with my entire confidence." Koupriane's carriage rushed toward the aisles. Late evening had come. Alone on the deserted route, the horses seemed headed for the stars. The carriage behind seemed no drag upon them. The coachman bent above them, arms out, as though he would spring into the ether. Ah, the beautiful night, the lovely, peaceful night beside the Neva, marred by the wild gallop of these maddened horses. Priemkof, one of Gounsovski's men? I should have suspected him," railed Koupriane after Rouletabille's explanations. "But now, shall we arrive in time?" They stood up in the carriage, urging the coachman, exciting the horses. "Scan, scan, faster, Douriak!" Could they arrive before the living bombs? Could they hear them before they arrived? Ah, there was Eliaguine. They rushed from the one bank to the other as though there were no bridges in their insensate course, and their ears were strained for the explosion, for the abomination now to come, preparing slyly in the night so hypocritically soft under the cold glance of the stars. Suddenly, "Stop, stop!" Rouletabille cried to the coachman. "Are you mad?" shouted Koupriane. "We are mad if we arrive like madmen. That would make the catastrophe sure. There is still a chance. If we wish not to lose it, then we must arrive easily and calmly, like friends who know the general is out of danger." "Our only chance is to arrive before the bogus doctors. Either they aren't there or it already is all over. Priemkof must have been surprised at the affair of the poisoning, but he has seized the opportunity. Fortunately, he couldn't find his accomplices immediately." "Here is the datcha, anyway. In the name of heaven, tell your driver to stop the horses here. If the doctors are already there, it is we who shall have killed the general." "You are right." Koupriane moderated his excitement and that of his driver and horses, and the carriage stopped noiselessly, not far from the datcha. Ermolai came toward them. "Priemkov," faltered Koupriane. "He is gone again, Excellency." "How? Gone again?" "Yes, but he has brought the doctors." Koupriane crushed Rouletabille's wrist. The doctors were there. "Madame Trebassof is better," continued Ermolai, who understood nothing of their emotion. "The general is going to meet them and take them to his wife himself." "Where are they?" "They are waiting in the drawing room." "Oh, Excellency, keep cool, and all is not lost," implored the reporter. Rouletabille and Koupriane slipped carefully into the garden. Ermolai followed them. "There?" inquired Koupriane. "There," Ermolai replied. From the corner where they were, and looking through the veranda, they could see the "doctors" as they waited. They were seated in chairs side by side in a corner of the drawing room from where they could see everything in the room and a part of the garden which they faced, and could hear everything. A window of the first floor was open above their heads, so that they could hear any noise from there. They could not be surprised from any side, and they held every door in view. They were talking softly and tranquilly, looking straight before them. They appeared young. One had a pleasant face, pale but smiling, with rather long curly hair. The other was more angular, with haughty bearing and grave face, an eagle nose and glasses. Both wore long black coats buttoned over their calm chests. Koupriane and the reporter, followed by Ermolai, advanced with the greatest precaution across the lawn. Screened by the wooden steps leading to the veranda and by the vine-clad balustrade, they got near enough to hear them. Koupriane gave eager ear to the words of these two young men, who might have been so rich in the many years of life that naturally belonged to them, and who were about to die so horrible a death in destroying all about them. They spoke of what time it was, of the softness of the night and the beauty of the sky. They spoke of the shadows under the birch trees, of the gulf shining in the late evening's fading golden light, of the river's freshness and the sweetness of summertime in the north. That is what they talked about. Koupriane murmured, "The assassins!" Now it was necessary to decide on action, and that necessity was horrible. A false movement, an awkwardness, and the doctors would be warned and everything lost. They must have the bombs under their coats. There were certainly at least 2 living bombs. Their chests, as they breathed, must heave to and fro, and their hearts beat against an impending explosion. Above, on the bedroom floor, they heard the rapid arranging of the room, steps on the floor, and a confusion of voices. Shadows passed across the window space. Koupriane rapidly interrogated Ermolai and learned that all the general's friends were there. The 2 doctors had arrived only a couple of minutes before the prefect of police and the reporter. The little doctor of Vasily Ostrow had already gone, saying there was nothing more for him to do when 2 such celebrated specialists had arrived. However, in spite of their celebrity, no one had ever heard the names they gave. Koupriane believed the little doctor was an accomplice. The most necessary thing was to warn those in the room above. There was immediate danger that someone would come downstairs to find the doctors and take them to the general, or that the general would come down himself to meet them. Evidently that was what they were waiting for. They wished to die in his arms, to make sure that this time he did not escape them. Koupriane directed Ermolai to go into the veranda and speak in a commonplace way to them at the threshold of the drawing-room door, saying that he would go upstairs and see if he might now escort them to Madame Trebassof's room. Once in the room above, he could warn the others not to do anything but wait for Koupriane. Then Ermolai was to come down and say to the men, "In just a moment, if you please." Ermolai crept back as far as the lodge, and then came quite normally up the path, letting the gravel crunch under his countrified footsteps. He was an intelligent man, and grasped with extraordinary coolness the importance of the plan of campaign. Easily and naturally he mounted the veranda steps, paused at the threshold of the drawing room, made the remark he had been told to make, and went upstairs. Koupriane and Rouletabille now watched the bedroom windows. The flitting shadows there suddenly became motionless. All moving about ceased. No more steps were heard. Nothing. And that sudden silence made the 2 doctors raise their faces toward the ceiling. Then they exchanged an aroused glance. This change in the manner of things was dangerous. Koupriane muttered, "The idiots." It was such a blow for those upstairs to learn they walked over a mine ready to explode that it evidently had paralyzed their limbs.
Happily, Ermolai came down almost immediately and said to the doctors in his very best domestic manner: "Just a second, messieurs, if you please." He did it still with utter naturalness, and he returned to the lodge before he rejoined Koupriane and Rouletabille by way of the lawn. Rouletabille, entirely cool, quite master of himself, as calm now as Koupriane was nervous, said to the Prefect of Police: "We must act now and quickly. They are commencing to be suspicious. Have you a plan?" "Here is all I can see," said Koupriane. "Have the general come down by the narrow servants' stairway and slip out of the house from the window of Natacha's sitting room with the aid of a twisted sheet. Matrena Petrovna will come to speak to them during this time. That will keep them patient until the general is out of danger. As soon as Matrena has withdrawn into the garden, I will call my men, who will shoot them from a distance." "And the house itself? And the general's friends?" "Let them try to get away too, by the servants' stairway, and jump from the window after the general. We must try something. Say that I have them at the muzzle of my revolver." "Your plan won't work," said Rouletabille, "unless the door of Natacha's sitting room, that opens on the drawing room, is closed." "It is, I can see from here." "And unless the door of the little passageway before the staircase that opens into the drawing room is closed also, and you cannot see it from here." "That door is open," said Ermolai. Koupriane swore, but he recovered himself promptly. "Madame Trebassof will close the door when she speaks to them." "It is impracticable," said the reporter. "That will arouse their suspicions more than ever. Leave it to me. I have a plan." "What?" "I have time to execute it, but not to tell you about it. They have already waited too long. I shall have to go upstairs, though. Ermolai will need to go with me, as a friend of the family." "I'll go too." "That would give the whole show away, if they saw you, the Prefect of Police." "Why, no. If they see me, and they know I ought to be there, as soon as I show myself to them they will conclude I don't know anything about it." "You are wrong." "It is my duty. I should be near the general to defend him until the last." Rouletabille shrugged his shoulders before this dangerous heroism, but he did not stop to argue. He knew that his plan must succeed at once, or in 5 minutes at the latest there would be only ruins, the dead and the dying in the Datcha des Iles. Still, he remained astonishingly calm. In principle, he had admitted that he was going to die. The only hope of being saved which remained to them rested entirely upon their keeping perfectly cool and upon the patience of the living bombs. Would they still have 3 minutes' patience? Ermolai went ahead of Koupriane and Rouletabille. At the moment they reached the foot of the veranda steps, the servant said loudly, repeating his lesson: "Oh, the general is waiting for you, Excellency. He told me to have you come to him at once. He is entirely well, and Madame Trebassof also." When they were in the veranda, he added: "She is to see also at once these gentlemen, who will be able to tell her there is no more danger." All three passed while Koupriane and Rouletabille vaguely saluted the two conspirators in the drawing room. It was a decisive moment. Recognizing Koupriane, the two Nihilists might well believe themselves discovered, as the reporter had said, and precipitate the catastrophe. However, Ermolai, Koupriane and Rouletabille climbed the stairs to the bedroom like automatons, not daring to look behind them and expecting the end each instant. But neither stirred. Ermolai went down again by Rouletabille's order, normally, naturally, tranquilly. They went into Matrena Petrovna's chamber. Everybody was there. It was a gathering of ghosts. Here was what had happened above. That the doctors still remained below, that they had not been received instantly, in brief, that the catastrophe had been delayed up to now was due to Matrena Petrovna, whose watchful love, like a watchdog, was always ready to scent danger. These two doctors, whose names she did not know, who arrived so late, and the precipitate departure of the little doctor of Vasily Ostro, aroused her watchfulness. Before allowing them to come upstairs to the general, she resolved to have a look at them herself downstairs. She arose from her bed for that, and now her presentiment was justified. When she saw Ermolai, sober and mysterious, enter with Koupriane's message, she knew instinctively, before he spoke, that there were bombs in the house. When Ermolai did speak, it was a blow for everybody. At first she, Matrena Petrovna, had been a frightened, foolish figure in the big flowered dressing gown belonging to Feodor that she had wrapped about her in her haste. When Ermolai left, the general, who knew she only trembled for him, tried to reassure her, and, in the midst of the frightened silence of all of them, said a few words recalling the failure of all the previous attempts. But she shook her head and trembled, shaking with fear for him, in agony at the thought that she could do nothing there above those living bombs but wait for them to burst. As to the friends, already their limbs were ruined, absolutely ruined in very truth. For a moment they were quite incapable of moving.
The jolly Councillor of Empire, Ivan Petrovitch, had no longer a lively tale to tell, and the abominable prospect of this horrible mix-up right at hand rendered him much less gay than in his best hours at Kubat's place. And poor Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff was whiter than the snow that covers old Lithuania's fields when the winter's chase is on. Athanase Georgevitch himself was not brilliant, and his sanguine face had quite changed, as though he had difficulty in digesting his last masterpiece with knife and fork. But in justice to them, that was the first instantaneous effect. No one could learn like that all of a sudden that they were about to die in an indiscriminate slaughter without the heart being stopped for a little. Ermolai's words had turned these amiable loafers into waxen statues, but little by little their hearts commenced to beat again and each suggested some way of preventing the disaster, all of them sufficiently coherent, while Matrena Petrovna invoked the Virgin and at the same time helped Feodor Feodorovitch adjust his sword and buckle his belt, for the general wished to die in uniform. Athanase Georgevitch, his eyes sticking out of his head and his body bent as though he feared the nihilist just below him might perceive his tall form, through the door, no doubt, proposed that they should throw themselves out of the window, even at the cost of broken legs. The saddened Councillor of Empire declared that project simply idiotic, for as they fell they would be absolutely at the disposal of the nihilists, who would be attracted by the noise and would make a handful of dust of them with a single gesture through the window. Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff, who couldn't think of anything at all, blamed Koupriane and the rest of the police for not having devised something. Why hadn't they already got rid of these nihilists? After the frightened silence they had kept at first, now they all spoke at once, in low voices, hoarse and rapid, with shortened breath, making wild movements of the arms and head, and walked here and there in the chamber quite without motive, but very softly on tiptoe, going to the windows, returning, listening at the doors, peering through the keyholes, exchanging absurd suggestions, full of the wildest imaginings. If we should, if, everybody speaking and everybody making signs for the others to be quiet. Lower, if they hear us we are lost. And Koupriane, who did not come, and his police, who themselves had brought 2 assassins into the house, and were not able now to make them leave without having everybody jump. They were certainly lost. There was nothing left but to say their prayers. They turned to the general and Matrena Petrovna, who were wrapped in a close embrace. Feodor had taken the poor disheveled head of the good Matrena between his hands and pressed it upon his shoulders as he embraced her. He said, "Rest quietly against my heart, Matrena Petrovna. Nothing can happen to us except that God wills." At that sight and that remark the others grew ashamed of their confusion. The harmony of that couple embracing in the presence of death restored them to themselves, to their courage, and their Nichevo. Athanase Georgevitch, Ivan Petrovitch, and Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff repeated after Matrena Petrovna, "As God wills." And then they said, "Nichevo, Nichevo." Footnote. What does it matter? End of footnote. "We will all die with you, Feodor Feodorovitch." And they all kissed one another and clasped one another in their arms, their eyes dim with love for one another, as at the end of a great banquet when they had eaten and drunk heavily in honor of one another. "Listen, someone is coming up the stairs," whispered Matrena, with her keen ear, and she slipped from the restraint of her husband. Breathless, they all hurried to the door opening on the landing, but with steps as light as though they walked on eggs. All 4 of them were leaning over there close by the door, hardly daring to breathe. They heard 2 men on the stairs. Were they Koupriane and Rouletabille, or were they the others? They had revolvers in their hands and drew back a little when the footsteps sounded near the door. Behind them Trebassof was quietly seated in his chair. The door was opened and Koupriane and Rouletabille perceived these death-like figures, motionless and mute. No one dared to speak or make a movement until the door had been closed, but then: "Well, well, save us! Where are they? Ah, my dear little domovoi Doukh, save the general for the love of the Virgin!" "Tst! Silence!" Rouletabille, very pale but calm, spoke. "The plan is simple. They are between 2 staircases, watching the one and the other. I will go and find them and make them mount the one while you descend by the other." "Caracho, that is simple enough. Why didn't we think of it sooner? Because everybody lost his head except the dear little domovoi Doukh." And here something happened Rouletabille had not counted on. The general rose and said: "You have forgotten one thing, my young friend. That is, that General Trebassof will not descend by the servants' stairway." His friends looked at him in stupefaction and asked if he had gone mad. "What is it you say, Feodor?" implored Matrena.
"I say," insisted the general, "that I have had enough of this comedy, and that since Monsieur Koupriane has not been able to arrest these men, and since on their side they don't seem to decide to do their duty, I shall go myself and put them out of my house." He started a few steps, but had not his cane, and suddenly he tottered. Matrena Petrovna jumped to him and lifted him in her arms as though he were a feather. "Not by the servants' stairway, not by the servants' stairway," growled the obstinate general.
"You will go," Matrena replied to him, "by the way I take you." And she carried him back to the apartment while she said quickly to Rouletabille, "Go, little domovoi, and God protect us." Rouletabille disappeared at once through the door to the main staircase, and the group attended by Koupriane passed through the dressing room and the general's chamber, Matrena Petrovna in the lead with her precious burden. Ivan Petrovitch had his hand already on the famous bolt which locked the door to the servants' staircase when they all turned at the sound of a quick step behind them. Rouletabille had returned. "They are no longer in the drawing room." "Not in the drawing room? Where are they then?" Rouletabille pointed to the door they were about to open. "Perhaps behind that door. Take care." All drew back.
"But Ermolai ought to know where they are," exclaimed Koupriane. "Perhaps they have gone, finding out they were discovered."
"They have assassinated Ermolai."
"Assassinated Ermolai?"
"I have seen his body lying in the middle of the drawing room as I leaned over the top of the banister. But they were not in the room, and I was afraid you would run into them, for they may well be hidden in the servants' stairway." "Then open the window, Koupriane, and call your men to deliver us."
"I am quite willing," replied Koupriane coldly, "but it is the signal for our deaths." "Well, why do they wait so to make us die?" muttered Feodor Feodorovitch. "I find them very tedious about it for myself. What are you doing, Ivan Petrovitch?"
The spectral figure of Ivan Petrovitch, bent beside the door of the stairway, seemed to be hearing things the others could not catch, but which frightened them so that they fled from the general's chamber in disorder. Ivan Petrovitch was close upon them, his eyes almost sticking from his head, his mouth babbling.
"They're all there! They're all there!"
Athanase Georgevitch opened a window wildly and said, "I'm going to jump." But Thaddeus Tchitchnikoff stopped him with a word.
"For me, I shall not leave Feodor Feodorovitch."
Athanase and Ivan both felt ashamed and trembling, but brave. They gathered round the general and said, "We will die together. We will die together. We have lived with Feodor Feodorovitch, and we will die with him."
"What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for?" grumbled the general.
Matrena Petrovna's teeth chattered.
"They are waiting for us to go down," said Koupriane. "Very well, let us do it. This thing must end," said Feodor.
"Yes, yes," they all said, for the situation was becoming intolerable. "Enough of this. Go on down, go on down. God, the Virgin, and Saints Peter and Paul protect us. Let us go." The whole group, therefore, went to the main staircase with the movements of drunken men, fantastic waving of the arms, mouths speaking all together, saying things no one but themselves understood. Rouletabille had already hurriedly preceded them, was down the staircase, had time to throw a glance into the drawing room, stepped over Ermolai's huge corpse, entered Natacha's sitting room and her chamber, found all these places deserted, and bounded back into the veranda at the moment the others commenced to descend the steps around Feodor Feodorovitch. The reporter's eyes searched all the dark corners and had perceived nothing suspicious when, in the veranda, he moved a chair. A shadow detached itself from it and glided under the staircase. Rouletabille cried to the group on the stairs, "There under the staircase!" Then Rouletabille confronted a sight that he could never forget all his life. At this cry they all stopped after an instinctive move to go back. Feodor Feodorovitch, who was still in Matrena Petrovna's arms, cried, "Vive le Tsar!" And then those whom the reporter half expected to see flee, distracted one way and another, or to throw themselves madly from the height of the steps, abandoning Feodor and Matrena, gathered themselves instead by a spontaneous movement around the general, like a guard of honor in battle around the flag. Koupriane marched ahead, and they insisted also upon descending the terrible steps slowly, and sang the Bodje Tsara Krani, the national anthem. With an overwhelming roar which shocked earth and sky and the ears of Rouletabille, the entire house seemed lifted in the air. The staircase rose mid flame and smoke, and the group which sang the Bodje Tsara Krani disappeared in a horrible apotheosis. End of chapter 13. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybart.blogspot.com.